A ver, vamos a ver si estamos en directo.
Sí, acá salta el tío.
Ya saltó, ¿no?
Sí.
Sí, ahí está. Sí. Bueno, ¿qué tal, gente? ¿Cómo les va? Bienvenidos a la segunda parte de la DC Fandom. Y hoy tenemos un invitado, tenemos a Max nuevamente, después del gran estreno de Noti de DC de allá, de la otra vez. Bueno, acá vuelve Maxi para hacernos compañía hoy. Así que muchas gracias, Max, por participar hoy en un gran día, parece, ¿eh?
De nada, gracias a vos por invitarme.
¿Qué, ¿Qué esperamos de hoy, che? ¿Qué esperamos? ¿Qué va a pasar? ¿Cómo va a ser el tema de los paneles a la carta, no? Porque son todos al mismo horario. Vamos, no sé qué va a pasar. Vamos a ver.
Esto se resume fácil en esto. Tengo miedo.
Sí, prácticamente, yo también.
Tengo miedo porque estoy viendo acá y digo, pará, está el panel de un patrón. Veo, pero pará, también está al mismo tiempo el de Batman, The Death of the Family. ¿Qué carajo hago?
Claro, entonces, y va a estar, bueno, vamos a ver qué nos espera. Vamos a ver qué nos espera, qué sorpresas hay. Supuestamente se habla de que va a haber un primer teaser de Batwoman, así que vamos a verla en acción a Javicia Leslie, si no me equivoco, creo que es el nombre. Sí, Javicia Leslie. Vamos a ver qué tal. Yo le tengo mucha fe, por lo menos por lo que he visto en algunos videos de Instagram que ella va subiendo. La verdad que se está tomando en serio el papel, que eso está bueno. Eso está muy bueno.
Sí.
Tiene carisma, que eso también me gustó mucho. La mina, cuando habla, ¿viste? Te dice, uy, bien, es copada, es buena onda, digamos.
Es su trabajo ser copada, loco.
También,
Es su
obvio.
trabajo
Y
ser
sí,
copada.
es que si no le llegas al público, yo voy a tomar unos mates con
¿Toma?
su permiso al público y aquí al señor Max, que me va a hacer compañía por primera vez en un evento.
Digital, porque eventos públicos
Digital.
hemos ido a varios.
Sí, eventos físicos hemos ido muchos, hemos ido bastante, pero bueno, ahora...
El próximo, si querés, es la Comic Con Online, Argentina.
Sí, me enteré que se viene la Comic Con Argentina digital, que la verdad me parece muy bien. A
Sí,
mí
a mí,
más allá de la Comic Con de San Diego, que fue una miércoles, por ejemplo, lo de la Justice Con estuvo muy buena, me gustó. Me gustó, bueno, la DC Fandom en primera parte estuvo muy bien. Vamos a ver cómo viene este, pero los eventos digitales me están gustando.
a mí me
Creo que,
sorprendió.
creo que va a ser la nueva movida, me parece. No va a ser tanto físico.
A mí me sorprendió esa jugada de te sacamos la carta, onda Yu-Gi-Oh, te sacamos la carta, evento digital.
Me gustó, la verdad. Y además, si vos tenés Mercado Pago o lo que vos quieras, ponés los enlaces. Che, mirá, quiero comprarme, no sé, un Funko Pop. Vas a la parte de donde tenés que comprar merchandising y la compras desde ahí. Simple. O sea, es como si fuera el físico de ir a un stand, pero en vez de ir a un físico, vos vas a una sección donde tenés para comprar, vas y ya está.
Sí, la cagada de eso es lo único mío, porque vos y yo lo sabemos, somos unos ratas de mierda. Es
Totalmente.
el poder de regateo.
Claro,
De que
claro. Sí, ahí no puedes regatear. Ahí
ahí
no
se,
puedes decir.
me sacás esa mierda, loco. A mí me gusta regatear. Ejemplo, viste que, ¿cuánto fue? Fue esta semana. Nada que ver con esto, pero la botella de canto subió un video de los Funkos, 3 Funkos falsos. Yo tengo uno
Sí,
original.
sí, lo vi hoy. Lo vi justo hoy.
Yo tengo uno. Tengo el de Robocop.
Mirá.
Se lo regateé a uno hace 3 años ¿A cuánto? El Funko ese estaba a 450, se lo regateé a 200.
Bien.
Bien.
Bueno, y vamos a contarle la anécdota cuando fuimos a la Comic Con, que vos eras mi Lucifer, con los Batimóvil, ¿te acordás?
El del 2016.
Cuando me compré los dos Batimóvil al mismo tiempo, el de la serie de los 90 y la de 1989, el de Tim Burton, y que estaba como, no sé, como 7 lucas, creo que están entre los dos, y lo pagué 3.500. ¿Te acordás? Sí. Y vos por atrás me decías, compralo.
Soy horrible.
Bueno, me pasó con Super Gear también, que la pagué. Creo que estaba algo de.
Estaba con vos ese día. Estaba con vos ese día.
Sí, también. Claro, me compré un montón de cosas. O sea, mirá las cosas que me compré. Creo que debo haber gastado como 10 lucas. No sé.
Bueno.
No es nada. Me di el gusto, soy feliz.
Sí. Yo siempre digo, aparte, después de donde compraste el Batimóvil, te estaba insistiendo o me querían agarrar a mí para que me comprara toda la Justice League en muñequitos. A mí no me vas a agarrar, hijo de puta, a mí no, ¿eh?
A vos no. Pero bueno,
sí,
me hizo a buen precio y encima me lo pude sacar en 12 cuotas. Sí, que no hacían 12 cuotas encima.
Eso porque te vio cara de, a este le engancho.
Así que esta semana se viene el Batman Day, el sábado que viene.
El Batman Day.
Yo tengo planeado hacer algo, si vos querés participar, no sé si estás medio ocupado, pero a la noche por ahí capaz que haga un rankeando de Batman. Si te querés aprender.
¿Un rankeando en qué sentido de Batman? Porque hay muchas cosas de Batman en esta vida.
Y voy a ver si ya está hecho, porque el programa ya tiene hecho. Voy a ver si tiene hecho, por ejemplo, de personajes. Y si llega a tener de personajes, hago ese. Si no, armo yo uno, por ahí de películas, o también mezclando películas, series. Obviamente todo el mundo de Batman, ¿no? Por supuesto. Sí, Woman, Titans, Batman de la serie de los 90, Batman el Valiente, que yo no la vi, pero bueno, lo pongo ahí.
Tenés que ver Batman el Valiente.
Tengo que verla. Después está Batman del Futuro, por supuesto. La serie de Adam West. Así que tengo material como para. Si no llegan a estar lo de los personajes en el programa, ya armado, porque son muchos personajes y no me acuerdo mucho todos. Si llega a estar armado, hago ese. Si no, lo armo yo con todo, con lo que es series, películas. Gotham también va a estar, por supuesto. Vamos a ver quiénes son las mejores series o películas.
Justamente de Batman del Valiente, esta semana me acordé del, para mí, uno de los mejores episodios que tuvo.
¿Sí? ¿Cuál?
Sí. No me acuerdo. Sí, sé que a vos te chupa un huevo los spoilers, así que pero trata de recordar cómo era. No sé por qué razón aparente, Batman viaja para atrás y termina siendo una especie de Gotham by Lightning.
Sí.
Termina haciendo eso y conoce a Sherlock Holmes.
No, qué bestialidad.
Y hacen ahí tremendo equipo. ¿Qué pasa, no?
¿Querés empanada de tiburón?
Dale, ahora voy.
No, pero voy a comprar.
Sí, dale.
4 te traigo.
Sí. Es lo que hay, muchachos.
Cameo de Stan Lee, pero en versión madre de Max.
Se nota que somos familia todos usando acá el barbijo. Pero bueno, conclusión. Conocen a Sherlock Holmes, es un episodio tremendamente copado. Y aparte el final. Madre mía, el final. Porque viste que Sherlock se puso medio mal, porque Batman también es inteligente. Por ahí le dicen que él es el mejor detective del mundo. Cuanto realmente es Sherlock.
No, en el mundo DC es el mejor detective.
Y antes de irse, Sherlock le pregunta, ¿pero por qué vos me conoces tan bien y todo lo demás? Batman le sonríe, porque es raro que Batman sonría, le sonríe de forma, loco, sos el mejor detective del mundo, y se lo dice y se va a la mierda.
Qué zarpado.
Qué buen episodio, la reputa madre, qué buena serie. Lástima que la gente comiquera, ay no, es muy infantil la concha de su madre.
¿Cuántos capítulos son? ¿Te acordás más o menos? ¿Tenés una breve idea?
Son 3 temporadas, creo que tienen 26 episodios
¿Por cada temporada?
por cada temporada. Pero como son de media hora, como que...
No, yo ahora cuando llegue a HBO Max, que seguro que va a estar ahí, voy a ver todo. ¿Sabés las cosas que me voy a poder ver de DC que no las pude, que no podía ver, porque bueno, no tenía cable o no soy medio manco con el tema del internet, de buscar páginas y eso. Así
Sí.
que seguramente apenas llegue a HBO Max, al toque.
Sí.
Voy a ver esa, voy a ver todo lo de, voy a ver Steel, que es, que aunque ustedes no lo puedan creer, hicieron la película de Steel en el año 1990.
Con Shaquille O'Neal.
Con Shaquille O'Neal, es verdad.
El ángel de acero.
De
¿Cómo traducís Steel al ángel de acero? La conferencia de su madre.
¿Qué sé yo? Ah, claro, porque llegó el ángel de acero acá, ¿no?
Me acuerdo en Telefe, un domingo en Telefe a las 2 de la tarde comiendo un asado en familia, viendo el ángel de acero. La que te parió, hermano.
Pero es Steel.
Ese Steel. Después cuando leí la muerte de Superman, pero este es negri, tiene una armadura, tiene un martillo. Nah.
Es Steel, claro.
Y después ya más vivo es como, mirá qué hijos de puta.
Y pensar que yo la vi sin haber conocido, sin haber sabido que era de DC, como me pasó con Red. Red también es de DC, la de Bruce Willis, que es un poquito más nueva, que es de DC, de la serie Vértigo.
Wow. Acá te tengo la lista de episodios de Batman el Valiente.
A ver, ¿cuántos son más o menos?
Las primeras 2, la temporada 1 y 2, son de 26 episodios.
Bien.
La tercera, por tema de que no tiene tanto rating, tiene 13.
13.
Y tiene una película, que nunca en mi puta vida supe que tuvo una película, pero la tiene.
Mira. Batman el Valiente tiene una película, ¿cuál es?
Ah, está con Scooby-Doo.
Ah, la de Scooby-Doo. Ah, yo la tengo que ver. Ya la tengo. La tengo cargada. Pero ya la tengo para ver.
Listo, esa es la película. No la vi porque no soy muy fan de Scooby-Doo, pero...
Claro, porque es del mismo estilo de dibujo, es verdad. Es verdad. La de Batman el Valiente es la de Scooby-Doo, sí. Es verdad. Tengo para ver el Man of Tomorrow. Así que ahora seguramente, cuando esté un poquito más tranquilo, me las voy a poner a ver.
Está el panel acá de Superman Man of Tomorrow.
Sí, pero el panel con los actores. Después también tenés el panel donde van a pasar la película.
Sí,
eso ahí ya no vamos a poder hacer nada.
Es como, ¿para qué carajo lo pones si ya la vio medio mundo? O sea.
Pero bueno, quieren llenar horarios, está bien. Para mí está bien. Más que nada para la gente que por ahí quiere verla y que no puede porque no sabe, o no sabe cómo bajarla o no tiene plata para verla, para pagar el Blu-ray, la ven por acá. Nosotros no la vamos a poder ver porque si no YouTube nos corta los testículos.
Por eso algunos usan Twitch. Hablando de nada que ver, porque nos saltamos a la competencia. Ayer en directo me miré Mulan.
Ah, sí, yo ya también la tengo descargada. Vamos a ver qué onda. Choca, ¿no?
Te soy honesto, si soy honesto, pero bien honesto, es un 5,8.
5,8. La mierda. Bajo.
Pero por el hecho de que está Jet Li y está Donnie Yen, lo rasca al 7.
Hola, Killmaster, ¿cómo está? Bienvenido. Nos saluda ahí Killmaster a los dos.
Oli.
Así que bienvenido, Kim. Sí, he escuchado varios comentarios. Vamos, hay que ver. Voy a verla y después sacaré mis conclusiones.
Eso sí, no hubiera pagado para ir a ver Mulan, eso seguro.
Y yo no iba a pagar ni en pedo $30 para verlo en el stream.
En Línea Plus ni en pedo. Tampoco en el cine, porque me negaba rotundamente a verlo. Pero me dijeron, che, loco, mira, ya está online, la podés ver. Perdí 2 horas de mi vida, pero no importa. A menos fue gratis.
Obvio, que es lo más importante. No, Disney está pasando por una etapa donde yo creo que el día de mañana Disney va a tener que empezar a mejorar un montón de cosas. Yo no tengo problema que saquen sus live action, que no está mal, pero que también respeten la esencia, respeten la historia de ellos, porque vamos a ser sinceros que la historia en realidad no es así, es otra historia, pero que respeten por lo menos algo de ellos, que encima tampoco está mal. A mí, por ejemplo, de las live action, para mí las de las live action hasta ahora la que más me gustó fue La Bella y la Bestia. El Rey León perdió mucho la esencia, perdió pero muchísimo la esencia. Yo, o sea, siento lo mismo que cuando yo veía la animada, pero por ejemplo, la escena de Mufasa cantando al estilo Hilder no está, y eso te rompe las bolas. Cuando muere Mufasa te da una patada en los huevos. Prefiero 1000 veces la animada, es mucho más emotiva.
Creo que el tema acá es el tema música. Porque toda película animada de Disney tiene el momento musical.
Ah, obvio, sí. Bueno, que también la tienen, ¿no? Y en las películas, live action.
Hay que encontrar el balance perfecto de eso. Por ejemplo, La Bella y la Bestia lo tiene, estuvimos debatiendo eso en el directo, y muchos dicen que es una mierda, y otros que pim, pam. Yo la vi porque está Emma Watson, y ya para mí eso me compra.
Es que en realidad lo único que falla en realidad ahí en esa película creo que es él. Es él. O sea, él humano. Pero la bestia me parece perfecto el diseño. Ella está increíble. Los personajes dentro de todo están bastante bien y respetan bastante bien la esencia de cada uno. Sí, yo creo que lo único que falla ahí es él. El príncipe, ¿no? Como príncipe, no como...
Otra que a mí me gusta bastante es La Cenicienta.
La Cenicienta... Sí, la tengo que volver a ver porque no me acuerdo mucho. Ya la tengo ahí descargada para...
Esa para mí más o menos zafa bastante. Luego, Dumbo le hicieron mierda.
Dumbo... No, Dumbo... Bueno, lo que pasa es que Dumbo está hecha por alguien que yo adoro, que es Tim Burton.
También le hizo Alicia País Maravillas, y eso es otra cosa distinta, pero para mí me cagó a Dumbo. Me lo cagó.
Pero respetó un par de cosas. Lo que pasa es que cambió, por ejemplo, el ratón. En vez de ser el ratoncito, son los pibes. Y es como que cambió un par de boludeces.
A ver, otra. Bueno, ahora...
No, yo no la veo mal. O sea, tampoco es un lujo, pero boludo, también está Michael Keaton y está Danny DeVito.
Sí,
o sea, vos los ves interactuar, los ves a los dos juntos, ahí sí.
El Batman y el Pingüino.
Y es Batman y el Pingüino, olvídate. Eso es saber.
Lo que vi durante el trabajo fue Aladdin.
Aladdin también me gustó. Y muchos se quejan del tema de lo de Jazmín, pero a mí me gustó. Y el tema de que Jazmín es espectacular.
Yo me quejo más que nada del tema de... Yo te aplaudo que le quieras dar un trasfondo al genio. Te lo aplaudo, pero tampoco era para tanto. Aparte, lo inició y ya me la veía venir Loco, acá está el genio.
Sí.
O sea, me spoileaste el final de la puta película, la concha de tu madre.
Claro, bueno, sí, eso es verdad. Sí, sí, eso es cierto. Eso es verdad.
Y ahora,
Eso,
y ahora hay rumores de que quieren hacer Hércules, y yo digo, vos haces Hércules y no me pones a las musas que cantan, yo te hago mierda.
sí, las musas, pero lo que más también va a costar hacer, que yo no creo que esté, es el sátiro. El sátiro.
El sátiro.
Por todo el tema de los políticamente correctos y todo eso, el sátiro lo llegás a meter en una acción que encima te persigue a las chicas y todo eso, no lo van a poner, ¿eh?
Pero
Sabelo que no lo van a poner.
hay manera de hacer bien un sátiro. Por ejemplo, el de Percy Jackson era un sátiro y no era zarpado, boludo.
No, no, pero la
A ver,
esencia de,
el
la
tipo,
esencia de Hércules es eso.
pero ahí era entendible porque el tipo, no sé, debe tener 40 años y era medio viejo verde. Lo era. Y por eso después lo cagaban a palos.
Acá dice, a mí Dumbo, King Master dice, acá mi Dumbo me cagó, es mulenta cuando llegan al parque. Sí, lo que pasa es que el cine de Tim Burton también no es para todos también. Porque vos fíjate que en la gran mayoría de las películas de Tim Burton tienen sus partes lentas y no es para todos. No es para todos. Batman también, Batman 1 tiene cosas que como que cuesta llegar a cierto punto y es lento. Es Tim Burton, o sea, si te gusta el cine de Tim Burton, bancate lo que viene. Lo que me faltó de Tim Burton, que bueno, tampoco él no lo iba a poder hacer, es el tema de violencia, que a él le encanta, meter violencia le encanta.
Se notó. Se nota a veces.
A él le gusta muchísimo meter eso. Y bueno, obviamente Dumbo no iba a poder hacer eso ni en pedo. Pero vos fíjate lo que son las cosas que en Dumbo no pudo meter, pero en el, ¿cómo se llama? En el extraño mundo de Jack, sí, hay un poco de violencia.
Porque ahí tiene el tema es en cómo se está haciendo. Porque bueno, es stop motion, toda la bola, y ahí podés tener hay una cierta libertad de, de poner algo así. Porque son personajes de otro lado, no son humanos. Podemos matarlos y será un toque gráfico. En cambio, si sos un actor real, es como que, loco, no. Somos Disney, no matamos personas.
Claro, y sí. Acá dice, es cierto, pero se nota la mano negra de Disney. Bueno, eso siempre.
Y justamente hablando de Tim Burton, y justamente pasamos a DC, vos finalmente pudiste ver el documental de cómo fue el rodaje de la película de Superman de Tim Burton.
No, ¿sabes que no lo vi? ¿Qué
Te lo
tal?
voy a... No, no está en YouTube. Yo lo logré descargar un día subtitulado. Impresionante. Impresionante.
¿Sabes lo que hubiera sido a ese Superman? Igual Nicolas Cage.
Pero,
Es raro verlo.
sabía que era por ahí, pero yo vi el look final de Nicolas Cage con el traje de Superman, ahí, pelo largo, y medio que pintaba bien. Hasta hay pruebas de vuelo, de cómo era el efecto especial de vuelo de Nicolas Cage, lo hay, en ese documental lo hay, y era
Mirá,
todo, loco, estaba todo bien. La cagada fue el productor de mierda que tuvo, 1001 ideas, 4 escrituras de guión, amigo.
che, a mí me
Impresionante.
parece como que ya arrancó. A ver.
Y son las dos.
¿Dónde está esto? A ver. Estrella diaria, preguntas más frecuentes. DC Explorer Multiverse, oficial trailer. No está. A ver.
Ahí está, verga.
¿Está? ¿Vos lo estás viendo?
Logré entrar a la página. Ese es el punto 1. Y ahí tengo Watchverse.
Ah, acá está. Ahí. Watchverse. A ver.
Watchverse. Y ahí tengo todos los.
Mirá. Acá están todos los paneles. A ver. Tenés como para escoger. Hola, Eli, ¿cómo te va? Negan, ¿quién es Max? Disculpa la pregunta. Es un amigo.
Amigo de hace ya
Es un
5
gran
años.
amigo de hace que me viene a hacer el aguante. A veces tira algunas cositas en Twitch y cosas, pero es un amigo. Es un amigo que me viene a hacer el aguante. Así que bueno. Bueno, ¿por dónde arrancamos, gente? A ver.
A ver.
Tenemos el rayo negro. Vamos con el de Legend of Tomorrow.
Listo, ahí lo busco. Legend of Tomorrow.
Arrancamos con este.
Dale.
¿Qué dice, gente? Porque esto es a la carta, o sea, vos podés elegir el panel que quieras. O Super Gear. No, Star Gear.
Ahí lo tengo.
¿Vamos con ese entonces? Vamos con el panel de Legend.
The Legends.
Vamos con el de Legend entonces.
$32 a la verga.
A la miércoles.
We're in the temporal zone and the legends are on the bridge.
Hello and welcome to DC Fandom. My name is Chancellor Agard and I'm the Internet Weekly, and this is DC's Legends of Tomorrow panel.
Y los subtítulos están bien. ¡Vamos! ¡Mejor los subtítulos!
Así tenía que ser, carajo.
¿Sabés qué? No, ¿qué te hiciste en el pelo, bombón?
Siempre se hace lo mismo. Cada 2x3 se cambia el color de pelo, la piba.
¿Sabes que ayer soñé con ella, boludo? Con Katie Lott.
Es un pajero.
Qué enfermo que estoy, boludo.
Es un pajero. Mirá cómo le. No podés ser tan lindo, vamos con barba, hijo de puta.
Hijo de puta.
Con Constantine, El tipo aún con pelo largo y barba es fachero.
How are you guys doing?
Good time, Chance.
We have to have a blooper reel clip. That I will toss you now.
Now for the dozen. Questionable. Right, what's that? Oh, that's your own hair. I gotta pull it. That was it. Just, yeah.
Bueno. Se les cae todo. Tiene mano de manteca.
Cosas que pasan.
Yeah, no, I didn't see, so I'll give you a call back in a bit, yeah? Now you see.
That's wrong. That's okay. We just go hard.
Ahí tienes una idea que siempre se le pasa a
Ahora
Negan.
buscamos, Kenny, a ver si hay uno de videojuegos.
Sí, debe haber.
Ahora buscamos y lo ponemos eso. Pasa que Legend,
Es una gastadera tremenda.
Katie Lotz es todo para mí, todo. Igual que Gal Gadot.
Yo me imagino un cago de risa.
We're leaving. And then we all turned into a giant vivo and it exploded.
Yeah, the explosion. Everywhere and stop.
¿Qué carajo?
Sometimes what happens on the show really would be hard.
La deben pasar súper bien grabando.
Es lo que te digo yo.
This is why I don't act. I feel like it's like just a weird thing we're doing. It's virtual also that they can mention all because of everything that's going on. I'm curious, what do you guys think the legends would be doing right now in their own respective quarantines?
I think John will be doing what he's always doing, which is having whiskey and playing on.
Porque es un fachero. La puta madre.
Probably just having whiskey saying, hey, that's a local vibe.
I would imagine they fall in love with somebody else then. Virtual romance.
Yeah, it's probably like on
He quitado TikTok. Bueno, Tale también está muy linda. Tale también está muy linda.
I reckon Ashley's just lounging around like a fellow somewhere. Rolling in money.
Confirmada, Astra.
I'm on one, so. I think you did again. Everyone's doing like a trivial pursuit, but no one's interested. Number one, question A. Guys, like, no one cares.
Now, the order of the say, like, you want to talk about these five, which was a major season for the show in many ways. I was on Katie, you made your debut this season. What was
Sí, muy buen capítulo de Hijo.
It was really fun. I mean, on so many levels, I learned so much, and it was such a good experience to be able to kind of bond with the crew on that side and get to get a look under the covers. And the cast was amazing. We had so much fun. I think, after some major building rapport with each other, that it made it easier, of course, to kind of. And hopefully, I mean, everybody was really nice. Nobody was a jerk or anything. Someone would be mad.
Yeah, right. And also, I think the season 5 for Sarah and Anna was really awesome. Sort of, I just hope Captain the Wave Rider. I'm curious though, if this were any other show, if they weren't constantly sort of fighting monsters or aberrations, what do you think? Like, what is sort of Sarah and Anna's like 5-year plan? Like, where do you see them heading for?
Ava's probably got a very specific 5-year plan. I'm not sure about Sarah. She's kind of just, trying to domesticate her.
Yeah, Sarah takes advantage of the time. She's never been one to have the luxury of planning too far into the future. So I think, for her, it's like she's in the moment. Totally.
In season 5, we had 2 new members, Cheyenne and Olivia. What would you like for you guys to step onto a show that's 5 seasons in? What surprised you the most about being on that season this year?
How much fun everyone was having. I played Water and so fun. It was so like fun and everything. Everyone's obviously everyone's or whatever. But it's just like it was so easy going. I think I expected to be like military and I got very stressed about that. But it was the opposite. Everyone was so chill and so welcoming and so lovely.
I was definitely nervous going into it, but you know, pretty quickly I was like, oh, okay, this is, you know, it's pretty relaxed. Everyone's super chill. So.
And God, you had added talent, had to come in, and like you'd already been there for 3 seasons. How did you sort of make that work for yourself?
I just did it, you know. I just, you know, I tried to chat as much as I could with everyone while there's one of the downtime on set and just like get to know everybody here and there, and then you know bring in what you can when you're to see and just keeping it relaxed.
Well, good. Actually, I wasn't asking you for you, but I mean, you guys have like Nate and Marauders was the best buds in the season. Did you guys do anything to like build out a relationship? Like you guys talk, like you guys sort of talk about it after like the
Shy and I got on quick, and like I knew what he was coming. In the same way I knew Maddie and Olivia were coming into. That's just something that's pre-established, and that's intimidating because I was this guy a lot on a lot of shows. So I know what it's like walking and not knowing everything. Get out of your head and just be the room. Like I know you're nervous because there's like 7 people here. Like even when Maddie did his first scene with us, like you had to walk in and talk to 8 of them. Talk at 8 of them. And then like hit on Wentworth on his way out. So it was like really love sounds amazing. And I feel that, and I wanted Shy not to have that because I didn't know it was possible that like, hey man, just here with us because we're all with each other, and that's just kind of the way our magic works on the floor. He did great at that. It was exactly, I remember we had a conversation day 1. He's like, by day 4, you'll be feeling good. And he was exactly right. Day 4, I was like, I feel like I think it's a good time. Like, this is great. So he nailed it.
Amy, you're in a unique position where maybe your voice and maybe you fear about once this is with physical screening. What's that experience like for you, sort of doing a lot of your work in a sound with, you know, past that much?
It was really interesting to like come into it.
Es igual, boludo. Ahora no la cambia ni en pedo.
Es calcada.
So the other ones were super well. In my little ukulele.
I think when you appear on screen,
Qué grosa que era.
you like inside someone's mind or like hallucinating, except for the another piano episode where I'm thinking. But I'm curious, when you play that, do you play it as how you would envision it yourself, or how you think the character you're playing opposite with fits her?
I mean, especially with the last one with Gary, we played that a lot, so I think he sees her quite Mary Poppins-esque heads from doing it. The whole thing. But yes, there's definitely an element to that, and I love everything that's always written that, you know, always love what you guys write. It's amazing. So mostly it's been that, yeah.
I mean, this season you introduced the new version of Zari 2.0.
Salido 2.0.
And now, as of the end of the season, you're continuing with 2.0. How do you feel about the Zari becoming a sort of permanent member on the Wave Rider?
I honestly, I do about it because I really do love both Sorry 1.0 and 2.0. So yeah, I was surprised how sort of genuinely sad I was shooting that last episode, and I had these like very split personality moments where I would be like mad at my other self shooting scenes. I would like just be like really angry at 2.0 or vice versa. And so yeah, I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag. I'm excited about developing 2.0 further. But yeah, it was sad. It was sad to say goodbye to one.
You're on the Wave Rider with Farah, and what I guess for both you and I mean, what are you most looking forward to sort of exploring about this sort of dynamic to do with you 5?
I mean, even though, like, you know, we established this brother-sister relationship.
Pegó mucho el personaje de Tala, ¿ah? No me imaginé que iba a pegar tanto, pero vos ves el chat, vos ves toda la página, todo es...
Now that like the walls are a little bit down between the two of them, what that I still think. I mean, I sort of hope it's going to be still a little bit antagonistic brother-sister. Yeah, I imagine both writers are going in that direction.
Yeah, like some childhood stuff I think would be really interesting, like exploring like what it was like growing up together. You know, Vera constantly being the shadow of his older sister who just was amazing in everything. And you know, I just know I can do it.
Yeah. Who's a little sister? We are the little.
No puedo verla muy de cerca, boludo. Ese plano me mata. Me hace mal. Me hace mal, boludo, en serio. Ya le queda re lindo el rosa.
Y bueno, es lo que pasa. A mí me gusta cómo está Constantine, boludo. Mira esa facha.
No, alta facha tiene el loco, ¿eh? Así con barbú, así.
Estoy dudando de mi sexualidad al verlo así.
No creo que aparezca así en la serie. No creo. Supongo que se afeitará algo. No sé. Pero va a ser raro verlo, si llega a estar así, verlo así a Constantine.
For the writers, you could have said a bit more light on what you guys have in store for these two siblings.
We have a great episode, number 2, actually, where we really get into exactly what it was like for you, Behra, to grow up.
¿Quién se iba a imaginar que Legend of Tomorrow iba a ir por la 6ª temporada? ¿No?
Después de esa temporada primera de mierda.
En la segunda mejoraron. En la segunda temporada ahí fue. En la segunda fue un cambio así, drástico.
Meteme comedia porque esto nadie se lo toma en serio. Meteme comedia,
meteme a Bebo.
Vivo.
Sí, están igual, boludo.
Just you, how are you sort of feeling about?
I've locked on has been the biggest lesson. I've come from my job and my soul is constantly. He's happy, I'm happy. Going on that journey with the Astro Lord story is such a huge part of the whole Constantine and the comic book. In the original show, and then what we've done to the on that, the guys have written, and to kind of get to a place where that is wrapped up is really, really satisfying, and John is happy, it's kind of gives me fear. I'm hoping to it, I think, because, how long does John stay happy for?
I mean, something too, like Olivia, after we'll be living with Constantine.
Hola, Brian, ¿cómo estás, che?
What are you both looking forward to exploring about their dynamic?
You guys put Oscar and John living together peacefully. I feel like maybe
No hay nadie viendo,
gonna happen. So I think
pendejo.
it will be really fun to see them.
Hola, David, un gusto.
Stay out, which is something that is it gonna be possible?
I love the idea of John being unhappy about him being happy.
No hay. Traducción, Maxi, no hay Nadine viendo, pindrijo.
Pausa.
Pausa, ¿no?
Primero, antes que nada, antes de decir todo esto, tenés que bajar la voz porque a veces no me escuchas a mí, en ocasiones, pero sé que a veces no puedes escuchar vos el programa, así que va a ser medio raro encuadrar sonido. Eso por un lado. Y segundo, loco, aprendí a escribir, la puta madre. ¿Para qué carajo vamos al colegio?
Claro, Dios.
Si intentás hacerte el gracioso, intentá hacerlo bien, no de esta manera.
Claro, no hay Nadine viendo pindrijo.
Esto se podría traducir como no hay nadie viéndote pendejo, pero loco, estamos acá intentando ver algo lindo, no para leer basura.
Exactamente. No, sigamos. Y bienvenido, David. Un gusto verlo acá. En serio, ¿eh? ¿Posta?
Ahora lo está viendo él, por algo puso el comentario.
Claro, obvio. Un grosso el chavo.
We all attacked that with a very happy heart, and we all saw what it was going to look like while working to make it, and that kind of drove us through the hard part of making that episode.
Become different characters, different universe. For doing Star Trek or Star Trek was something we had so much fun doing that.
I'm seeing tests, I'm Katie doing, William Shatner. I mean, I think there's one moment too that we're going to say in the show
Qué buen capítulo armado.
on the show. It did kind of pull it off. It should be noted William Shatner tweeted.
Tranqui, Brian, yo estoy calmado. Al contrario, mejor que comenten. Para mí, los haters para mí son sagrados, así que.
I remember on the day being like, okay, we're doing a little Spock Shatner throwback song. Okay, we'll do like a little Sarah and Ava as Spock and Shatner. And Mark kept pushing us to do in rehearsal like more. I want the cadence more. And Katie and I were like before the take and started YouTube deep for study, like YouTube Googling how William Shatner talks and like how to do the cadence and how to do more. Like I lowered my register of my voice. I mean, it was insane. It was
I did with Sarah being getting abducted by aliens. The writers, what's the sort of Sarah season 6?
Well, I don't know if we want to spoil too much, but I'll say with Sarah way, it's like the kids kind of go crazy. I feel like Sarah's kind of one of the grounding influences on the show. The other might be Dari 1.0, but she's in a totem. Everyone's going a little bonkers in her absence. So we really look at this season in terms of what would it do to people to have Sarah.
And I think, Ava obviously would be a worthy replacement, but she obviously takes Sarah's absence the hardest, and she starts to, get a little bit frayed around the edges as well. So it leaves a bit of a power vacuum, which, unlikely people have to step up to fill.
Don't worry, we're not losing Sarah from this story. We will be tracking.
Se atajó antes por las dudas, ¿eh? Se atajó.
Se atajó, sí. No, Brian, esa es la carta. Vos elegís qué ver. O sea, recién estamos arrancando con esto. O sea, vos elegís qué ver. Es así. Así que no llegaste tarde, nada. No es nada en directo. O sea, vos elegís. Si vos querés ver este, o querés ver el de Flash, o querés ver algún juego, que a mí me estuvieron pidiendo. Ahora después vamos a buscar. Termina este y buscamos a ver si hay alguno de juego.
Me fijo yo si hay.
¿Cómo?
Me fijo yo si hay. Porque como tengo acá abierta la página, puedo buscarlo.
A ver, fíjate. Y de paso ya... después decime más o menos por dónde está. Y si no hay, bueno, seguimos con otra serie. Vamos a hacer así, chicos. Si no hay juegos, vamos a arrancar con los paneles que por ahí mucha gente no conoce acá en Latinoamérica. Que es, por ejemplo, bueno, Legend no es muy... Yo sí lo conozco, mucha gente lo ve, pero por ahí acá en Latinoamérica no es muy vista, que digamos. Así que arrancamos con esa, después arrancamos con... la serie fuerte la vamos a dejar para más tarde. Titans, The Flash, Super Gear, Star Gear la vamos a dejar para más tarde. Black Lightning por ahí la podemos ver ahora también, que no es tan... Vamos a dejar las series grosas, o sea, lo grosso para más tarde. Que por ahí hay gente que está laburando ahora, ¿viste? Como un relleno vamos a hacer ahora. Los que quieran estar, bienvenidos sean. Y los que no, bueno, no. Bueno. Más o menos a partir de las 6, por ahí arrancamos con los fuertes. Aníbal, es ahora el panel de los cómics. Están todos los paneles al mismo horario. Los cómics lo voy a dejar para las 5 de la tarde, lo voy a transmitir yo. Si querés verlo por otro lado, míralo por otro lado. Yo voy a más o menos tipo de las 5, arranco con lo fuerte, digamos. Ahora es todo relleno, prácticamente, lo que voy a ver. Que para mí no es relleno, porque yo amo todo.
bigger and bigger, which is also interesting this season with, you know, trying to be safe and film.
Si no, en la página, Aníbal, en la página de DC Fandom, buscás el videíto, entras ahí y lo ves tranquilo. Ah, gracias, Aníbal, gracias. Sí, ahora vamos a arrancar con las series que no son muy vistas, digamos, acá, ¿no? En Latinoamérica, porque en Estados Unidos es un éxito. Pero acá, que yo, esta, Backlighting, ¿qué más está? ¿Cuál es la otra serie que más o menos, bueno, Doom Patrol también, que no he visto muchos latinos que la siguen?
Titans también.
Pero Titans ya es comercial, esa la dejaría para más tarde. Titans, Stargear, Flash, bueno, Batwoman por el tema de que, bueno, van a mostrar el teaser de la nueva, así que eso lo dejaré para aquí más o menos como para más tarde. Ahora vamos viendo a ver cómo nos manejamos. Pero yo quería arrancar con esta, vamos a arrancar con esta y después vamos a ir. Solo que después de esta, si no está, ¿hay algún juego, che?
Está. ¿Cómo mierda es este juego de.? Está el Injustice.
¿Cuál está?
El Injustice 2.
Sí.
Hay una especie de gameplay del Injustice 2. Y luego tenemos el cómo se hizo del juego, del Injustice. Y luego de eso no hay nada. Pero como está aún los paneles de la primera parte, se pueden ver los que no se pudo ver. O sea, podés volver a ver el tráiler del juego de Batman Arkham, también el juego de la Suicide Squad, y hasta ahí llegamos.
O sea que entonces el único juego que hay es Injustice.
Exactamente. Que dice Latinoamérica. Dice Injustice 2, Showmatch, nada que ver con Tinelli, Showmatch, Latinoamérica / Brasil.
Bueno,
o sea que
Eli Petrelli, que vos me habías pedido, no sé, avísame. Si querés que veamos ese, vemos ese. Sin Justin nada más hay.
Dos.
Yo prefiero dejarlo para después. Pero decime. Ustedes pidan, gente, ustedes pidan. Fíjense, entren en la página o díganme si qué quieren que vea. Yo voy a seguir. Si nadie me dice nada, yo sigo con la serie. Porque yo soy muy seriéfilo.
Was originally planned to be an anthology series. True or false? False. True.
Bill?
Was it an anthology series?
True. Yeah, Katie and Diane were right. It was. It's true. And finally, for this round, Mr. Parker was just a random name that sounded nice. True or false?
It sounds like a true thing.
It's false. False, actually. Mr. Parker is named after Bill's assistant, Ian Parker. For season 1, the only British legend that wears a trench coat is John Constantine. True or false?
False.
False it is, yes, man. That's it also.
Claro, Rip estaba.
Sí.
Symptoms of time travel include all of the following: nausea, vomiting, vertigo, temporary blindness, flatulence, and rare instances bleeding from the eyeballs. True or false?
True.
Verdadero.
Sure.
That is true.
Actually, it's false.
Falso. Nah, dale. Si uno le dolió la cabeza cuando lo vio. Cuando viajaron en el tiempo. Son tramposos.
Hijos de perra.
Ah, ¿viste? Claro. Ava.
George Lucas is responsible for the powers of 2 of the 8 legends. True or false?
George Lucas, verdadero. No, estuvo George Lucas.
Sí, estuvo.
Pero no sé si le dio poderes. ¿Es verdadero? Claro, ¿sí?
Ahí está.
Claro. Claro.
Me indigna este juego, me voy. Chao. Me indigna este juego, no. Chao. Nos vemos.
Eso fue.
Okay, season 3, and I think this is easy one. The team uses totems to put their powers from Elmo and defeat Malice in epic Wampa showdown.
Sí.
True or false?
Verdadero. El viejo de este estuvieron.
Sí.
When Avery recruits Tyson to the
Si tuvieron el viejo de este.
he finds him facing a big
Creo que sí. No me acuerdo. Ya pasó tanto tiempo de eso.
Que Álvaro le hizo el Wally West, la canción de Wally West. Wally West.
Okay, so in a truly meta episode, the team is split into multiple timelines, very similar to TV shows, like Custodians of the Chronology, Sirens of Space Time, The Fellowship of Tomorrow,
Qué buen capítulo.
Now, and Topic of Tomorrow.
Para pensar más. Verdadero.
Yeah, Fellowship of Tomorrow and Kids Up to Now were not real things. Finally, for season 5, Ava's Arts podcast of Serial Killers is called Slay Anything. True or false?
True, isn't it? I don't think so, but that's a good name. Is that the episode name?
That's the episode name.
It's false.
Podcast.
Cisco brought his own dragon microphone when he performed in the season 5 finale.
True. True.
Falso. No tuvo cinco.
Yes, and fan question.
Me están recagando, boludo.
Seco no estuvo en la última temporada. En la 9.
Legends has a lot of
Ah, bueno. Si contás, claro, sí. Si contás el crossover, sí, obvio. Sí, está bien, es verdad. Ah, sí. Si contás el crossover, obvio. Y sí, obvio. Cualquiera, boludo. Si contás el crossover, sí. Estuvieron todos.
Yeah, like Arista teeth, you know, like speak singing.
Next question comes from Argentina.
Epa.
And I guess for the right as well. How has DC's Legends of Tomorrow changed your life?
I was an overnight success. I went from like, you know, a nobody to a somebody. I flew first class for the first time. I got to meet all these incredible people. I got to meet Brandon. I told him the first day I worked with him. I was 12 years old when I saw some returns. And now I'm like, here what you do.
For me, it's like, this is what's kept me playing Constantine and being able to explore that character in ways that I never thought I would ever. Being together, doing the same thing, allows me appreciation for the opportunity that I know is on the clock, like everything is on TV. And I just sort of like, I've never been in a position to where I've been aware of how special it is to feel time.
This time, this strange time that we're all going through, like, not to speak for you guys, but I think I love our show, but I miss our show so intensely right now. And I really hope I never take it for granted that like this time has really made me appreciate it. You know, made me miss what we have, what we built, really, because it doesn't happen. It takes time, I think, and it takes the right group of people, which like miraculously are assembled. You know, season after season.
Makes you so grateful that we have professionals that like care so much about the show that they're willing to push themselves every episode, you know, as if it's the last. It really is precious.
And final question for the writers: what ideas have you had that have been abandoned for one reason or another in terms of storyline for the show?
We always wanted to get Katie to break dance, like in the 80s.
Me muero. La llego a ver y me muero. Lo reconoce.
I think that's all the time we have. Thank you all for joining us for this. It's really fun. For everyone watching, please remember that TV Live Tomorrow, the fifth season, is available now and dropped on DVD and Blu-ray on September 22nd.
Ah, mira.
And then I will be back in this season 2021. Thank you guys.
Legend of Tomorrow. Muy bueno.
Me siento honrado de que la pregunta sea de Argentina. Me siento
¿Viste?
honrado. Fuiste vos, ¿verdad? Vos mandaste la pregunta.
No. Ojalá, pero no. Bueno, a ver. Bueno, The Legend of Tomorrow, nadie quiere el de los videojuegos, así que seguimos. Bueno, vamos con...
Hacete un Excel y tachá de la lista de Legend of Tomorrow, que ya está.
Listo. No, y vamos al de... Vamos al Rayo Negro. Vamos. Miren cómo está el coso, boludo. No, vamos a ver Rayo Negro. No, boludo, ¿qué te hicieron? ¿O no es él? Sí, es él.
No parece, ¿eh?
32 minutos también.
Eso no parece 32 minutos, amigo.
Español. No, no, es el
presentador. Es Meteorman, boludo.
Capó. Capo.
He plays Gambit, and all I got to say about this guy is that he is a method actor. I mean, he sold suits to get this part. So please welcome none other, Mr. James.
Capo, ¿sí o no?
Good. Now, this gentleman plays Painkiller.
Sí, dale, decídanse si lo van a matar o lo van a revivir. A mí me gusta el actor, pero ya basta, dale. Decídanse. No te voy a aplaudir porque no te decidís si te vas a morir o no.
You know, we got the overalls and everything, got the good old bow hat, can't be getting bad shape.
Muere, vuelve a la vida. No, este es un desastre. Por favor, es un desastre este tipo. No puedo creer que lo hayan traído. Todavía güey. No te voy a aplaudir ni en pedo. No.
¿Qué es eso, hermano?
No, ni en pedo te aplaudo. Sos un desastre, flaco. Sos un desastre.
Whoa. This next cast member, she plays Dr. Lynn Stewart. And
la última temporada estuvo bien. La última temporada estuvo muy bien, pero las dos primeras tenía ganas de traspasar la pantalla y darle una piña, de hacerle pa.
The next cast member, she plays Jenny.
Jenny.
She is the baby of the bunch. She started acting when she was 1 year old, doing Shakespeare in the Park.
Vamos. Grosa.
Tell me about your top. I love your top. What is that top?
It's a great clothing line called My Sister's.
Mirá.
All right. Our next cast member, she plays
Thunder.
And she plays Blackbird. She goes far with this character. She robbed a few drug dealers to get into the mind of Blackbird. So please welcome Miss Williams.
Vamos.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I can't complain.
I like your look. What are you TLC? What's your
Todo con el pañuelo, loco.
¿Cómo?
¿Qué tienen todos con el pañuelo en la cabeza? ¿Por qué todos con el pañuelo en la cabeza?
Porque se cubren la cabeza, boludo. En vez de cubrirse la boca, se cubren la cabeza.
Ahí está el negro. Vamos, el negro.
¡Vamos, el negro!
Aplaudo antes de tiempo, porque sí.
¡Claro! ¡Capo! Vamos, Cres. Ídolo.
Es choqueante verlo sin barba, boludo.
¡Qué capo! ¡Genio!
Okay, first question, we're going to go to many questions. This is the first question, ladies and gentlemen. In 1991, what was Halle Berry's first movie in 1991?
¿Cuál?
Oh, how can this is no.
Desastre.
Here's the next question. In what U.S. city in 1996 were the Olympic Games played?
Mira, Cres, ¿eh?
Now this is for anybody. Who was the first woman to win the MVP for the WNBA? Oh,
Lisa Leslie?
was it Cynthia Cooper?
Cynthia Cooper. Pero lo dijo dudando.
I'm going to throw this one to the youngsters of the bunch, but this is going to be a hard one. Where was Will Smith's Fresh Prince character originally from?
Why can't tell about
This was kind of hard for everybody. In the 90s, what was the highest grossing movie?
Titanic.
Yeah.
Titanic, claro. Porque Avatar es del 2000.
You know what? All these questions we do.
Y después, bueno, el de
winner.
Endgame es de ahora.
Christine, Mama,
Not just a great
give a cyber round of applause.
Era una foto cibernética. Bueno, la-
It's having a major impact all across the world. Know that your work really matters on a whole nother level, because sometimes in show business, we can just be, artists on a show, and the show is just funny, or the show is silly, or the show is goofy. It's another thing to have a show that really has real issues in it that impact people that last a lifetime. So it's entertainment, but it's also education. So bravo, bravo to the cast. Bravo, bravo. Thank you. We talk about
Tiene un par de cosas que están muy...
in all shapes and forms. This is for everybody in the cast. Who was the first superhero to make an impact on you? And that can be real or fiction. Like, if I was to say for me, in 5th grade, there was a teacher named James Reed. And that teacher was the first one in 5th grade to believe in me and say, you can do something with your life. And I named the character in Meteor Man after him, James Reed.
wow.
So that's my real connection. So who was that first hero?
My 8th grade English teacher was a man by the name of John Eartha. And one day I was misbehaving in class, and John Eartha brought me over, and I had to sit next to him. He put his shoe on the chair. He was a big guy, and that was kind of his way of letting you know that if you moved around, he was going to kick your butt. He never touched anybody. He was just a very intimidating presence. And he asked the class, who knows who Prometheus was? And nobody knew who Prometheus was, but I had a love of Greek mythology when I was a kid, and I raised my hand, and he looked down and he said, all right, let me know. And I told him that Prometheus brought fire to humanity. He was the god of foresight. He was very impressed with me, and so he let me out of the dungeon, and he invited me to his summer camp where I learned about being an actor.
And John Earther was the only black teacher in my hometown. And he was my mentor, and he's the reason I became an actor.
Mira.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm gonna go to you.
Dale, Brian, nos vemos en un ratito.
And I mean, Robert, you know my dad. I mean, he's a DP back over at Parenthood, and that's where I started. I mean, and that's when I first got into acting. Started off as being an extra, and I mean, just seeing my dad's work ethic and how he treated his crew as the DP, how he treated the cast, and then my mom, because when I was a child actor, there was somebody that was driving me to those cattle calls, driving me to West LA, and you know who it was? She was also taking me to my baseball games and everything else. So that's my Wonder Woman, and yeah, so mama and pops.
My parents have been the ones to teach me everything that I really needed to know, because it's hard. It's hard growing up in this industry. It's easy to get off tracks, but when you have parents that aren't hyping you up exactly, but giving you just the tools that you need from the foundation to be able to handle all of this, because it's a big responsibility, and it's, like I said, it's very difficult as a young person to get caught up in it. So they're the ones who've always been with me, and I know that they always will, and they taught me that God is the one that gives me my opportunities. It's not from getting hired and getting this and getting it's from him. So that's what makes me not afraid to be able to stand up for myself and do those things. So yeah, it's all him.
Christine.
Yeah, my mum, really. Single mum, teenage mum, in a country, didn't speak the language. I honestly, now I'm a parent, I don't even understand how she did that on her own. And she always told me that I could do anything. She never, ever crushed my dream. She drove me to my theatre club. There was no doubt in my mind that I could be whatever I want. I think that's such a powerful message for a child. So definitely mum, but I also do want to give a shout out to Diane Carroll. When I saw her on Dynasty at the age of 10 or 12.
La madre trabajó en Dinastía.
I've never seen someone
What?
so poised, elegant, regal, intelligent, fierce. I've never seen that.
Pensé que yo esa serie la veía cuando era chiquito.
In my life. So Diane Carroll and my mum.
I love it. I love it. Marvin, I'm going to go to you, Pat.
I had a teacher in the 7th grade named Mr. Sherman, and he poured so much positivity into me in regards to my intellect, so much to where he gave me a subject that was World War II and allowed me to study that subject in such depth that he allowed me to teach a course on it in the 7th grade and teach my class. I was able to hold the class. And it really spoke to who I am today, you know, as an orator, why I ended up rapping, why I ended up being on stages, why I ended up now being on television. It really gave me that power. And to look beyond the limitations that, you know, the world had set before me. Wow.
Wow.
The first thing that came to my mind was my grandmother, who rest her soul. We were really, really, she wasn't just my grandmother, she was my friend. And that was really, really important for me as a kid. But she taught me to be kind and God-fearing. And that is something that has carried me throughout my life that I appreciate. So my grandmother first, right? And then I think about why I wanted to be on TV. It was Felicia Rashad on the Cosby Show. I was a little girl, and I was watching this brown woman who looked like me. Her hair was similar to mine. It was sassy and independent, and she was strong, and she had her own career. That was like the first vision for me on TV, and I wanted to be her. I wanted to I was fantasizing I was on the Cosby Show because of her.
Chris, I'm gonna go to you, man.
I had an acting mentor in college. Actually, the first one, he's always considered my mentor. His name was Tom Blank. He was a kind of a surrogate father, but also a champion for me as an actor. But I always go back to Sidney Poitier because, and I didn't even realize it. You know, when a kid, you don't realize it. You just watching it, and almost what came through was power and dignity. Everything he stepped into on the screen is, I'm a human being, and therefore I deserve to be here. Like I breathe like everyone else, so therefore I deserve to be on the at the table.
Robert, you know, to have someone like you on our sets, as someone who has opened those doors and has so much experience and is really been there at the forefront yourself, Georgie, that to me is like, without sounding corny, like you're living heroes to us because you open those doors and you are used as your directors, your writers, your creators. You always have that vision that we as Black creators can do everything, or we should do everything, and we don't need the permission of Hollywood to get things done. So the audience really, when they see, you know, when they see you, when they see Bill and some of the other great veteran actors we've had on the show, that means something. You know, you're icons. So just know that we also, I think I'm speaking for everyone, but
sí, hay muchos actores afroamericanos que son de la vieja época.
Walk around quoting Hollywood Shuffle on a regular. Like, I'm serious. Like, it was like part of our vernacular at that point. I mean, just continuously. I watched it so many times.
Oh, let me say thank you for all that love, because you know, as artists, on the real tip, as artists, it's always been about raising the bar. My mentor when I first got to Hollywood is Sidney Poitier. So it's between Cindy and Harry Belafonte. So it's always about raising the bar. So when I look at what you guys are doing, you do me proud on so many levels, because there's a generation of kids and adults that are learning how to navigate life better because of the life lessons that are in this series. So many people across the world need inspiration and they need hope. And I just want to ask this one simple question. Can you give me one key to success that has made you successful?
Everybody's beliefs are their own, 100%. But what's gotten me through this industry is God, period. Point blank, period. Because when you enter this industry, and not to mention being Black and also a female, you can't fear this industry. You can't fear not continuing to get work or not being able to get work because you're not willing to compromise your morals and your values. You cannot be scared of that. Because if you're scared of that, trust me, you're going to end up in a place that you never wanted to be. And that part is not a part of your dream. It's not a part of it. So God has made me unafraid.
It's literally about finding your purpose and literally living your dream. I believe that's the way to success. That is happiness.
I would just, in one word, I would just say faith. You know, have faith in the unseen. You know, and know that it's on its way. You know, young actors ask me, you know, what do you do? How do you do this? And I've been asked that many, many times over the years. And I try to keep it real simple. And the best tool, the best advice that I can offer them is to look them in the eye, tell the truth. Amen. That's right, huh?
Determination, not quitting, continuing, especially in the industry. Yeah, don't give up and continue.
You know, we are meant to be eternal creatures. And so if you're thinking in the realm of eternity, there's a lot of these things that I toss away because they're not, I'm like, okay, will that mean anything in the realm of eternity? And when you can do that, then you can toss away a lot of the distractions and things that don't really matter, that the world may keep you, want you to get caught up on and keep you off your path.
Right now we are in quarantine, and it's been months and months and months. And we also have Black Lives Matter. It's all, the world is upside down. Quarantine has been a really beautiful thing for me because I've read more books that I didn't have time to read before. I've written a couple of things, and I've kind of taken time to kind of like reset. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful time to reset.
Mucho pasó en lo mismo.
You know, and I understand. I just wanted everybody to weigh in on the state of the world in this current situation. Any thoughts that anybody has about anything?
One of the things that has happened in this last few months is I think it's focused all of us in terms of what matters, what has meaning, what's important, how do I spend my time, who do I spend my time with, what kind of time is it? And I think as a sort of, as a culture, and as a community, and as a globe, we needed to do that. We needed to stop for a second. Then for whatever reason, when we all stopped, we all witnessed the horrendous killing of George Floyd. And I think in that moment, there was nowhere else for anywhere to look. We all had to look. We all had to pay attention. So as hard as this moment is for everyone, I know it's hard for everyone. Trust me, I'm the world's most positive person, and I'm struggling. Despite this sort of poison that we're being exposed to, I believe that human compassion, kindness, we have that above all else. I don't ever think, people that fought, like John Lewis, in his lifetime, I don't think he ever thought he would see as many white people on a civil rights march as black people. That's, something's happening, something's changing, and I don't want to stop fighting, and we won't stop fighting, and I feel like something is happening to us as a society that is profoundly important, and I'm excited. I'm scared, but I'm also excited about what that could be.
I never thought that I would see something like this happen in my lifetime, honestly. I have to talk to my grandfather because my grandfather marched with Martin Luther King. So the fact that he got to see this kind of again, something like this again, was very shocking for him. And it's been kind of overwhelming for me, to be honest, but I don't think that it was a coincidence that this quarantine hit and then, you know what I'm saying, all the Black Lives Matter, all of this stuff started happening in our community. I don't think that it's a coincidence at all.
It was interesting when the quarantine first started going down, and a week felt like a month. It was like, the time was like, it was brutal. And then George Floyd and everything blew up, and it almost like illuminated the opportunity even more. I'm encouraged, but I don't want the work to stop. Like I feel like in the past, I feel like we're here because we did a certain amount of work and it stopped.
Hola, con una paz este tipo.
I want to see us push through and see
Se
that work.
nota.
I've seen how there has been selfishness and I've seen selflessness. And in growing during this time, I feel like I've progressed more to the selfless in ways that you can help, or just being educated and understanding the shoes that other people walk in. And do that when you actually take the time out after you've watched everything that you can, because I mean, look at that. That's a blessing. The fact that we have things to keep us distracted. That we call that, we say we're so blessed, we're so great, America. I mean, like, yo, before America we thought we couldn't get touched. Newsflash.
I'm dropping the mic.
I mean,
it is slow. But like Dr. said, the moral arc of the universe bends towards justice. I'm done.
Okay, so here's a question. This is a question for everybody in the cast. Why do you think people love this show so much?
Truth to power. Power meaning the state of our government, even though we're in a fictitious world, give it a lot of times we become and it speaks to the people who actually live in that. The people in the Black communities see a lot that's the truth of our experience, and it's done in such a way that's fantabulous, if that's even a word, and it I think it resonates not just with our community, but with every community, because it has such dignity and integrity.
And also it's a good time for a lot of people to learn about our experience.
We stay true to the moment of what's happening, that people are able to use our show as a mirror. And like we kind of said, learn from that.
This show, out of the superhero shows, it feels real.
we provide that hope, not just through superhero saving the day.
Sí, porque hay algunos guiones que son tan profundos. Sí, eso es cierto.
Let's have a discussion about next season. And this is for everybody. Where would you want to see your characters go? Like, is there something in particular? I mean, you guys have tackled a lot of themes and a lot of subject matter. Is there anything that, you know, you would go like, yeah, I want Celine to think about this, I want to think about that. Is there anything you would think about for your character?
I would really like to not be drunk or on a drug.
Sí, por favor, que cambie, por Dios. Que empiece a... Hasta ella misma te lo dice, boludo. Hasta ella misma te lo dice, la actriz lo dice.
You know, when I was on set, you broke my heart in that bedroom. You and Joe were going to each other. I thought y'all were fighting for real. And you were like, no, I'm on the green stuff.
Hasta la misma actriz se lo dice, es buenísimo.
To watch you
Es que está yendo por un camino de mierda.
You know, I think you're showing your range on a whole nother.
Thank you so much. No, I feel I'm so lucky that I get great materials there. I have no complaints as an actor.
Jordan, talk to me. You've been alive, you've been dead.
Soy yo, boludo.
Es un descanso constante.
O sea, todos pensamos igual.
James, I'm going to go to you. Gamby, what would you like to see Gamby? Where do you want him to go? He's an interesting guy because he's like this genius of genius.
Sí.
I mean,
este es uno de los personajes que más se respetan. Junto con Black Lightning. Son los dos que más se respetan.
Unknown. See Gamby maybe have a girlfriend.
¿Por qué no?
Gamby had a kid that he reunites with that having not seen him for 25 years or something.
So what do you think? Where do you want to go with your character? I mean, because you got dual personalities already. What do you think?
So I like the idea of Celine always staying relevant and staying true to what's going on. So I definitely want to see some of what's happening in our world and some of what's happening today. I just want us to always stay on trend with that, and knowing Celine will.
Marvin, where do you want Tobias to go? What's in this diabolical mind, or do you want to flip the script on it?
I would like to flip the script a little bit.
Sí.
I'd like to get it back into politics. You know, from outside of the underworld back into the mainstream of society, and hopefully doing some good, which I'm sure it'll end up being for his own narcissistic gain, and it'll be for the bad ultimately in the end. But I would like for a time to be doing.
Boludo, el villano de la tercera temporada lo dio vuelta como un... Le pasó el trapo.
Not more permanent, more serious, and you can see the backstory of it develop.
But I want Marvin to have it all, or Tobias to have it all, so that when Khalil comes to take it away,
oh my God!
I just want to put that out there. Last season, was that the first time that Lynn and Tobias started to work together?
I mean, that was the first time.
Es verdad, es la primera vez.
Black Lightning came and started rescuing me. I was working with Lynn. Lynn knocked me out, so let me shut up with that. And then I was sent back into my asylum.
Chris, I'm gonna go to you. Where do you see Jefferson going? I mean, this man has fought the community, fought everybody, it's righteous, gets a little confused. Where do you think he could go?
Well, what I would like to listen to
Pregúntenle del multiverso, hijo de puta.
That's probably the thing I'm most proud of is the educational aspect of the show.
The audience has a lot of questions.
Hay una pregunta del público.
So we want to open this fandom up for them to questions. And so, do some of you guys have questions the audience has asked you to read?
I have one.
Okay. Where's it from?
Pomona in Australia actually. Is Jennifer going into the other dimensions again in Crisis on Infinite Earth this season?
Ahí está, gracias.
I actually have no idea what's in store for the next season. So I really don't know. I don't know if we're gonna see the other Jennifers. I'm not sure, but I kind of hope so because it was really fun being a part.
I have a question here from Asante in the United States. She asks, do Black Lives Matter activists for the superheroes more often now that everyone's on the same planet? And is there a possibility of 50% being resolved? I would like to. I mean, honestly, as a nerd, seeing the whole table of superheroes, like, I got chills. It would be cool to be like Justice League out. You know, that would be awesome. So I would love it.
¿No puede volar el hijo de puta?
I was not a fan of him alone. So, I mean, that's still sucks.
I got a question though, Robert. I just got one from Lennon.
No pueden decir, no dicen nada, hijos de puta, no dicen nada.
I don't know.
Solo quedó con Flash.
You trying to let me high on the roof.
You have a cost in my place, buddy. I have a question from Fofo in Canada. She's asking if Grace will have her own costume made like Andy in season 4.
Oh, please.
It'd be an honor and a privilege to create a costume for Grace. And if that's what the creatives choose to do on the writing side of it, she sure will.
I do have a question from Karina in France, and she wants to know, will we ever see Anita and Grace get married on the show? We always did. Always did. I messed it up. Yeah.
Cierto, es verdad.
So we'll see. I would like to see where that love could go.
I got a question from Melissa in Canada. She wants to know if Tobias Harris and some more bad guys are going to try to come to the old crew. I hope. On this side, I hope I can pay. I can pay Andy to give me some kind of serum to bring her back or something like that. Ended up playing the role. She sure was a good partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a wonderful time with all of you. I want to give a cyber round of applause to the cast of Black Lives. And let me just say this. This has been truly a treat to be with you guys, and I see why the show is successful. But then when the audience gets to meet your spirits and see who you are as people, I think it elevates the show to an even higher level. So thank you so much for participating today, and to everybody out there, please continue to support, watch BC Fandom. Signing off. Round of applause.
Bueno. Compralo hoy mismo. Bueno. Bueno, a ver, esto es a la carta, vamos a ver. Ya vimos el de Legend, ya vimos el de Black Lightning. A ver. Todos los supervillanos. Tenemos el de Batwoman acá. Ese podríamos verlo. ¿Y cómo la estás pasando, Maxi? Contá algo. ¿Estás callado?
Porque estoy atento a leer.
¿Qué te está pareciendo los paneles por ahora?
Bastante bien. Y sigo diciendo, el punto fuerte que arreglaron el tema subtítulos como tenía que haber sido la primera vez.
¿Viste? Al fin. A ver. Acá está el tema de lo de Injustice.
Hay un panel de Lucifer, boludo.
Sí. Este podríamos verlo ahora. A ver, el de Pennyworth.
Yo no miro la serie de Pennyworth, así que como que sería medio al pedo que lo vea.
Superman and Lois. Bueno. El Flash. El Flash, con el extendido. A ver. Bueno. Vamos con el de Pennyworth, así ya lo vemos ahora y después dejamos los platos fuertes, Lucifer y todo lo demás. Porque creo que es el panel que menos interesaría, digamos.
A mí no me interesa Pennyworth, te interesa a vos. Yo no sigo la serie.
Claro, por eso. Bueno, ¿me acompañás?
Te acompaño, pero tengo que ir al baño primero, porque me estoy aguantando.
Bueno, le doy play y
Sí,
lo ves. Le doy play y lo vas viendo. Bueno, vamos con Pennyworth. Así ya después vamos con los platos fuertes. A ver qué dicen los niños. Son 19 minutos duran.
Welcome to DC Fandom. My name is Sarah Prudham from IGN.com and you're watching Pennyworth. Joining me today on the staff of Pennyworth, Jack Panther, Ben Aldridge, Alona Bates, and Emma Payne, along with executive producer and creator Bruno Haller and executive producer and director Danny Camden. Welcome everyone. So season 1 wrapped up back in September, which now seems like 100 years ago. But I want to start by looking back at kind of the genesis of the show and some of the biggest moments of the first season. So I guess Bruno will kick off with you. Coming off Gotham, what made you decide you wanted to tackle Alfred's story? What was the kind of key fascination with that character?
The key thing there was that we've got this character who is central to the Batman Gotham mythology. Literally one of the most famous characters in the world, but no one really knew anything about his backstory. He's kind of ran on his own and known to himself. So when you have a character like that has this very vivid presence, it just seemed natural to make what another one. How did I say yes? So I decorated
Danny, as the director of the first 2 episodes of the finale, you should know, you got to kind of establish the look and the tone of the series. So can you tell us a little bit about how you and Bruno kind of found the right vibe and the right aesthetic for it?
Being a DC property, you have this freedom to work within fantasy and independent reality. And as long as we kept our feet on the ground and everybody could relate to what they're watching and remember what they were watching, like Bruno said in the script, you can go 13 degrees different. That opened us up and gave us freedom to be a bit more creative with the world that Alfred would inhabit.
Jack, since the show is obviously a prequel to other portrayals of Alfred that we've seen, I read that you guys kind of tried not to lean too heavily on the comics or kind of other portrayals that had come before because they were actually coming after, beyond the kind of a slight maybe to Michael Caine. So was there a certain point in season 1 where you really felt that the character was your own, where you realised, right?
I think it was later on in the body of the series, probably somewhere in episodes 2, 3, that I really started to find the rhythm I felt, and it got to the stage where Bruno's writing so good that I was able, coupled with my greater understanding of the character as it went on, I think I was almost able to kind of not learn my lines, but kind of guess what he might say, and that for me was
That was cool.
because I'm lazy. It was quite appropriate. He's being modest because actually when he walked into the table room, up until the table room, he was Jack Banner, he walked into the table room and it was uncanny he suddenly had the cool authority of the classic Alfred character.
I saw Jack in a suit, and I opened the stage doors, and I said, Jack, do your walk. Because we got a silhouette shot of Jack walking just towards camera, and something clicked for me then, and that walk actually made it into the title design.
I was going to say the title sequence is so beautiful, it sets the scene so well for the tone of the show. And obviously, Albie really went through the ringer in season 1 between kind of losing Esme and having to shoot his own father. It was quite a journey. So I'm curious kind of how you feel this trials and tribulations shaped him over the course of season 1 and what your favourite part actually was for him.
The way I sort of viewed it was you kind of go from a voice for an actor, you know, the pilot knocking about and he's still at home and his parents have a lot to do with it. If I had to pick one, I think episode 3, when I'm with Emma, with Arthur Kane in the aircraft, he goes outside and there's the issue with the woman outside and then he comes back in and he's blah, 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 and he's 2 steps ahead of everybody there. And that for me, as an actor as well, was a moment where I was like, actually, this is him in a nutshell. He's got it all sorted long before anybody's even tried to, you know, outdo it.
Then one of the most interesting scenes in season 1 from my perspective came from kind of confronting his dark side, if you want to call it that, as he kind of faced kind of approach that scene, and whether you feel like there are any lingering repercussions from that brush with the devil.
I'm still very angry about it, yeah. And that was a real surprise to me. I remember I saw that cover and reading it, I was like, wow, okay, I definitely didn't know it's headed in that direction. And then filming it, we actually, I think in that sense, we had 2 different endings of that episode. Without saying this, Bruno, one where Thomas strangled him and then burnt him alive after filling his mouth with film reel, and another where he almost kills him and then he consumed by this rage and then he stops himself just for that moment. So I didn't know for ages how that was which one we were going to do. Obviously, we filmed both versions.
Emma, I love that the show is kind of expanding Martha's backstory beyond her just being kind of the catalyst for his eventual, career turn as Batman. So I'm curious kind of how much you know about her past as it stands now, either in terms of what Bruno's let you in on or what you kind of come up with yourself to inform her character and how you're kind of tracing out her trajectory.
Well, she's not in the comic flow, any of them. She's going through them. One, there's like so many different versions that I found it not entirely helpful to go off that rather than look on the page and what creative, because you'll kind of get your mind into knots about what you're playing when actually they're on the page. And 2, she's not in it that much. She's only there as Bruce's mother.
Sí, es verdad, en los cómics no hay mucha historia de Marta.
But I think that's what's so great about the show, is seeing more than that for both her and Paul.
When the female characters in the show, like, it's important to sort of contextualise historically when we're in the 60s, we're talking about a time of change, like there was time for the feminist movement and there was like a women's liberation movement at that time. And obviously like America was a bit further ahead of the UK in that. So I think when I watch it and I see Martha Kane, like she's like so kind of like comfortable in her own skin, she makes decisions in a way that it slightly offsets some of the British female. Like I know from my perspective, I'm a bit torn between what I'd like to be as a British woman and what I am able to be on the social level, and I feel like I like the playing of the differences between that when I watch it, like American and British.
Yeah, the dichotomy is so great, and I think that it just speaks to the kind of strength of this writing that like all the so vivid and well realized, twisted in their own ways, some of them, and just so deeply layered that there's not for a moment this is just Batman's mom and that's all there is to it. That extra context is just so fascinating. Paloma, you obviously kind of leading on from that, you have the kind of double-edged sword of playing a character who isn't in the comics. You don't have any expectations, but there's also no kind of particular source material you can delve into if you want to be an idea.
Luxury. It also, I can definitely be killed.
Those are the kind of actors that writers and directors love.
Well, what was that like for you? Was it kind of liberating to have that free reign, and did you have kind of any input into shaping who that ended up being? Because she was just one of my favorite characters, period, for years.
I based the way that I wanted to look on this famous Islam gangster's wife. When I met this woman, I felt like she was vulnerable because she was very threatened by me, but she was also really hardened and damaged. And women who've experienced the old hard knocks tend to come across maybe as more threatening or more angry, when actually they're usually more the victims than the softer women. So I sort of wanted to play her quite hard, but in my back of my head I know that this was damaged.
I was going to say, there's such a vulnerability to her beneath the violence, just the kind of craving that she has for this family unit that she kind of ends up creating, which is just so fascinating.
This is classic Paloma, actually, because that's the sociological exploration character. But what she does is make all that stuff very funny and fun to look.
Well, Bruno, speaking about the kind of strong female characters in the show, I have to ask about the season 1 episode titles. Because apart from the first 3, the rest all kind of pay homage to iconic real life era. So I was curious why.
Mira, eso no me lo había prestado atención.
Give us any hints about what the episode titles in season 2 might follow in terms of themes.
So I started just for my own self, like, you need some kind of thing, so this Alma Coconut and all that. And then it was just like, oh, I could do it. Yeah, I'm afraid there's nothing more mysterious in that than that.
I like it. Because I was watching with my parents, and they were like, maybe Penelope. So let's talk season 2. You guys, I think, had started filming before the pandemic halted production across the world. So, Bruno, can you give us kind of a preview of the arc of the season and how it might differ from season 1?
Yeah. Season 2, he's now, you'll see the difference, he's a harder, more sort of...
¿Ya está hecha? A esperar entonces.
Basically, after what's happened, he's desperate to get out of London and start the mythical life that we know he had in America. But he's got family ties, he's got loyalties in London, so he's basically torn between freedom, which for him is America, and all the old ties and lines that keep him in London. But then that's essentially his journey through season 2.
Me gusta, me gusta. Me gusta. Que sobrevisto. No me spoileé. Ya era obvio. Es Bruno, o sea, Bruno es Thomas. No puede morir todavía. Después, vamos a ver. Uy, qué bueno. En esta temporada está en la duda si viaja o no a Estados Unidos. Y seguro que termina así. Que viaja a Estados Unidos, seguro. ¡Ah, sí! Aguante, aguante, Alfie. Aguante, Alfie. ¡No! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. ¡No! ¡Tenemos el pequeño Bruce!
Oliveira from Brazil asks, what is the possibility we will get to see more Batman-related or DC characters?
Buena pregunta, ¿verdad?
In season 2.
Yeah, I guess I could say little bits of Batman stuff that's coming. I don't want to talk about, but that stuff is best left as a surprise, and those who get it, those
Opa.
Batman mythology character that is coming that is in this season is also
¡Oh!
Nick from Canada asks, was the choice to make Arthur a spy taken from a comic book, or was it an original decision?
everything I do in my life is taken from comic book. No, it was an original decision because, as Emma said earlier, Martha was very underserved.
Sí, no, casi nada. Sí. Cambió totalmente en la serie, le dieron un re personaje. Claro.
Franco from Chile asks, based on Alfred's experience and knowledge, if he wanted to, could he be a villain capable of defeating Batman physically and mentally?
Yes.
Hija de puta.
Yeah, of course he could. He's taught Batman everything he knows, so he could quite easily gain the upper hand and defeat Batman if he wanted to.
The final, Jason Kane from the United States asks, the set design and costumes were amazing, really bringing the world to life. Could you tell me a little bit about the process behind it?
I think we just, again, you don't just hire talented people, you hire people that really feel passionate about it.
No, qué buena que se viene la segunda temporada, boludo. Tenemos el pequeño Bruce y tenemos a Lucius. Y el problema de si viaja o no viaja. Sabemos que va a viajar, pero...
And we build this palette that we use from that point onwards. Very much like actors finding their character. Your production designer finds his world, your costume designer finds their world. And it's tricky, it's really painstaking in the first few episodes, but once everybody gets it and we're all in the same world at that point, then the flair comes and then people start making risks, taking risks and going off book a little bit, and that's what things that really exciting, like season 2.
I have to say as well, for my point of view, not speaking about all the pilot and the camera test and watching the other departments find their the costume and the look of it all was very helpful for us as well. And I think the final piece of the puzzle almost was just stepping onto the sets and what Bruno had written down was so perfectly realised, physically that for me, stepping onto the sets and going, actually, I can get where this is pitched now. That was very useful, yeah.
Thank you to all the fans for sending those in. Great questions. We're going to wrap things up with a rapid fire question round that we're calling anything or thoughts. So we want you to just, I know, hold your applause. Here we go. So we just want you to answer the first thing that pops into your head. So kind of in order to just kind of keep it quick. So we'll start with Jack. If you had a superpower, what would it be?
Flying. Telekinesis.
Fine.
Invisibility.
I'd like to be flying visibly.
Todos son volar, boludo. ¿Cómo pegó Superman, Spike le mandó. Dejo. Oh.
Status quo.
I could change mine to pink floor.
It's supposed to be rapid fire.
Sorry, I was thinking.
What is your go-to karaoke song now?
We've all been to karaoke together.
We went to karaoke twice in LA.
You didn't sing anything, Jack. You ran away and you stood on the street.
Hey, come on. I said I don't do karaoke, and then I had to have the microphone out of my hand. You sang a fair bit. I didn't sing this, but I'm quite good at Snoop Dogg Drop It Like It's Hot. Probably similarity, what's that?
White Rabbit, I think it's an airplane. And there's a lot of pictures of me doing it, and I was like the angriest karaokeer in the land. I don't think I really got the bottom of it. I was just sort of breathing it at my grandma.
Y pensar que ahora esta serie es canónica. Porque entra en el multiverso.
Jack, stop walking.
It's a very short list of songs you can do. It's either Sweet Caroline or Awful Good and Blues or My Way.
Final question then is from Pennyworth season 2 in one word.
Opa.
Non-existent at the minute. I would say war.
Unfortunately, all we have time for, so I want to thank the cast and producers of Pennyworth so much for taking
¿Por qué dijo guerra?
and thank all of you at home for watching. I can't wait to see what Pennyworth season 2 has in store. Bye everyone.
Yeah. See you guys soon. Bye guys.
Pennyworth.
Así que pusieron a
Sí,
Marta
pusieron
Boy.
a Thomas y a Marta. Pusieron a los dos. Sí, sí.
¿Qué tool?
Bueno.
Y también en eso tiene razón. La hicieron mierda a Marta. Nunca se mencionó una
No, nada.
puta historia.
Nada.
Más allá del Flashpoint, que ahí es el Guasón. Pero bueno. Pero luego, nada. ¿Qué sabíamos? Que era una mujer que era buena madre. Hasta ahí llegamos.
Ah, qué zarpado, boludo.
¿Qué sigue ahora? Doom Patrol, Los Titanes, Stargirl.
Estaría como para arrancar.
Yo
Porque
te
ya
sigo.
hicimos 2 de la Roverso, una normal. Podríamos hacer 2 de la Roverso ahora.
O dos
Universe.
del DC Universe. O sea,
Y
Titans y
Stargirl.
Doom
Bueno,
Patrol.
ahora Stargirl a CW, pero.
Stargirl.
Vamos con Stargirl. ¿No? Tenemos Harley Quinn también, mirá.
Te aviso que yo te voy a decir.
No
vi la serie animada de Harley Quinn tampoco. Te dije, estoy desconectado. Y te voy a decir que yo te sigo hasta que terminemos todas las series. Luego en tema cómic yo me retiro. Porque ya me aparté del mundo cómic. Y no tiene sentido que veas paneles de cómic.
Bueno, a ver. Bueno, este lo podemos ver porque olvídate. Esto podría verlo yo solo.
Aparte ya la vi.
Sin. Y sí, vamos con Stargirl. ¿Dónde estás? Vamos con el panel de Stargirl. Y vamos a hacer todas las series. Olvídate. Hacemos todas las series. Vamos con Stargirl.
También está la de Destro, dijeron que estaba buena.
31 minutitos dura.
Welcome to BT Fandom. My name is Leah Thompson, and you are watching the Star
La madre de Matty McFly.
Sí, dirigió un capítulo de Stargirl.
Connection to Stargirl, as I directed episode 7, Shield Part 1. So, I am absolutely thrilled to join my friend Jeff Johns and the whole cast.
Oh, está Jeff Johns.
Yay, for Stephen. We have with us today the creator of
Capo, ídolo.
Nuestro Dios. Bombonazo. Oh, Yolanda. Bueno, por el momento estoy ahí.
Barbara, played by Amy Smart. So great to see you guys.
Oh, no está Owen.
So,
we're gonna play a little game, because that's what we do here in COVID land, right? We play a little game on Zoom meeting, right? So, Angelica, we're gonna have to ask you to share your powers with us as we play a little game called Things Dr. Midnight Knows About Me. So you're all gonna get on.
Ay, no, me muero.
And we're gonna learn
Ya te facha,
Alta facha, Joff.
all right, Jeff, let's start with you.
Upa.
Our fearless leader. What are 5 things that Dr. Midnight would know about you?
5 things. Okay, I'll try and keep these somewhat Star Wars related for fun. For those who've seen the show, thank you for watching the show very much. We all worked really hard on it. We're really proud of it and excited that we're going on season 2, which is awesome. One of the things you'll see in the first episode, if you haven't watched it, you probably have, is I have this big boy keychain. And I actually, when I grew up in Detroit, there was a big boy on my street corner. So we used to walk. My dad would take all the kids there, and we just have ice cream and burgers and stuff. So it's a place I remember fondly. And moving out to LA, there's a big boy in Burbank.
Oh, mira.
Big boy's kind of special meaning to me. Related to food, because I have food. I worked in a restaurant for 4 years in Michigan. And so when Pat cooks, a lot of what I enjoy about cooking, I love cooking. I gave Pat, I like that Pat cooks. I like that he's good cook in the house. I like the episode where Barbara's freaking out. Can't get dinner ready for 8 people. And
Boludo, tiene todo el corazón de él de acá.
To cars from my very first small stick farm, nice stick. And originally, when I wrote Stars and Stripes, #1, I had envisioned that Pat built a robot that he controlled remotely from the house. He wasn't inside it. Someone told me, oh, they just did a robot story somewhere. So I said, oh, well, why don't I have Pat actually pilot the robot? And it's changed the whole concept because Pat is with Courtney there. And I don't know, I don't think it would have worked nearly as well if I hadn't had Pat and Courtney in the same space. He was back home remotely controlling the robot. So that was kind of a happy little accident. And then finally, Cindy, in the comic books, originally her father wasn't going to be Dragon, but a villain named from DC fans, a villain named Cobra. So those are things that I'm predicting.
That is awesome. That is really good. Those are so cool. Those are great.
Yeah.
Wow.
So now we have to go to Stargirl. Right? What do you got?
Mine are a lot more concise. Dr. Midnight would know that Breck was a mathlete for 4 years, gold medalist. She liked to trick people into eating her amazing gluten-free baking. I also like it. She dreams of traveling to New Zealand. She recently found a coffee addiction while filming Stargirl.
No!
And this is a fun little Stargirl fact. Stargirl and Breck were both seen on Earth for the first time in 1999. Year I was born, year Stargirl was first seen in a comic.
Same exact one, May.
See, it wasn't May 1999 because the comic book I have says June.
Yeah, the comic books always have like the dates a little bit off because for the newsstand it was like take it off and I don't know exactly how it works, but it was released in there.
So
Me vuelvo loco, boludo.
Vamos, era conexión directa. Conexión directa.
Boludo, me vuelvo loco. Tiene mucho en común.
Yes. Well, I took it more personally for the most part. So Dr. Midnight knows that I'm an introvert and that most times I'd rather be reading a book at my house than at a party. Another one was I was ballerina for 10 years.
Oh my gosh. That's going fast, so.
I was ballerina, and the other one is I have a doll eye.
Hola, Po, ¿cómo andás? Sí, yo estoy re loco.
I am a certified Kundalini yoga teacher.
Cool.
I did not know that. My last little trivia fact is my character Barbara is named after Jack's real life model Barbara.
Aww.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, that is true.
Thanks, Dr. Midnight.
All right, Yvette. Oh, hello. Okay, so my 5 facts that Dr. Midnight knows about me is that one of our first hangouts, mine, Brack, and Angelica's, was when I went apartment shopping with them. And it was so fun because it was the first time we were hanging out, and it just was a bonding moment. Number 2, I randomly took a picture of the Wildcat comic online in 2014, and I sent that to you. Remember that?
Yeah.
And now I'm Catholic, and it's all, years later, so that was kind of crazy. Number 3, the first time I learned about anyone being celiac was with you guys, with Breck and Cameron. So you taught me about that. Number 4, I was notoriously known on-set and off-set to have my phone, and that's because in high school I wanted to be an editor and work in special effects. So I knew I always had to capture those moments so that I could edit it together and later on it paid off, which it did. Totally paid off now, right?
Totally. You have the best videos.
They are great.
And thanks, guys. And number 5, Brack and I, towards the end of the season, we would go in the trailer and watch reality TV, remember? I think that was a great bonding experience for us. So that's the win. Yeah. All right. Cameron.
Okay.
Ooh, you're up.
Yes.
Woo!
Okay, 5 things that Dr. Midnight knows about me. The first one is that I plan to buy a camper trailer and drive to all 419 U.S. national parks in the course of this next decade in my 20s. And I have a little fun for it that Stargirl is helping pay for. Second, as a kid, I was always dressed as a superhero, and as a result, I was always getting injured because I was the world's biggest parts. And my 7th and 8th birthday parties, I had superhero gymnastics parties. And the first year, I was Batman, and I ran into a balance beam, and I had to get stitches. And the second year, I was Spider-Man, and I missed the foam pit off of the zip line, and I fell on my face. So I left that year too. And both years they ate my cake. So my third fact is that as a kid, I thought that Tarzan was a superhero, and Tarzan is my favorite superhero because I love swing sets more than anything. I'm 100% sure I can talk to animals, and yeah, I want to live in a treehouse in the jungle. So, yeah, and that goes to my 4, which is that I do want to travel the world making documentaries for animals.
Yeah.
For the conservation. That's super important to me, and it was my Tarzan dream. And then my 5th is that I've never worked with anyone that had celiac or type 1 diabetes, and I found such a magical partner and it's amazing breath, and that support was life-changing.
Okay, so what does Dr. Midnight know about Dr. Midnight? Angelica.
Well, I feel like Dr. Midnight, actually I know Dr. Midnight knows everything because that's me. So, all things, but some 5 fun facts that I love, things that some people may not know, but Breck and I actually got to live together the entire time of filming season 1 of Stargirl, and we'll do it again season 2 because we're so excited. Yay! 2, I actually bonded with Cam the most on set because we were both obsessed with Hamilton the musical, which now the world is finally able to see, and we sing it all the time, all day in our trailers, on set, whenever. We know every word. I mean, don't let us hold me to that, but we know a lot of the words, and it's really great. It's my favorite thing ever. The third thing is when not filming on set of Stargirl, on our days off or on weekends, I actually would color my hair often, usually with hair chalk. But right now I have this reddish blue thing,
and I was actually inspired by Starfire. So I really wanted to, I just love her and love Titans. And so I was like, I'm going to color my hair like hers because she's awesome. And the last one to tell you is that my favorite thing to do with my cast ever, the one thing we do the most when not filming is eat. Bar taco! Yeah. Bar taco! Love bar taco.
And I do the replays.
Oh no! Chicken piggy, all of them. But surprise, I did all my fun facts. Leah, what does Dr. Midnight know about you?
Leah. Surprise. Well, Dr. Midnight would know that I love you all. You're amazing. This is an amazing cast, and it was such an amazing experience working with all of you. You work so hard. The show is so great. It's so uplifting, and I think it's for fun. I just had the best time. You're all so great. So I know that Dr. Midnight would know that about me. I love each and every one of you. Let me think. I have a valid answer too, but I'm not a yoga teacher. And my nickname is Mini Pork.
I know.
Cool. Don't know why. My nickname.
Mini pork.
Like the meat?
I don't know. It's just Mini Pork. And I have a tractor that's 35 years old that I drive, but I can drive. Yeah. And I have I have 5 horses and 32 chickens, a rooster, 3 dogs, a bunch of really fat boys. They're really happy. And so every day I have to put the chickens away, and I always tell myself because the coyotes get them. So someday if you see me with a broken arm, it's because I'm trying to gather the chickens. I'm not a great chicken whisperer, is my thing. But let's see, that's something. I'm the youngest of 5, and I like to paint and sing and direct and meet you all. So that was 5, right?
That was so
great.
great.
So good. More work of that.
That was great.
So good. That was so fun learning about you guys. We should do this more often. So now we're going to revisit one of the most intense moments from the epic last episode. So.
Esto solo
My turn.
Whoa, that was so good.
Tremendo.
How did you do that?
That was crazy. How did you do that?
My favorite part is like, I don't have time for this.
Love it. How much strength left do you think you had with when you just like, ooh?
I don't know. I had 5 minutes.
No.
Yeah, I had 5 minutes, and my past wife is in trouble, Amy is in trouble, and I'm like, go get your lady. I got this. I got 5. That's how that.
So good.
Yeah.
I love seeing Grundy.
Yeah, Grundy, I got to give Andrew Warlock and Joe props, the VFX team, and Kevin Struckton over there. But they just made such a cool Grundy that's so true to the comic books. His strike was awesome, and that fight was a lot of fun. I never thought I'd be able to see a live action strike versus Sonic Grundy, but that was cool.
So cool.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So cool. It's just amazing what you guys can do. actors with all their, you know, commitment to the special effects is really sells everything.
Yeah, Breck had a whole thing with the staff. She had to learn how to make the staff come alive when it wasn't there.
It's like puppetry almost. It covered puppetry. How was camp? Was this like your first time fighting something that wasn't there?
Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah. No, for sure. It was. I mean, I had a big green pickle, and that's a big. You didn't see that? Yeah, a big green pickle with a sad face on it. And that was my gundy. So thankfully I had something to hit, and I had the amazing sense, you know, and they could advising me on like how to get power to these punches. But yeah, I had a big green pickle.
I always think there should be a special Emmy or Academy Award for trying to perform with a big green pickle. It's so much harder.
It's so much harder. And it was sad. It had a sad face. That distracted me. And I was like, it's clearly bummed out, and I'm hitting it. Like, I wish it had like an angry face, you know?
I hope we get to see more of those epic battles in the next season. I'm sure we will. What do you think, Jeff?
Oh yeah, I'm excited for people to see more of Randy. He's not gone just yet. Cameron knows what we're gonna do. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's a cool story idea.
No, vuelve Grundy, boludo.
Amazing job. You guys all did such a gorgeous job in acting, fight scene, production. Like watching every single person that we work with show up in suits and like clash with each other. I think it's such a cool way for our show to end. Like everybody was so great.
I was screaming at the TV. It was so exciting.
I love it. On the edge of my seat, like every moment, like what's happening next? What's happening next? So good.
And it's such a treat to see it when it's finally done because it's so different than the actual experience of doing it, isn't it?
I'm excited about going back for season 2 because I feel like now I have a better picture. Like I know what strike fighting will look like. It's like, see?
Yeah, when you read the script and then you see it on TV, for me it's just so different. I'm like, wait.
You guys see Jurassic World when the end the two like T-Rexes fight each other? Yeah, that's what this fight felt like. Like, the two biggest, craziest, like.
Y los efectos no estuvieron nada mal. Nada mal.
So, like, larger than life. And then you like cockpit and all of us in there, like, it's just such a masterpiece of a scene.
Bueno, la productora de los efectos dicen que es la misma que hace los efectos para el cine.
Oh.
O sea, no contrató ningún boludo.
Whoa, I see. Jeff, I know what the people want to know. Will I have Booty season 2?
I love Booty. I love that. Wait for time to do that. We will definitely be talking about Booty at some point.
We're going to have some fan questions, all right? So this is from Daniel. Who would win a fight, the old JSA or the new JSA? Jeff, I think you should answer this. What do you think?
Well, it'd be weird to see them fight. So, but it all depends who. This is a cop-out answer, but it's true. It depends who's on the team. Like, I would hate to see this. I think that's a much bigger question. I think the question is, would they ever fight and why?
What if it was the original, like, you know, how Wildcat Hourman,
Wildcat Hourman versus Hourman.
Yeah.
So cool.
That
sounds really cool.
I would never fight Chuck a day in my life.
Yeah, I know. I thought we were just talk.
You can outsmart each other.
I would assume that the younger generation would be faster and more limber. I assume that like the older peeps are sore and the joints are.
Hijo de puta,
Hijo de.
qué basura. Es una basura.
Old people or young people play tennis, the young people are running around and the old people are just hitting the shot.
And more strategic. Yeah.
They have more experience, so they like know what to do.
I taught my dad I'd call it a fake truce with him so that he thought we were cool, and then
Tremendo hijo de puta. Tremendo traidor, hijo de puta.
Mal, boludo.
I'd rather Daniel. I would rather. What would the two teams have to team up to fight? How big would that part have to be for both teams to come together? That would be cool.
So this is from Carla. What do you guys do during breaks? I think we would dance a lot. Remember this one, guys?
Yep.
That was a good one.
We eat a lot. Lots of eating, horse crafting.
Yeah.
Lots of coffee. We love coffee runs. We love coffee.
We were always on the river or the lake. We went to water sources.
We hang out outside and stuff too. Dancing, once again, I guess we dance here, right?
Kind of dance on and off.
We danced at gas stations.
Bueno, acá está el éxito de Stargirl. Se llevan muy bien. Eso es importante en un equipo de laburo.
To use their pool because their apartment had a pool and ours didn't. And we would just literally, we befriended other people who lived there so we could show up and use their pool. But they would also let us use it, like, if they were there. But if they were like on set filming, we would just go.
It was all about just cutting out the middleman. Like, we don't have to see anymore.
That's crazy.
I remember, I was talking to Chris about this. I remember there was a day where he was like on a phone call on his balcony, and I was just down there like having a drink with my hat on. And he saw me and he's like, and he called over and he was like, did you invite me? And he just shows up now. And then they got like, I think that was just the first time. We had waterfall ball. We invented an Olympic sport at that pool because it had a very specially crafted fountain that was an L shape and then ran water down. So you throw a ball into it and you try to time it and you jump and touch it. It's very difficult. I did it once the whole time.
You also taught the neighbors that game.
I think since we all dance so much, and obviously Amy's character, Amy is a ballerina, I think we should have a dancing sequence at some point where we all do ballet or something.
A musical episode?
No, not a musical episode.
No, un musical ni en pedo.
It's like ballet, singing, and Bartle's the teacher, and we're just like pretending to be part of the class, and then we go and keep fighting time.
That's a great season 9 idea. A great
Novena temporada. Ya le mandó novena temporada.
Es una manera sutil de decir, ni en pedo voy a poner eso ahora.
Claro.
Ni en pedo.
Is there a chance Beth will get to work with an owl? We would really love to see that team up.
I would also love to see that. That's a question for Jeff.
De cuenta le pasó la voz. Siempre hay la posibilidad, tira ahí. Es una basura.
I would like to see next year's characters. Amy, are you still there?
I'm here. Jeff, I would be so okay with the superpower.
Temporada.
Thursday, well.
Sí.
Your superpower is your charm. Yes.
Thanks, yeah.
You're also a mom. Being a mom is totally a superpower.
Listen, I totally agree with all you, but I want to cry.
Me tira la bola, Jeff. ¿Viste? Dale, Jeff.
More of my castmates have like a love interest or a love story.
Ooh.
But like, it doesn't be like no Jeff. I don't know.
Jeff.
Boys are evil. I would probably want just to see the dynamic of what happens with my family. Like how that comes together, just because the last time I spoke with them, they kind of
Fue bastante tenso, sí.
trouble. And to see where, like, I've been out a lot.
Qué buen capítulo ese también, Muy buen capítulo.
I would love, besides the relationship stuff, because the teenage girl in me will always want that, and TV goes, but also the rivalry with shit. I just love their rivalry. I think it's so interesting. I keep saying this, but it reminds me of like Kim Possible and Chigo, and it's so catty and dynamic. I'd love to see more Stargirl and shit.
That's definitely happening.
Yeah.
I really want time with my dad, with Lou Jr. I met him on Saturday night, and I think he's such a wonderful guy, and I watched him film the scenes with my younger kid.
Bueno, el antiguo Horman es el hijo de Luz Ferriño. El que hace el antiguo Horman es el hijo de Luz Ferriño. O sea, el padre trabaja en Marvel y el hijo trabaja en DC.
¡Se te volteó!
¡Se te volteó tu hijo!
¡Perro!
That both of you are women of color playing superheroes and representing your respective communities. How important is this to you? Well, for me, I think that, it's a known fact that Latinos are underrepresented in television, so it's really important. I feel like I'm one of the only Latina superheroes on TV, so to be able to be Latina and be a superhero, that's extremely important. I feel like a lot of people say this, but it's so cool to have little kids look up to you and say,
Y que pensar que después de Stargirl es mi personaje preferido. Walcott. Yolanda Montes.
Love that. Completely agree with that, and you're doing an amazing job of being this with a role model and inspiration to others. For me as a Black woman, I'm just so grateful that I even just like you, that we get the opportunity to do this. Growing up, I never saw a live action Black female superhero ever, so I'm just really excited for every Black and brown girl really to be able to see themselves through our cast, whether it be through me as Beth or Yvette as Yolanda. So I'm just really grateful and an honor that we both get to share an amazing responsibility to be representation for young girls who look like us, so they know that one day I could also be a superhero, and that there is no limit and there is no ceiling on any of the dreams.
Oh, wow. And thank you, Jeff, for writing these great characters.
Yes, thank you, Jeff.
They're all great characters. We have wonderful writers now. They're wonderful characters. You guys have been one you really did across the board.
It all starts with you, so thank you. And there's one more. What other members of the JSA do you want to see join the new JSA?
Oh.
Te va a mandar a la mierda, loco. Te va a mandar a la mierda.
Sí. Alan Scott, papá, tiene que aparecer la conchaladora. O por lo menos la otra, la hija, ¿cómo se llama? Jade.
Doctor Fate. Tiene que venir Doctor Fate.
También.
O el Espectro.
También, el Espectro también, de verdad.
Yeah, please, that'd be so fun.
¡Onda!
Like a suited superhero that shows up for 1 second. I'm super excited to watch you guys write this.
And maybe directing episode 2.
Yeah, we'll see all about the timing right now. But yeah, I'm just excited to. I mean, it's a dream come true to be able to do this again with everybody here. Like, it's so exciting to me. All that other stuff is like crazy, just because I love it.
Dale, boludo, aparecé, dale.
No seas sortiva, chef, dale.
Aparecete ahí al estilo Stan Lee, dale, no seas boludo. ¿Qué te cuesta 2 segundos aparecer? No sé, abrirle la puerta a Stargirl, no sé.
O que sea en un póster. Un puto póster.
¡Claro! Vos sos parte también de esta serie, loco. Bueno. Vamos con Carly. Pues igual vamos a pasar por todas las series. Así. Un día va a llegar Carly. Vamos a ponerla ahora así. Carly, poner. Qué buen panel, ¿eh? Qué buen panel el de Stargate, ¿eh? Me gustó. Este cortito también, 17 minutos.
Welcome to the DC fandom. I'm Trey Toronto, a staff writer at the Arena, and you are watching the on-screen panel.
Well, hurry up, because I'm ready to keep this party going.
I still remember when they told me that they were working on the show, and they're like, "Oh, this is what our take is going to be on it." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's super cool." There's no way they're going to let y'all do any of that stuff. But thank goodness that they did, because I'm sure the show is great. They turned out really, I'm really excited to talk to you all of these talented people who have worked on it. Let's get started by introducing the panel. First up, we have David Vocal, and executive producer and also the voice of Harley of Haywood.
Hi.
Mike Bell, the voice of Poison Ivy, Hello Lake. Hey. Ron Funches, the voice of Steve Shark, Hello Ron. It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. Alan Tudor, the voice of Clayface and Joker. Hello, Alan. Hello. Matt Holbert was Titan. Jennifer Coyle, the supervisory producer on the show, and Justin Halpern and Tatsumata and Dean Lori, executive producer on the show, and also the developers,
A ver si anuncian la tercera temporada.
Seguramente.
Fan questions. Let's do one. This is just for the voice acting. Can you tell me how you got involved with the show?
So this all started for me when I started my production company. Once I saw the first script, I couldn't believe it was so funny. I thought, oh my god, this could be live action. So when I met with the guys, they were kind of telling me how they wanted to do it and their vision for it, and I thought, by the way, this is going to be so much fun. This is going to be the start of something huge. When I first heard about the project, I was really jazzed. I mean, I had been aware of Poison Ivy, and in general, I tend to be obsessed with hard work and stuff like that. I do it in voiceover work. I mean, it's the most sort of free you do for an actor. And so I've always been, for being drawn to an idea, I like the idea of making her, the tone that these guys had presented. What the?
No. En la serie, boludo, te putean.
Me lo imagino.
On a show previously called Powerless, which was a funny show set in the DC universe that didn't have superheroes, and people were like, "We don't like that." So they were like, "We're going to do it again, but with like superheroes this time." And they were like, "We want you to come in and be."
Vamos a trabajar en Powerless este. Tengo que ver esa serie, aunque la cancelaron, pero bueno.
¿Cuál?
Justin and I met through like a parent who both had the same sort of attitude. We had to be very miserable, I felt. But then he called me and was like, "Hey, would you want to do this?" I was like, "Of course." And I recorded an audition, and Justin was like, "No. The character I did on person like that." I'm like, oh, okay. And then I did my called me and said, "Hey, we want you to play Clayface," and it was great, very exciting. You know, a bad actor.
Oh, what magnificent word choice! You are truly the Shakespeare of the sea.
And they said also they were casting for Joker and asked if I had a Joker voice. And I said, I don't know, I'll try. And then we got off the phone and I think I just put it on, I just recorded it in the next 10 minutes.
Hey, does anyone know our damn Wi-Fi password?
And then everybody, we were all in the writer's room, everybody was like, oh, he's hooked.
Y hace muy diferente las voces, está bueno.
I have to go in by myself. I can't do it with anybody. Too fun. You guys are all brilliant.
Let's do the fan card.
Por favor.
Oh yeah, say he deserves the best. If it's not Ivy, he's the best for him.
Woo! I think that what's interesting in our relationship is that I don't know if there's just one person for each person in the world. Controversial, but I would assume that I can have a love for him, and I think that Ivy is one version. But let's be honest, her heart is because I trust you with my life, but I don't trust you with my life. So I'm really thinking.
I think Nightman's open to whatever arrangement is available. This is like a poly thing. You know, that's fine. That's fine. That's cool.
My name is Veronica Garcia, and now for my first experience. Looking at approach reality and not so big thing in a show like this. You start by saying there are simply no rules.
So it's just a matter of figuring out, like, you know, I'm trying to honor what these reports are, and they, you know, they capture and they're acting and everything, and try to capture all of the manic energy, and then we take it one step further. Can we push Harley to be prettier?
Lacey, also in the USA. Haley, is Harley fun? And if so, what's your favorite part of our voice?
Like I said, it's been an absolute blast. I spend, you know, an hour and a half, 2 hours in the booth screaming and going absolutely ballistic and being just crazy and trying things that I never thought I would try and cussing and just being outrageous. I don't see what's more fun than that. It's really been thrilling. And like we were saying earlier, I can't believe they let us do this. Like I said that they never did when I first read the script. I'm like, we can't say this. No, I always wondered what the back cave looked like. So this is the one. And we keep saying it, and
I'm from Madrid, and my question is, how was the experience of playing with such rough, busy characters in such a fun way, but at the same time being respectful to the core?
It's a blast. It's cool to get to play the Joker who does. Cussing as the Joker is natural. That's a natural man. If the Joker is like a foul on you.
Harley, what the do you think you're doing?
In addition to just the salty language, there is great like superhero battles, and I don't know. It reminds me, it echoes some of the superhero shows I watched, cartoons that I watched as a kid.
I'm just going to offer the controversial restaurant eternity. Alright.
wow, this is so dramatic.
There's so many people. It's a lot. Jesse from the US asks, how does it make you feel that so many people connect with Harley and Ivy's relationship?
It is unusual because we're not in the room together, and so we kind of like fall in love with each other through this weird virtual experience. I love it. Like I think. It is amazing to have that back and forth and not be together. Because for all of us, like the show plays as if you're all in the same room. It's pretty impressive that we're all there together, and none of us have really ever even done that with each other. So it's pretty impressive how it ends up. Ultimately, it's all about family. My name is Jessica. I am from Portland, California. And my question is, how did you guys come up with the first heroes experience?
Oh, well, for me, it took a
lot of, I'm lucky that they let me play around a lot and have a lot of fun. They were very much just like, we want you to be yourself. He's a very grounded, very intelligent, very charming young man, and he bites people's heads off. That's me. I get that.
You get to become enough as great as power that you can turn into anybody. And I love that you finally showed that he had this incredible power by the end of season 2.
You could change into this at any time until Disney Colette and Divorce.
Isso é uma comunidade tem uma favorite disorder. What made you decide to pick this specific kind of way, and what inspired this design? I think we all initially kind of together came up with the idea of we wanted to do for the spin on Hardy and Dark Knight Rises. I got a brass sassy, the bang, it's Spain. You know it's Spain. Our hero is very tall.
I do remember one moment when Shane Lyons, who is a brilliant character designer, so talented, we were designing Bane. Remember this? And he brings us this drawing of Bane, and it was perfect. And I was like, what went into this drawing? He was like, well, I just feel like Bane is a guy who doesn't want down his face.
From Charles in the USA. Harley Quinn coming back for a 3rd season.
Eso.
And so, what's the possibility of it being punchline?
The answer is, I hope so. And then, I personally don't know about Punchline, whether she should be involved or not. I just literally met the lady.
We want to focus on Harley and Ivy's relationship, and I'm less interested in the Joker giving the girlfriend that I am. Just like, let's explore this relationship that we spent 2 seasons building.
I'll just smack him around a little bit. What? For you, obviously. And I can't look at the anonymous people talk about my best friend, right? Well, have you heard him from me? Yes, absolutely. And because you claimed I'm being psycho. But mostly for you, but also for me. Or for you. For us.
Matt, what happens to the Type season 2? Well, a lot. I mean, I think that at the end of the game, it's really up to me. I don't know. Maybe who's this punchline? Is she cool? She's
Morse code.
Sailors and Tigers use symbols to transmit Morse code.
¿Me parece a mí o están esquivando la pregunta?
Le están esquivando, boludo.
La están esquivando, ¿no?
La están reesquivando como hijos de perra.
La esquivaron. No la contestaron.
No.
Putos del orto, dale. Por encima, cuando terminás de ver la segunda temporada, te pone el fin con un signo de pregunta. ¿Cómo será el fin?
Looking at you know, you have this incredible freedom to just be really raw. You know what? Yeah, I said, she's not lucky to have me. I'm lucky to have them. So, stop.
Los pitidos.
Es como, puteada.
Totalmente.
Like, how do you come up with this? But it's just literally me being myself, which was my teens and early 20s, with content with us at playing. Oh, well, it's time to go. I got you all over for
I'm so blessed that I have one.
Give us a hell yeah, it's true.
Let's see, is Caveman here? That's been really fun. Just to say the same thing over and over again. Hell yeah! I particularly loved in season 2, Poison Ivy and Harley's their relationship. together and that they just kept accidentally getting together. And the morning after when they would wake up and they were like,
no, I can't. What is wrong? How can I?
those were beautiful. Those were well done. Well done, ladies. Yeah, I never heard those words together.
Sorry. I wanted to, every time I read a second word, you like just laugh all the way through it. And then you get this audio track of this amazing craft to laugh all the way through that. And I know that I speak for not just myself, but a lot of the artists coming through.
Lástima que no tienen un chat. Pues yo les decía, ¡hijo de puta! No está grabado, ¿no? Pero...
Confirme la tercera temporada, hijos de puta.
No la esquiven, no esquiven la pregunta.
My favorite scene in the whole show is probably that we should do boardroom scenes.
So this is the place to get creative feedback on ideas.
Exactly. Mom would have the way to do things at Pixar.
¡Me acuerdo!
They're just pitching on ideas, and I just thought that was like the inspiration.
No, sí, hay un par de capítulos que le dan un palo a Disney. A Disney y a CW también. A CW también le dan palo.
Don't do this. Get married, make babies, name him Harley. The girls and boys, Harley, he needs totally words. You know I love you.
And I think all those little tiny moments, like what we talked about earlier, those are my favorite things. Yeah.
Perfect. That is all the time we have. Thank you to everyone for watching this. Thank you to everyone on the channel. Thank you to...
¿Cómo esquivaron la puta que los parió? ¿Y ahora cuándo carajo me voy a enterar? Este era el momento.
Acuérdate que hay una sesión de preguntas y respuestas con Harley sin censura. Arriba de todo.
Sí. Ah, el teaser de
Crypto.
Sí, de la... Mira.
Quiero decirte que te acompañan una más y me tengo que retirar. Mi vieja me mandó directamente por WhatsApp. Che, más necesito que hagas algo.
Bueno, después volvés.
Puede que sí, como puede que no. Acá se ponen así. Una vez que ya estoy, que ve que yo no estoy más en este trono, es como, te explotamos a pleno.
Bueno, veamos uno más juntos.
Dale.
Y después yo me quedo a ver cuál. Vamos con el de Batwoman.
Dale, mandale ese.
Así vamos a ver si muestran el teaser ese. Así por lo menos no te... Bueno, igual después te lo puedes ver más tarde. Pero...
Sí, son 24 horas, así que lo puedo ver tranquilamente.
Pero por lo menos como para disfrutarlo juntos. Después yo, bueno, voy viendo a ver qué versos son.
Sí, aparte ya estamos 3 horas los dos, así que se puede decir que fue bastante bien.
Dale, vamos con este entonces. A ver si dicen algo.
40 minutos, ahora a ver.
40 minutos dura. ¡A la mierda!
Welcome to DC Fandom. My name is Trish Bendis. I'm regular contributor with the New York Times. You're watching the Batwoman panel, and I'm excited to be a part of this epic event because it's the first chance the world will have to meet the new Batwoman herself. But first, we'll be speaking with a cast about an incredible, action-packed first season on the CW.
Ah, no la muestra la cosa, ¿no?
Who is also the show's creator, and Sarah Shackler, along with the show stars Rachel Scarson as Casey's sister Beth, and the maniacal leader of the Wonderland gang Alice. Megan Tandy as Tax Pro Officer and Kate King Loving for Sophie Moore. Cameron Johnson as Wayne Enterprises go-to genius, who is Fox. And Nicole Kane is socialite do-gooder and value member of the Bat Team, Mary Hamilton.
Pará, me falta una.
Sutil el espacio ahí de Batwoman para que cuando aparezca la piba. Ahí
¿Será que se viene algo?
From all different kinds of people. So who wants to kick it off?
It was an amazing first season. We all had such a good time shooting it, and the fans have been super supportive since day one. They continue to be supportive. I'm glad that we got to end the first season on such a cool note because the fans have been speaking out about it for the past couple months. So it's up to you go.
Yeah, I think we were all just really excited to be a part of the whole universe, you know? Like we were sort of fans ourselves. I think each and every one of us individually. So yeah, just to get to be a part of something. And then also just something so groundbreaking.
Yeah, and I will say, like, after one whole season of that under our belts, I feel definitely excited to be going into season 2 with, like, sort of established takes on our own characters.
Yeah, just being a part of the whole Gotham world has just been absolutely so much fun. But the impact that the show is making has been, it's just been like the extra, it's just added the extra experience of this whole thing to just be so amazing. So it's Gotham, and then we're making an impact, and we're doing some groundbreaking things. So it's awesome.
I'm just so proud of our cast. I was so nervous taking on the mantle of Gotham City, the Batman lore, the Batcave, the Bat gadgets, all of that comes with the responsibility that comes with a show that people are kind of already familiar with that world. And just getting able to create this really rich world of characters and having these actors to take on these roles and make them their own, it's been so rewarding. Like Megan said, the extra of the fans just kind of feeling like we're doing something good for the world was unexpected and really appreciated. So I'm just like so grateful that we're here for you too.
Yeah, and for Greg Berlanti and I think, look, we're so fortunate we get to really play in this world quite a bit, and don't take it for granted, but Batwoman has just been an incredible addition. I love the darkness of it. I love the groundedness and obviously everything it has to say. And this cast is just incredible. So we're really lucky.
Was there anything particularly surprising for any of you, you know, that you got to do, or even that you learned about your character or yourself through the process of season 1? And also, you know, Caroline and Sarah, if you want to speak to writing and creating this world, like if there was anything that surprised you that, you know, maybe you didn't intend to happen, but, you know, it came about somehow throughout season 1.
I definitely didn't think that we could use Batman in the show. That was a huge surprise. I mean,
it was literally the first shot. This very first shot of the show was the silhouette of Batman, which I was told every step of the way you're not allowed to do. Somehow I'm on set and like I was sending Sarah and Greg the footage from Video Village, and I was like, "Here's our first shot," and it was actually Batman. And so it was just like so cool. And the end of our last shot. The other thing that just kind of surprised me was how we stayed true to the family dynamic of the show, and how we have the Bat family, and we have the Keaton family, and we have the Crow's family, and that was really empowering and enriching, and it was just felt like a regular drama, and then it was in the Titan world of Gotham that allowed us to, have high stakes.
Yeah, I definitely say the characters were my biggest surprise. Hush is such an incredible, huge character. So being able to use him for multiple episodes, like that was amazing. And then for Luke Fox specifically, I didn't expect in season 1 that I'd be able to go to such deep emotional lengths, to go from like falling, crying in the rain, with, confronting my lovely father's pillar in one episode, and then attacking someone with a gun in the next episode. It went from 0 to 100 so quickly, and that was very cool. So I'm really excited to see what happens in the next season, because in this season we get to see so many different facets of him in those 20 episodes.
I feel really lucky and special that we invested in the King family, and I feel really lucky that someone who looks like me gets to be a part of telling sort of family dynamic. and we got to explore a really modern family and almost ground the show in that way. And I really am interested to see where that goes. And having to lose a parent just pretty early on in the season was something and a loss that I was almost glad and I felt rewarded in that the fans felt as though it paid off and they felt for Mary. So I think that goes to show the work that everyone sort of put in to establish those really intimate dynamics really, really quickly.
Definitely. I'm curious about, specific fan reactions that you've heard that were maybe, just something that it didn't occur to you or you didn't necessarily see in your character or yourself or that you didn't expect for people to pick up on. Was there anything that, you've heard that you were like, yeah. Everybody always asks me to do my evil laugh. And I think it might just be my laugh. I didn't specifically craft an evil laugh. I was laughing. Evil laugh that I have. So I just
are you gonna change
natural laugh is an evil laugh.
Speaking of Alice, I didn't expect so many fans to want her to win so bad. I feel like no matter what Alice does, they're like, yeah, more of that.
Es que boludo, la rompió, esa mina la rompió. Alice es...
I didn't already know of these things, but what was really just kind of interesting with Sophie was just the conversation that it started to spark, seeing the reaction from a lot of the fans of their response of how Sophie handled the situation at Point Rock with Kate versus people who understood why she did it. Obviously there's so much controversy just with that in and of itself, but it sparked some really good conversations. It's been of course, being in that position is kind of challenging. It's just don't be mad at me. But it's getting people to ask questions. It's getting people to question their own beliefs, why that would be an issue. Why would you be mad at somebody who you just have So I love that it's really sparks people to just ask questions and just want to educate themselves. So
I maybe had an idea of how much an ally Mary was, but I think I really discovered that and found out about that, especially with her relationship with all of these characters. I feel like she's really rooting for everyone except for Alice, which makes for a good TV, I guess, because everybody's rooting for Alice too, but they're torn.
I didn't expect so many Luke and Mary ship tweets. They've been shipping.
Oh yeah.
But
Can I say I'm a fan of him.
Really, you're surprised?
I'm such a fan.
Yeah.
I came up with Hamilton Fox myself.
You did.
I did, yeah. Hamilton Fox I made up, yeah.
It's good.
Hamilton Fox, it became the thing, which is so cool. But it happened so early. It was episode 3 maybe, and I think they just figured out smart kid, they should be together. And on episode 5, whenever Luke and Mary met, all the fans were like, this is it. They have a set date.
Season 2 will be taking a very different turn with the introduction of a new Batwoman. And I'm so thrilled to be able to bring to you.
No.
You might have seen her on God's Friend of Me or on BBC Family House. And now she's with CW Brian Wilder, aka the new Batwoman, to DC Leslie, everyone. Yay!
Pero pensé que iba a aparecer con el traje, boludo. Te juro que pensé que iba a aparecer con el traje. Yo dije, no, muera acá.
Well, we want to welcome you officially. I mean, I'm not even a part of the Batwoman family, but I feel like they feel like I should be welcome to you right now. Everyone's so excited to meet you for the first time. I'm so in shock too. But I was actually in the middle of praying and meditating because I needed something just to calm the anxiety because we were waiting for a while to find out and so I literally had just finished praying. And I looked over and it was my manager. And in my mind, I knew I was like, she's calling to tell me I didn't get it. Damn it! And so I answered it and she said, hi, Nancy, to Ryan Wilder, please. And I
Bueno, a ver lo que yo le decía, que ella transmite carisma. O sea, pegás con ella, empatizás.
How are you feeling right now? And what kind of excitement do you have specifically to play a character like Ryan Wilder? Yeah.
definitely me. Like, I love the idea that, you know, it's like goofy, neat, badass, neat, a person that doesn't like to be told what to do, a person that does not like to follow the rules. It's really hard for me sometimes when it comes to like, okay, well, you have to do it this way as a DC versus what you have to do when you're an actress and you come to live yourself. And so I love the fact that Ryan is just who I am, a hot mess. And you know, I'm really into action. Like, this has literally been my dream. It's so funny because in May I did an interview and I said, well, one of my future goals and one of my biggest dreams is becoming a superhero. I wanted to be, you know, a black superhero. You don't get to see that often. And then a month later, I become the first black Batwoman. So I think that that's really like hits the nail on the head when it says like.
Que te digo que llega a tener éxito y la vemos en los cómics, ¿eh?
De seguro.
So that whatever you really want to do and continue to
Como la nueva que toma el manto de Batwoman.
And also just, I love that it's action. Like, I love that I get to kick ass.
Como pasó con Chloe en Smallville. Digley. Digley también. Digley pegó onda en la serie y la pusieron en los cómics. Como compañero de Arrow.
Amazing. And you know, I'm curious too, as a black woman, as a bisexual woman who's stepping into this role, taking on an iconic character that we celebrate because she's a part of the LGBTQ community, but especially like you were mentioning, you know, being a black woman to take on this superhero role that woman has never been black before, right? So I mean, how does that feel, and what, you know, I think like fans are so excited, they could have been more thrilled to see that you were stepping into the role. So I'm curious about what you've seen from other people, and does that add any stress, or does it just add to be
It's honestly, it feels like an honor. You know, it's funny because I was looking on Instagram and I was just kind of scrolling through like new followers, and I saw all these rainbows in the bio, and I just felt like a representation. You know, I felt like exactly what I've always wanted to be with a role model. I feel honored. I feel excited. I feel like there's so many little Janicias, you know, that don't have voices, little black girls that just...
A esas 3 personas que me ven, si no la siguen en Instagram, síganla. Porque sube videos muy de vez en cuando y por todo lo que lucha por Batwoman. Síganla, es muy bueno.
And the entirety of my community. And then to play a character that represents my community in the same way, like that's not a common thing as an actor, to also be a part of the community and play a character of the community. It feels really powerful, and I feel like with everything that's going on right now, this is what we need. We need to see representation. And I'm so thankful to Karen. I'm so thankful to Sarah. I'm so thankful to Greg Berlin.
Che, eso, ¿y papi Greg? ¿Cómo que no está? ¿Cómo no está Papu?
I'm like, my mom and I are sitting in the living room, we're just watching the show, we're like, oh my goodness. Characters of all different races and ethnicities, and it's not common, and I'm really honored to be a part of it. So yeah, I'm excited. Sorry, I'm very excited.
No, that's perfect, because now we're going to let your new family let loose on you and ask you a couple of questions to get to know you.
And side note, speaking of family, I am so honored to have been part, like, to join a family that was so welcoming. Like, when I went onto Instagram, like...
Sí, es verdad. Vean a Austin, Melissa Benoist, todas las felicitaron, todos. Hasta Robbie Ross también.
It's so cool because Brandon was like, oh, you have cameras on that show, you're going to have your back and already be
We were all family before you were young. It's like you just immense it now that you're here. My question is, because of your shirt and pint, is your hair becoming green or no?
My favorite color is actually blue.
That's my favorite color.
So who was your biggest influence growing up?
I am obsessed with Eartha Kitt. I'm obsessed with Nina Simone. I am obsessed with Kerry Washington. Obsessed with, of course, Reese Witherspoon. Just actresses that really transformed. And then not only did they just transform, but they ended up using their platform to take everything further, not just themselves, but to create opportunity for others. One of my main reasons for being obsessed with Eartha Kitt and Nina Simone is because they use their art for activism. And I just think that that's so important. So those are like my huge influences.
Nice.
Do you do anything outside of acting? Like, it's more tied like your main hobby, or do you write, sing?
So I tap. I tap.
Yeah.
So bad women's gonna be captive.
Haremos enfrentarte del baile.
My plan for the summer was to start my online cooking show, but I don't think that that's gonna happen yet.
Oh, wow.
I'm an insane plant mom. This is Diana Ross. Inside of Diana Ross's pot is Tracy.
I love that you named her.
No, qué cantidad de plantas que tiene. Tenemos a Jimmy.
Over there is Marvin Gaye. I'm obsessed. Even Rachel are announced they didn't have it.
You're gonna get a lot of
I know Rachel's obsessed with dogs. I'm not going to do that over there somewhere. So yeah, I'm a huge nature plant fanatic.
What made you want to be an actor?
Because I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do. I wanted to do everything in the world. So I was just like, well, how about I'm an actress and I can just play everything in the world. So it's like, I wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be a professional cheerleader. I wanted to be a writer. There were just so many things that I wanted to do. And I'm like, and I'm a Gemini. So it's just like, there's no way I can just settle on one thing. So why even choose to settle on one thing? Just be an actress and literally do things you want to do.
BC, you had like a real job too before you started acting, didn't you?
I used to work for the Army. Yeah, paying soldiers that were trapped lost in Afghanistan. So I stayed with them for the time that their contract ended to the time that they were able to come back home.
Wow.
I'm still,
Wow.
I'm a military brat, so I have so much love for
Yes. As a kid, did you have a superhero, a real life superhero that influenced you?
She's here now. My mom. Mom. She raised my brother and I, and she's Army, and she's done 2 tours in Iraq, and she is Superwoman to me. So matter of fact, she's Batwoman. I call her Batwoman.
Mierda.
Really important thing. Coffee or tea?
Ooh, kind of bold. It's coffee right now.
You can't answer both. You can only have one.
No. I can only have one because what I'm drinking right now is coffee.
Tiene conocimiento del ejército.
You guys are only going to get to know each other better, so I can't wait to see.
Tengo la sensación de que se viene una Batwoman que la va a romper, creo yo.
Let's talk a little bit about what we can even begin to know about season 2. Whatever you guys can share. I'm really curious about what's going to happen with each of your characters and what Caroline and Sarah will even allow us to know. So let's start with, what's going to be different now that there's obviously going to be a huge mystery.
We have 2 major stories this season as we come into season 2. The first one is, where's Kate? What happened to Kate? Is she alive? Is she dead? Is she missing? Is she on the run? Is she held captive? Is she lost? These are all huge mysteries that push us deep into the season. And all of our characters are going to have different perspectives on that, different conspiracy theories, different points of view, and it will create a lot of drama, tension, mystery, intrigue, and it will be shocking and awesome and amazing. And then we have, obviously just talking to Alicia, we have a new hero rising, who's a Catholic. And, Ryan, Alicia can tell you about her, but she's a new character to the world of DC, and she has a lot
kind of going against her. She was a girl who was a statistic of injustice the moment she was born, and the system was not built for this person. And she will constantly battle against the system all throughout. She's battled through it her whole life, and she will continue to battle against it as that. So we're just really, really, really excited to have to do this.
I know that going into it, it's going to be a struggle because you're part of a community that has been neglected by the system. That's the initial community that you feel responsible for helping. And that's what you're going to see. You're going to see that community of Gotham that got overlooked. And it's funny because a lot of married patients can be examples of that community. You know, community that gets overlooked by the hospital, by the crew. It's a very personal thing, but so that would be a huge battle. I know when Caroline and I were talking about it, it's just a battle of like, you can't, they're not the only ones that need help, but those are the ones that Ryan is attached to, that she really wants to be able to help, you know? And just the idea that the same person that will go kick some bad guy's ass and make sure she goes feed the cat in the alley, you know, or give the little girl, the orphan girl, a place to stay or a place to go. So just to kind of have that crusader that's for that part of the community, I think that's important, and that's the way we're back into the future.
And just going off of that, I'm especially excited to see this new relationship happen in the wake of Mary dealing with this mysterious disappearance and how she decides to sort of take it hard. And she's been a person who I think is always looking for family, is always looking for community, is always looking for somebody to see her, which is, I think, a huge source of why the clinic exists for her. There are just much deeper personal reasons for that, and I think her and Ryan, Mary and Ryan, sort of have that in common, perhaps, which is why I think Mary really looks to Ryan in this way.
So it's Sophie. She is going to have a lot on her plate. There's going to be a lot that's going to fall upon her. She's going to have a lot of things that she's going to have to process and deal with and figure out. It sounds a lot like my current life right now. It shouldn't be too hard to play. But the thing with Batwoman is she's going to really understand the importance of why Batwoman has to stay secretive, and she's going to appreciate that. So, you know, with the new Batwoman coming into Gotham, Sophie's going to have no clue. She's going to want her to stay masked.
I think Alice is just going to be like, you know, and like here she has this like beautiful, intricate plan, the demise of her sister, and that will have been foiled. But she also, I think, is going to have you know, a lot to worry about because we're introducing a new character, Sophia, who Alice had talked about in the last season. The introduction of Sophia will be intriguing just because this is, you know, a sort of a backstory of Alice that we haven't had the opportunity to see before.
And I'm actually really excited because there, you know, was this triangle between Alice, Kate Kane, and Mary. And, you know, without Kate actively in that triangle, I'm really, really interested to see sort of Mary and Alice's relationship and where that goes, because there's a lot still that hasn't been dealt with, and Kate was a buffer of sorts between them, and so without that buffer, you know, anything could happen.
Become best friends. Can we go shopping?
Great doesn't make sense.
You need a shift now. So Cam,
I'll work on it.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a very interesting year for Luke because Luke doesn't really trust a lot of people, and it took him so long to trust Batman's cousin. So now that she's gone, and we have this new person. I mean, obviously he's always down for someone to keep Gotham safe. That's what he cares most about, is keeping Gotham safe. But at the end of the day, Ryan to Luke is someone from the streets, and
it was already so hard to trust someone that like, had the army experience and had the money and had all this stuff, and to suddenly like give this precious bat suit to like this new person is going to be really hard for him. I think he's going to be down to work with her, but I think there's always going to be a bit of pushback, especially after last season of diving into all of the bad stuff and also having Kate Payne be his sort of connect to the rest of the cast. Like, he never would have met Mary or Sophie or Alice or any of these people without Kate Payne. So now that she's not around, having to deal with all of these new relationships through his main trusting source, and also introduce this new person that he doesn't even know how to do it yet is really awesome.
Caroline and Sarah, I'm curious about, what does Javicia and Ryan and as the new Batwoman bring to the next season that we maybe didn't get a chance to see a lot of or even develop more of in season 2?
When Javicia auditioned, just personally, when Javicia auditioned, it was obvious to everyone watching the tape within like 5 seconds. We was over Zoom and I texted somebody on the computer in the chat, like, oh, she gets it. Like, it just was so clear that Javicia was meant for this role. And then when I talked to her, she said, I feel like I am Ryan. My friend said, she heard me auditioning. She's like, oh, you are Ryan. And I was like, yeah, it just feels like destiny. Which is kind of one of the themes of the season. And then the other thing she did, which I didn't even see until after I knew she was Batwoman, was she sent this athlete role or athleticism reel of all of like a montage of all of her. One of the things is she was like pushing the giant tire like over like somersaults, and I was like, oh my gosh, like all I needed to do is see, I told her you had me a tire flip. So she just brings everything, sort of intellect, emotion, heart, athleticism, everything you want in your hero, and so I think. She had to do a really hard thing, which is take a role for a script that didn't exist yet. And she was willing to trust us with it. So that's awesome. I will say that I'm probably the fastest yes to Javicia, which is before I saw the audition and I just saw her name because I knew her work so well from God Friend of Me. So I was like, oh, Javicia, yeah, no, we're done. Working. I still remember her audition for that. But I think that, the idea of superheroes is to fill a void for an hour or a week. So for us, it's just so exciting to be able to make a show that very much is about the world we live in, as much as it's set in Gotham.
Great. No pressure, Javicia. No. You got it. All right, let's get to some fan questions. A fan from the United States wrote, hey, I want to first off say, as a Black trans woman, your casting Javicia truly helps me feel seen. Honestly, this is a big win. My question is, have you done any costume videos yet?
Oh.
No, I haven't.
¿Cómo que no?
¡Verga!
Very soon. That way we can get prepared as soon as we get there. But I know Carolyn, we're also talking about how important it is that if we're going to have a Black Batwoman, that she needs to be like a sister when she becomes Batwoman. So it's important for her to feel like the silhouette of her to still look like that, So more of like a natural textured hair and things like that. So I think we're still kind of like putting things together. I can't wait. I actually have no idea. I've just been sitting for fan art, like, oh my gosh, look at this is really good. And I think it'll be a surprise as everyone else in this panel when we do it.
Yeah, the fan art has been awesome. The fan art is like, let's see, just the fan art. We're all I get like,
it's inviting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool, and we love that people are so excited about the character already. And one thing that I loved about season 1 was how Kate's coming out story. She had already come out of the closet as Kate, but she now wanted Batwoman to come out of the closet, and that was like a huge story arc that we applied to season 1 because it felt like so stifling that this girl who's out is hiding her identity. And likewise, I wanted to tell that same story with Ryan, and so that's what Javicia and I have been talking about. Is like, how can we make sure that Ryan isn't hiding what makes her awesome with the suit? And so it's going to be a little bit of an evolution as we're going to see the suit evolve early on in the season. And Ryan is like, for me to feel empowered in this thing,
it needs to feel like I'm representing something that I'm fighting for.
That's good. Cameron, I love your face.
I was so excited.
That's so cool. Well, fans from the UK wants to know, what has been your favorite episode to film so far?
I love episode 8, our mid-season finale. I just thought it was so beautifully shot by Holly Gale, and it was a time I left that both thinking that was the hardest thing I've ever done, and also maybe one of the most rewarding things I've ever had on a set, and so I felt really honored. That's it.
Episode 5 was just one of the best season, I think. It was so beautifully shot, so well done. The Kate and Alice story on one side, and then the Luke and Mary introduction story on the other side, it just fit together so well. And also the Alice stuff was just shot really well. Like how it was, you practically get that flashback into the time shot. Mwah! Just it. And then also
that was smart, RDP. Like,
yeah.
Really, he did it while being alone. There were no.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, Mark got
Unreal.
nominated for an award for that, so it was amazing. Yeah. And my second favorite was 19, which is, that was the one where Hush kidnapped me and Christina, right? Yeah. Right here, yeah. That one was dope. It's like, we had so much freaking fun doing that episode. In the one room we had Luke and Julia and Hush and Mouse and Alice all in the same place. Like, it was so fun. It was just like, it was really like just hanging out with all your buds, and like the scenes were so fun. We were like torturing each other and stuff, and we're like getting each other's faces. Man, like, that was my favorite episode. We just had some of the most fun shooting that episode from the whole season.
Also from that episode, I felt like I really admired Dave's work without his face. Like when his face is covered up, I don't know, he couldn't really make like facial expressions actually, but I really like loved how he used his like arms and stuff, and I don't know, it was just like epic. All the villains came out to play, and I just it was really cool to watch.
Yeah, Gabe who plays Hush, I thought it was very cool. That since he never played a character where he can't show his face very much, he just kind of looked more dancey, and he just had to like act with his body. So that's why you see a lot of like hand movements on camera, and it works so well. He had to put all of his acting talent on stage and the rest of this work, which is really cool.
Did he use your?
He was inspired by Cam.
A fan from Kenya wants to know, how will the new character bond with the Kane family?
I don't see the Kane family really liking Ron. Never really. I mean, obviously because Commander Kane, he's not about the whole vigilante street kid life. But also because I'm sure they're grieving, not a loss, because I don't know if it would be considered a loss, but well, obviously it's considered a loss, but the way it's presented in the show, I don't know how it would be presented. But just this kid, this woman that kind of came out of nowhere and had such a rough background, because the difference between Kate Kane and Ryan is like Kate Kane was groomed, and she comes from wealth, and she comes from status. Well, Ryan didn't have anything going on. So I don't really see them having a connection at all. And I see that being a huge influence on a lot of the tension between Ryan and the Kane family. That also goes for the Kane family themselves. We've come a long way from our, morning breakfast at the table and sharing coffee with each other to where all the members of the Kane family are now in crazy different locations, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically.
Those were very thoughtful and insightful answers. I think, like Divisia said, there's going to be this swirl of emotions surrounding Kate's disappearance, and obviously Jacob doesn't like vigilantes, but I think me being able just to see sort of globally what season 2 is about, I think Ryan will ironically ultimately unite the Kane family, whether or not they realize it. There are all of these strands of connection that she brings to them that allows them to continue interacting and having changing dynamics.
Okay, another fan from the UK wants to know, what would everyone like to see happen with Sophie next season? Let's go with her. Yeah, actually,
Yeah, I love Sarah Dallas.
everyone just love out.
Personally, I want to see Sylvia kind of become more of like a traditional border situation, like just rise up in power. And now that you don't have, I mean, you already really know who Batwoman was, but now that it's a completely new Batwoman, it's another Black woman, I think there's like a sort of family sisterhood there. So I think you're like, I'm gonna protect you still, but you're still a hero. But I think I want to see Sylvia just like continue to take over Gotham. I guess like I kind of want to see you become the mayor. Like I want to see you become like the sort of peacekeeper of the city as best as you can.
Selfishly, I want Mary and Sophie to keep competing because Sophie like absolutely dropped dead gorgeous in the hold up, and I was like,
Sophie and Judge. Yeah, no, actually, I really love our stuff, me and Nicole. It was just, I don't know, our whole banter was just always really good and so organic. And, yeah, I loved all of that. But I feel like I would love to do something like that with Batwoman, especially with her being Black. But remember, we don't like each other first. So I feel, seeing the evolution of that will be really interesting and be fun.
Yeah, and I think what will be fun, at least writing Sophie, is that Ryan and Batwoman, but mostly Ryan, sort of helps pull Sophie out of her shell. And maybe we edge you up a little bit this season and just, you're Sophie who plays by the books and colors within the lines, and, as we got to know you, but, now you're, maybe, a little more of a
branches out.
It branches out a little bit.
Yeah. Woo! Hey, the girl's coming out in all different ways. Well, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that was participating in the DC panel and for this amazing Batwoman panel, getting to meet the DCM for the first time. Ryan Wilder, we cannot wait to see you in action.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Thank you all so much, and we're excited to see you in when we can finally see the silhouette of the new Batwoman.
Thank you, Trish.
Yeah.
Thanks, Trish.
Thank you. Bye.
Batwoman. No mostrar ningún teaser.
No, la verdad, yo solo espero que algún día, temporada 3, 4, la que quieras, Luke sea Batwing. Por favor.
Yo me vuelvo loco. Tendría que estar.
Tendría que, si está Luke Fox, por ende, está la posibilidad chica de que esté Batwing.
Sí, totalmente. Ojalá. Así que bueno.
Bueno, caballero, gracias por la invitación a las 3 horas y
No,
media.
por favor, Max. Después, bueno, si sigo estando y querés darte una vueltita, bienvenido.
Dale, no hay problema. Adiós, adiós a todos.
Nos vemos y gracias por acompañarme.
De nada.
Bueno, me he quedado solito. A ver, vamos. A ver. ¿Hay alguien que me está acompañando? Ya vimos Batwoman, ya vimos el Rayo Negro. Stargirl lo vimos. Nos queda el del Doom Patrol. A ver. Lucifer. Superman and Lois. Y nos quedan Titans y Flash. Bueno, vamos con extendido. Y vamos con Titans. Vamos a hacer estos dos que están al final.
Everyone, I'm Damon Holbrook from TV Guide Magazine and TV Insider, and I am so excited to welcome you to DC Fandom, and you are watching the Titans panel. Titans are back, bitches! Let's introduce all of you along the way. We've got executive producer Greg Walker, Brendan Quates, who plays Dick Grayson, Tegan Croft, who plays Rachel, Anna Joke, who plays Corey Enders, Brian Potter, who plays Dar Logan, Alan Richardson, who plays Hank Hall, Nikki Kelly plays John Granger, our new guy, Joshua Orban, who plays Connor, and Connor Leslie, who plays Donna, and then Karen Walters, who plays Jason Todd, and Damaris Lewis, who's coming in as Blackfire. Greg, when you got your hands on this property, what was your first idea to do with this? Because in the comic books, it can be a little lighthearted.
The idea was to take, the Perez Wolfman comics and really live in a world where, we've been 25, 30 years of superhero movies, and the world has changed, and we wanted to put this in a real psychologically and emotionally grounded universe.
You guys got like the thumbs up from Mark Wolfman.
He's been in the writer's room too. It's been amazing. He comes around and we'll hang out and talk about what it was like to write the books, and he loves the show. He watches every episode. He's still close with Jeff Jones, so we get the feedback from him. He's good about it.
We've got a list of some fan favorite moments. We're going to kick off with my choice because I'm the moderator and I get to say that. And there were so many that I wanted to pick because there's so many great moments along with these first two seasons. But the one I went with was Dawn taking down the meth lab in the second episode of season 2. Because I love this because it's so dark, it's so much shadowed and it's outlined, and then there's this humor, and it has this great button at the end. But my favorite thing about it is that Dawn is probably the least like her superhero character. Like outside of the uniform, she's mild and she's measured and she's got this soft way about it. Like I kind of want her to become like the team's therapist because she seems like really get it. Like she understands what's going on here. So let's look at this shot, this sequence from the episode Rose.
I have to give it a bit more credit. My stunt double really does all the work when it comes to having to navigate those rooms, because they
sort of take on a life of their own. Like the weight of them takes you, so you really have to learn how to move with them when you're throwing yourself around. It's a fun challenge.
The first thing I think that everyone kind of went to was this was a big one because I don't think anyone expected to see this so early in the show. It's Donna breaking out the lasso for the first time. Stop running! Great! Stop.
I love the Koreans on this friendship. It was something I remember reading about when I started doing some research. And so when I read that like they started off kind of rocky, I wasn't even mad at it because I knew that it would turn into a straight friendship, and we kind of got a taste of that in season 2. So I kind of love that their friendship grew from this initial really like that has been similar.
Instead of all great friendships, but the last year around the next.
A little bit, yeah. But they all start off with like really just kind of scrimmage.
All right, let's look at clip 2. This is also one of my favorite clips. It has a humor to it that I don't think you were writing to, or maybe you had it there. But there is it is when Tim found out that Jason got to drive the Batmobile. And this is, I think it perfectly sets up that original dynamic between these two of like the big brother and like the annoying stepbrother. So let's run that scene from episode 6, Jason Todd.
Let's see you at the back. Go ahead, this battle or no, Batman needs Robin. Why don't you go to his own colors? He was on the side. Look up here. Batman says trash man.
I think that scene describes it perfectly for brother-stepbrother relationship. The build between them for the season. And season 2 even showed more, so I think that was a good scene. You naturally hate the person, but it's very easy to act like you're annoying. And Karen does that so well. It's such a playfulness. It's very easy. I think the dude was, he's annoyed by that. He's frustrated by this kid, but essentially takes on a lot of mentor and tries to inspire him to be, to believe in the same things that he does, to fight crime in a way that he is going to fight crime. And ultimately, he fails in connection with it. And that scene at the end of season 2 on the rooftop is kind of an example of it putting aside his problems and offering to open up that channel and kind of put it on the table as I'll help you and be a mentor. And I think it's a nice conflict to have with Dick, because that's the reason why he left Batman. Batman, Bruce failed as a mentor, as a guider. And a lot of emotional trauma comes from that with Dick, and essentially he's doing the same thing. So I think deep down it's that it's trying to be that father figure for Jason, but also dealing with the same kind of frustration and challenges that Bruce dealt with when dealing with him. You should look at shit, Jason. You need to set the count. I'm not loud anymore. You are. The next clip is quintessential Jason. So I'm not even going to set it up. So I'm sure you guys know what it is. But let's roll this clip from season 2, episode 1.
All we know is that whatever the cause of the phenomenon is created by this movie of masked heroes. So apart from some dead birds, we seem to bring the back bigger.
Incredible. What you did.
How did you like it? I hate it.
Feel good to have that. What's hard about these scenes for me, especially, I always love when it's Paradigm, because he's in real life the most infectious, vivacious, effervescent soul I've ever met. You know, just so always fun to be around. Just doesn't have to be talking. You know,
Same with you, Alex.
You know, and so it's already the one like putting the lid on. You know, the scene is actually tough.
We're not filming Alan to crack up 24/7 off camera, so that was just awesome to look at.
This next clip is the scene with Crypto and Connor at the Luther Strike Team, and it has one of my favorite shots from this series. So let's run that first, and then we'll talk about it. Let's run that episode from episode 5.
Everybody go! Everybody go! Who's not move? Why are you trying to stay going on? You can't come into my house. Order people around. Hey! Shut up!
What are you doing?
Stop that!
I mean, let's be real. Like, Crypto is the MVP of that scene. So whenever you're in a scene with him, like, nothing can go wrong.
Josh has become also the unofficial assistant dog trainer. So Josh has dog treats in his hand all the time. That dog listens to Josh more than he listens to dog trainers.
Shout out to Stefan, the stunt guy who did it. But he was rigged to this thing that like pulled him through a fake wall. It took like 4 hours to set up. We had one that didn't go quite right, and had to reset the wall. We got a new wall and did it again, and it ended up taking like a whole day pretty much to get that one shot. But yeah, worth it for sure.
And you and Brendan also had an awesome scene in this season finale, actually.
Yeah, it was great. We had that iconic flying scene where we could kind of have our cake and eat it too. So no flying in Titans, except in my mind. Yeah, no, it was good. We had some great moments there with Dick and Connor. I'm hoping there'll be a few more in season 3.
Okay, and then the last clip that we have is this was a big deal for the people that were watching the first season. It was really the first time we got to see the team working together. It is not 100% successful of a team up, but that's Titans. So let's roll the clip from episode 5 together.
What's that? I don't know. Corey? Hey, get behind me. Tell me, Brian.
Honestly, I'm so happy to see that this scene was voted on by the fans. It was so hard to film. I don't know if you guys remember, but we were filming a movie.
Hotel like 6 times.
Yeah, what we were lovingly calling the struggle motel in the middle of the night. It was freezing. We went there so many times. Yeah, so I'm really glad to see that it was on.
It was super exciting for me because I'd worked with everybody individually. I loved everybody, and I was super excited to have everyone together in the same space. It was really fun. That even if it was really freezing.
And shout out to the nuclear family. They were so dope. Amazing.
Damaris, we got a couple tastes of you at the end of last season, but now you're coming in full-fledged. Like, you're not just going to be a hologram. You're not going to be taking over character. You're coming in, but I'm not completely sold on her being all evil.
It's funny you say that because the villain, I think the villain is generally always my favorite character in a lot of movies because there's a reason why that they were killed. And I'm excited to see, especially what gets picked up for our duality, I would say, especially like with Corey being of the same, blood or whatever we have on our planet, and but with different abilities. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I'm coming for you. Good.
Will we see Blackfire and Starfire as like what they were as sisters before this whole piece?
I think a good sister, bad sister relationship will have a microscope put on it, and it'll start to reveal complexity that we didn't know about. The wider lens is what an incredible cast. The stuff is on the page, it is what it is, now it works with us. But our cast brings so much. First of all, Ryan and Keegan bring so much love of the books and knowledge of the books. So coming in, they understand the kind of nuances of these characters and the ways to connect. I'm so grateful for it because they bring complexity that sometimes not. I mean, it's just surprising. Sometimes it's complicated, but it needs a lot of help. And both of them really lifted up both of their acting skills and what they get from these characters. A whole lot of work to do.
And Ryan, you had that great episode. We're waiting for Connor to wake up, and you got to just do like the day over and over again.
That was a good time. Boris, our like season-long DP, was directing that episode good, and it was just a really intimate set. We usually go for. We were usually like a people on set, and a lot for those sequences because we were like changing clothes every 5 minutes and going from one set to another. It was just like an entire day of just goofing off, just coming up with new ideas. And there was so much stuff that didn't make it because of how much stuff we actually shot of guarding the Titan's tower just being gone.
There's been a change in the relationship between Hank and Dawn. They are now trying to be consciously uncoupled. How are they going to function as exes in this new world?
They asked themselves the question at the end of season 2, once we give it a shot. What about we answered that question early on in the beginning.
Is there any job changes that you can talk about?
Yeah, I would say you may see someone in bike shorts and not sunglasses. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. All right.
I'm doing my squats.
I was going to say, Alan, you might want to start doing some lower body. Okay,
what is the question?
Well, I mean, a lot of times if someone's been killed on a show, they don't come back for the panel.
It's true, but there are ways that we can kind of skirt some of the kind of normal life and death rules that are, for those of us who are kind of more, human bound. So we've got some exciting opportunities and stories ahead for Donna Troy and for Rachel and the whole, whole perhaps underworld we may go into and see what it's like as a transition stage.
Do you think Comics loves the Lazarus Pit?
Yeah, they really do. They really do.
I can have no comment about that.
Okay, well then I want to ask, is the way Donna died going to affect how she might live?
Absolutely.
Okay, alright. I felt like it was a very specific choice to kill her off that way.
Donna, what were you going to say?
Okay, will Blackfire meet the rest of her friends? Because I need to know what she thinks of this group.
Oh yeah, she's gonna have a really long manner. You're right.
No, wait, seriously?
It's gonna mix things up. Yeah.
We gotta love this.
This season, we're gonna bring up a new villain. It's a villain. If you've watched the show, you know that Jason Todd's had a rough run, and you got to follow him out with the Titans. And it didn't end well. And even the Titans, as they kind of reunited as a team, were absent one member at the end who rode away on a motorcycle and had a fallout. And there's that kind of the proverb of something along the lines, the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to its warmth. And that child comes back in the form of Ledger.
Wow. All right, Kurt, how do you feel about that?
All right.
Yeah, I'm very excited, obviously. I feel some pressure, but I'm ready to take it on, 100%. So I'm very excited. I've been wanting this for a while now. So.
We've got some fan questions, and I want to get to these. Sarah from the USA wants to know, how would you describe the tone of season 3?
I think that in the world we live in right now, especially in the way the Titans can be, where we have beaten ourselves up for our past sins. And it's nice to be liberated. We have a character early on before our point the direction we should go. It takes us a long time to follow her in Christ. The big change is our team goes to battle. And there's a whole new set of challenges that I have great blessing on.
Gotham's filled with iconic characters. Who can you tell us that we might meet along the way?
Oh, well, we've got a big one coming up in Dr. Jonathan Crane.
Oompa.
Also known as Scarecrow.
Yeah.
And we have another, classic character in canon named Barbara Gordon, Commissioner Barbara Gordon. We've got two, the second gen coming up. There was originally Batman and Jim Gordon, and now we have Nightwing and Barbara Gordon trying to kind of deal with the mistakes of their parents, and it turns out a lot more difficult than anybody.
And I feel like Gotham is actually where Rachel would really flourish, because it's just so Rachel. Yeah. So I think a lot of people there have hoods.
Yes. She could really come under the radar.
Yeah. Sarah from Bahrain wants to know, are we going to explore more of Raven's power-ups?
Raven's going to be in a new situation as well. She's kind of pulled herself away from the Titans, and she's on a mission to kind of understand what her work is in the world. Some of these characters struggle with destiny. Why am I here? Why am I superhero? What am I doing? What's the point of it? A lot of people have to really ask that question.
Aviso para las personas que me están viendo. Vamos a hacer series. Vemos a ver si podemos hacer 1 o 2 cómics y cortamos, ¿está? Así que, porque no hay 2 personas mirándome nada más. Que está todo bien, está todo bien, no hay problema. Así que somos muy poquitos. Así que pueden disfrutarlo tranquilo. Gracias a esas 2 personas que me están viendo. Así que bueno, hacemos series, 2 cómics nada más y ya terminamos.
Andre from Brazil wants to know, Brendan, which suit is your favorite to wear, the Robin or the Nightwing suit?
Like I said, the 9-inch suit is my favorite tool. It's a lot easier to fight in. It's a little more comfortable. It looks cool. We usually shoot costume at night, so it lit up. It looks really cool. Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's something that I look forward to watching the first episode of the first season. So I think we're all kind of excited to see the six and Nightwing and Big Grayson coming through going together.
Perfect timing.
You're getting super. You don't wait on here, man. I'm gonna make fun of my suit. I just did. As you started to put together season 3, you talked about, you built this family out. Is that something that you hope to really dig deeper into? Because sometimes the threat is to tear them apart more.
We've torn them apart a lot, so it's not so much about tearing them apart. It's basically about the struggle to stay together and to do something great, to do something greater than the sum of the parts. That's where we want to go. Again, it's kind of leaning towards optimism and chance and hope and possibility.
Cannot wait to see what comes up in season 3. I want to thank you all and congratulations on an awesome one so far. Thank you.
I'm really impressed. It looks better than I wish I was the drawing in real life, to be honest.
The drawing is really, really beautiful. It's really
You know what I like about it? Is if you look at the mounds, which is really all, everything's covered in a mask, and you've got your ski goggles on, or whatever we call those. There's so much pain in the mouths of these figures. Look at you see it?
especially, yeah.
Like, how do you capture in like a pencil, whatever beauty of this was drawn, like, how do you capture that much emotion in a few inches of skin you have to tell the human side of the story?
So true. Just the details. Oh my god. It's so beautiful.
Good.
Gorgeous. Congratulations. Wow. Anna from the UK, this cosplay is amazing. The fact that you got as close to this costume as you did, and the amount of work it took for us to get to where we got, I'm really impressed. This is beautiful. Andrew Hurst from the UK, this is really dope. Thank you so much for making this. I love how powerful it's on you. I also love that you have the curls in there. Shout out to Corey, season 1 with the curls. Yeah, I love it. So strong. Very good. Thank you so much. Yes, Queen. I love it. I love it. I can't wait to meet you. This is so awesome. I love seeing things in the show talk about as Corey. And you just nailed it. You look beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love the and fire, power, action. So good. Not Chester. Thank you. Dude! Look at that! How did you do this? That's incredible. How did you do the makeup like that? Like, okay, so we just one, that was all VFX, and some people, when everyone has really evil and they make their eyes pop and they make it like that. It took hours. This is so impressive. Thank you so much for doing this. It's pretty cool.
Bueno. Vamos a hacer el de Flash. ¿Qué me queda? Ya no me quedaban mucho. Vamos a hacer el de Flash. Vamos a hacer el de Flash. Falta el de Lucifer. Son 2. El de Doom Patrol también. 3. Y Y listo. Me vayan esos tres nada más. Bueno. Vamos a hacer Flash, así como está. Flash, Lucifer y terminamos con Superman and Lois, que es el que más es lo nuevo. Flash, no, perdón, Flash, Lucifer, Doom Patrol y Superman and Lois. Quedan 4. 4 paneles nos quedan. Y alguno más. Bueno, vamos con el de Flash.
And I'm the fastest man alive.
Pam, 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 pam. Pam, 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 pam.
My name is Barry Allen. I am the Flash.
Buenísimo.
Welcome to DC Fandom. I'm Chancellor Agar from Entertainment Weekly, and this is the Flash panel. Joining me today, we have Grant Gustin, who plays the Scarlet Feature himself, the Flash, aka Barry Allen. Candace Patton, who plays reporter extraordinaire Iris West Allen. Daniel Tannebaker, who pulls double duty as both Caitlin Snell and Frost. Carlos Valdez, who plays the ever-quotable engineer, Cisco Ramon. Daniel Nicolay, who plays Meta turning to Seal Fortin. Brandon McKnight, who plays enthusiastic scientist Chester P. Monk. Ayla Compton, who plays Central City citizen intern Allegra Garcia. Also, we have showrunner and executive producer Eric Wallace. Hi, guys. Hi. Before we talk about season 7, I do want to go back to season 6. I think it was a really unique year for the show. Eric, you came to the season. You decided to split this into 2 parts. Looking back on it now, how successful do you feel that was? How effective was that?
I thought it was really successful. It gave a new energy, I think, to the season. In the first half with Blood Work, we were able to really drill down on Barry's story and on dealing with crisis. Vice versa, in the back half, we're able to really drill into Iris's character, into Citizen, and Eva's story. And then we'll see at the top of season 7 how it all comes together.
And for the cast, especially the ones who've been here since season 1, in the moment, did you feel something different about the show and how it was structured?
I loved it. I was a big fan of it. I'm really glad that we got to, get the opportunity to really flesh out those villains a little bit more and not spread them out so much that you feel like you're sort of filling in episodes to get to the end.
I think the show needs to change in order to grow.
Yeah, I think as an actor too, it prevents fatigue throughout the season. 22 episodes is a long time, 9 months. And I think for us having this kind of break in the season where a new sort of storyline emerges kind of puts us in a headspace of, feeling reinvigorated with the work. So yeah, it makes the season a bit easier to swallow altogether.
As I mentioned, the first half of the season was about the Barry's walk-up to crisis and then dealing with his mortality.
I know how you're doing this. Real or not, I'm coming for you. Yet I'm not your first concern, am I? Not as much as your inevitable demise in a coming crisis. Goodness, you really are full of surprises, aren't you? So tell me, when you saw all those permutations, billions of possible futures, all ending in your death, what role did I play?
Grant, for you, what was it like sort of dig into Barry in that way in the first half of the season, especially with episodes like the last temptation to Barry Allen.
That episode in particular, I've said it a few times since we finished it, but that was a really special episode to me. And I think it really was a good episode to show just kind of the culmination of all of his emotions and the conflict kind of boiling over. I just felt really lucky with all the material they gave me in the last temptation of Barry Allen, especially in part one. It was different than anything I think we've done and anything I've done on the show, and I had a great time with it.
Did you find that episode particularly challenging?
Oh yeah, and it was a special episode, but it was definitely super challenging. But visually, I thought they did a great job. Everyone was really proud of it. It was tough, but it was fun.
And on the flip side, you've done a lot more into Iris as a journalist. Did you, Candace, what was it like to sort of explore that side of Iris in more detail?
It was a long time coming. I think we've kind of teased Iris being this space reporter since season 1. It's always kind of been put on the back burner, so it was a nice treat to finally have it be at the forefront of her character arc for the season. And such a male-dominated cast. I love these guys, but having more women, having this kind of Charlie's Angels sort of, reporter team, it was really cool. It brought a new energy to the show, and I hope we carry on with that in the next season.
I do want to dig more into that, because a couple fans had some citizen questions that we'll get to, but yeah, in the season, did you feel like you discovered something new about Iris through the material?
She has this conversation with Barry as mirror Iris, but I think it's very indicative of how real Iris truly feels, which is that, she can't always be the victim, and she's not always looking to be saved, and that she has to go out there and kind of have her own agency and do her own thing. And I think it was, words that came through Mirror Iris, but it's very true of real Iris needing to have her own agency and her own life and her own mission. And so that to me was kind of the spark of Iris kind of taking over her own life and, still loving Barry and still wanting this deep, meaningful relationship, but kind of separating in a way and saying, I have to do my own thing. I have to chase after villains. I have to chase after stories. No matter how dangerous it is, you put your life on the line to protect your city, and so I feel like I should have the right to do that as well. Superpowers are without. I was following up on a week, so yeah.
Following a lead in the middle of the night. I mean, something could have happened to you.
That right there. That's why I didn't tell you. I don't need you to save me. I can handle myself.
How did you sort of make sense or separate in your mind Iris and Mirror Iris when you were playing them?
Iris and Mirror Iris, we wanted it to feel like we didn't know who was who. We wanted the audience to believe that Iris and Mirror Iris were almost identical. And as the season kind of progressed, we see these kind of chipping away of Mirror Iris becoming more and more sinister and evil and kind of being taken over more and more from Eva. So a lot of it came in the script of just letting the scripts progress and letting Mirror Iris become more and more sinister.
That's episode 611, Loves the Battlefield, in
Sure.
which Iris gets to break a bottle over a dude's head. It was super fun.
I mean, that would culminate in the Barry versus Mirror Iris fight, which is something we've never seen those two characters do, or in a situation like that with each other. When you guys first played the show, did you guys ever think that you'd get to do something, do like a fight scene like that together? So,
I just assumed I always play this kind of, straight edge reporter. And so for me to ever get powers and then to have a dual personality and get to fight, I mean, it's all dream comes true kind of stuff. For 6 years, I think any actor is always looking for variety.
and almost like different news, I mean, this season we got 2 new characters with Chester and Kayla, and we have 2 now series regulars coming into season 7. How was your experience of coming into a show that's a season in and sort of finding your way through it?
I was intimidated for sure. I knew these guys were a family, and I was nervous. I think it was Danny was one of the first people that made me feel so welcome. We were shooting a scene, and it was really hot, and she just took me under her wing instantly. And I remember she was like, "Do you want to take a picture?" And I was like, "Do I want to take a picture with you?" Yes. And then I got the courage to ask other people to take pictures because she was made me feel so welcome instantly. So that transition
was really lovely for me.
I was a big fan. I am a big fan of the show, and I watched the show. Flash is my little sister's favorite superhero, so we watched the show since season 1. So I came in already like understanding what the show was about, like what the show's tone was, stuff like that. For me, it was more so just meeting everybody and getting into the same vibe that everybody else, because everybody had 5-6 years to really learn about each other and learn how everybody works together. And I was just trying to find my spot, my place, without interrupting or changing too much.
And Brandon, I know in the past, Eric has talked about sort of how the Chinese research professor is sort of like him, it's like he doesn't know science and all that. I'm curious. One, what conversation did you have with Eric about the practice of performing with Chester? 2, did you base any of it on Eric himself?
I remember the first day on set, I met Eric, and it's funny, the first episode 601, the first maybe 3 or 4 days, I was pretty much just in a coma the entire time. So I was just laying on a bench or sitting at a table and stuff like that. And I remember him telling me, because I had the monologue coming out when I'm in my garage and I'm doing the stream. And I remember him just telling me, this guy's brain works faster than his mouth. He can't speak as quickly as he thinks. So every time he has a thought, he's going to another place, and then he has another thought. He's excited about all the thoughts that he's having. So those are like that. I remember that specifically because I remember going into it being like, I don't know how much energy this guy's supposed to have. He's written with a lot of energy. He's written to be really zany and really crazy and really fun, but I don't know how big I'm allowed to go and blah, blah, blah. So Eric really showed me that, you can go as big as you want to go. If it's too much, they'll take it down, that sort of thing.
I'll never forget the first time I saw Brandon work, because Danielle was directing, so I came by set to see how it was going. And they were shooting the montage of like, you had just woken up and you were like, exploring, started out, checking all the equipment. And I don't think I'd even met you yet. I was looking at you on the montage.
Yeah, that was the first thing we met,
Yeah, I mean, I think I came in and said something to you, because I said to Danielle, like, this dude is incredible. Like, you were doing things that, I wish I could get to do on the show, and I certainly wouldn't be able to do them the way that you can do them. So I was super impressed.
It was so fun. I mean, I remember that scene too, that sequence. I had such a good time, and I feel like we shot a lot more than ultimately on the episode. But we were just having such a good time with it. But I also remember in 601, we saw your monologue. I think it was certainly before I had any scenes with you. And I feel like we watched the monologue, and we all looked at each other and were like, oh, he's great. Like, so really getting into the show with a lot of love.
Hey, what up, party people? Welcome to a world where all are welcome, and anything, including the scientifically impossible, can and probably will happen. I'm your boy, Chicken Chester, with knowledge from the bleeding edge of physics and beyond.
Kayla, with Allegra, I'm curious, coming into the show, how did you sort of connect with your character and what did you relate to her?
The way I look at Allegra is that she just wants to fit in and belong somewhere. And I just super resonate with that. Family is really important to me. My friendships are really important to me. And belonging to something or having a community is just really important to me. So that was one of the first things that I connected with Allegra. She just wants a family. She wants to belong, and she hasn't had that previously. And so I super resonate with her on that level.
For you, I guess
you're in the classroom. Yeah.
I mean, with the character, did you feel like you sort of really clicked in with her immediately, sort of on day one, or was there sort of a process for you to sort of figure your way through that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I learned more about her with every episode. I also, my first episode, I didn't know if there was going to be more episodes for me. And so that was all I had. And so I just really gave that my everything. And in that first episode, you learn a little bit about her history and a criminal background. And so that I didn't necessarily immediately get on with, but as I've, done more episodes, I've learned a lot more about her and loved her more, connected with her more.
Yeah, I mean, you just talked about your directorial debut. I feel like you still learned a lot of how sort of acting and form as a director. I'm curious, after directing from the show, how has that sort of formed how you approach your role as an actor on the show, both as Caitlin and Fox?
feel like part of the reason I love directing so much is because I've always tried to, be on set with my eyes wide open and look at all the different departments and learn as much as I can. So I definitely feel like it's informed. You're right, I do feel like the directing's informed my acting, but hopefully my acting informed my directing too. All, those years of experience and spending time on set. I love it. I'm excited to get back to it too.
And this season 6 was all about the Frost finding herself or finding a way to craft a life for herself. What would you like to explore that journey with this character?
It was great. It was really fun to get to explore Killer Frost as a real character and a person, and a human being with feelings and emotions, and not just necessarily this person who, pops up for a fight and then disappears, and we don't really know her perspective on things. So it was really fun to get to dig in and flesh that out and have a little bit of fun with it. Like Candace was saying earlier, it's nice to have the variety after, 6 seasons and we're rapidly approaching 150 episodes.
For you, what do you think is sort of the next step for Frost in her sort of development?
I'm excited because it sounds like Killer Frost is going to go on a date soon. I'm really excited to see that.
That might happen.
Do you think she has the best table manners? Probably.
And Danny, again, on something to change this season for Cecile, she sort of decides to become a meta attorney for Megan. And for you, what has it been like to see this character evolve from when she was initially introduced to where she is now?
She went from being a regular person to having powers, but then those powers evolving, and they continue to evolve every season. So it's fun for me because every time I get to explore where it's going. And since I joined the show a couple seasons after it started, I always sort of felt like coming into it, my job was to figure out how I can be whatever puzzle piece is missing. Everyone else on the show is...
Puede ser, Eli. Se cae mucho el directo. Puede ser.
I'm always trying to figure out where...
Igual somos 2 personas los que nos ven, así que...
She can support the show in its entirety. So it's a blast for me because I got to be a regular person, I got to be a telepath, and then I got to be an empath.
¿Qué vamos a hacer?
Now I am a meta defense attorney, and then from what I understand, there's going to be some shifts next season too.
In shooting those scenes where her empath powers have come into play, how do you sort of go through that as the actor? Do you sort of imagine the sound that we eventually hear on TV, or how do you?
It was a little hard to kind of wrap my head around at the beginning. I think it's hard for anyone to play powers, whether they're coming out of their ass or they're inside or somewhere in the middle. I think just as an actor, you have to go back to basics and believe where you're at and completely invest in your character's reality. And that's her reality. And so I try to really just believe what's on the page and what's written for me and play it exactly that way.
Is there something that you're hoping to do that you haven't gotten a chance to go to show yet?
I have always, this is not news to anybody, Eric will not be surprised, I have wanted Cecile to be bad, just a little bit bad, forever, but just a little bit, because she's so good. I would have a lot of fun playing as bad Cecile. I've offered many times to switch powers with Killer Frost just for an episode, but unfortunately, Eric does not believe me to be as good of a writer as I am. So he continues to not buy my pitches.
But I listen. Listening, I feel you. You never know.
And Carlos, this season, season 5, had been giving up his powers. This season was very much like figuring out what his role on the team was without those powers. After 5 seasons of Cisco 5, what was it like for you to explore this new Cisco in a new place like this?
I don't think he regrets that decision, but I think it definitely haunts him. I'm actually feeling a lot like Cisco these days because, I'll have a fan that will see in the street or whatever. They'll be like, "Yo, but 5 though, come on." I have to imagine Cisco's probably very similar. I know. Okay, but he's it was such a big decision for him that I feel like the ripple effect, the repercussions repercussions for that in terms of, you know, Cisco's sense of identity, you know, we're still seeing those waves, and we continue to see those waves into season 7. So I'm just, you know, riding the wave.
The beginning season 6 actually had an episode called Kiss Kiss Beach, which was Cisco centric, and included on the DVD set coming out in August is a black and white version of that episode, and we have a clip from that episode. So let's check it out.
You murdered my daughter! I didn't do it! Liar!
Leave him alone!
Where did you get that?
In Cisco's workshop. I don't know how it got there.
I do. You just murdered my daughter with it.
No, Richard, I don't care what you think you saw, okay? You know Cisco. You know how much he cared about Gypsy. There's gotta be another explanation.
Babe, please.
No, what about doppelgangers?
She's right. There's thousands of other versions of me out there. Yeah, they're all pencil pushers. None of them are scientists like you. You have motive, just enough guts to do this. Richard, I swear, I don't know how this is possible.
Unless it breeds psychosis.
What time did you find me sleepwalking the other night?
I don't know. Maybe 4 a.m.?
You're guilty! But you're not in your right mind. I didn't just lose a daughter. I lost a son. Because I still respect the man you were. Now, I'm going to give you an hour to get all your affairs in order and then turn yourself in. Or I will end you.
Wow.
Very cool, huh? Very
cool. Eric, what is the least of black and white version of the episode?
Well, it's a film noir story, and I always wanted it to be black and white. What was really great in making the episode, the director Manoj Gupta, he had an idea. He knew I wanted it to be in black and white. I said, well, why don't we do the vibes in black and white? And it's something that Carlos had always talked about, is how you could do vibes differently and how unique that could be as a directorial challenge. And Carlos was saying how even way back in season 1, that was something they needed to figure out. Well, when Minaj did that, we cut it into the episode. It dawned on me, oh, we can have a special edition of this that achieves this vision of an entire film noir story, all in black and white. Danny Trejo in black and white. How awesome is that?
Carlos, for you, I mean, that episode was so Cisco-centric, but in dealing with Gypsy's death, what was it like leading a plot?
So gratifying to my buddy's narcissism. You know, getting to work with Danny is always like such a pleasure, and also getting to like really sort of navigate the relationship with Camilla too. I felt like at that point, like, you know, the relationship was progressing and it needed to, like, you know, reach a major crucible or something. And I think that episode definitely did that, and it was a perfect way to like sort of demonstrate how these two are compatible. So yeah, it was very gratifying.
And the last time we saw Cisco in the season, he was heading off to Atlantis. I'm curious, in your mind, have you sort of thought about what Cisco does, what someone does in Atlantis when they visit?
I just like, you know, chatted up with dolphins and stuff. Like, definitely, you know, probably some you know, Aquaman action in there somewhere. You know, I hope Cisco comes back from Atlantis soon, because Atlantis does not pay as well.
On that note, we also have a sizzle reel for what's to come in season 7. When we last left off season 6, Eva McCullough had gotten what she wanted, and she trained Sue. And the sizzle was going to tease what's to come when the show returns. So let's check out that clip.
Mr. Michael, come for me.
It's all mine. You lost your speed? You're not much of a threat, are you? Just stay out of my way, Flash.
Iris is my wife. I have to say.
What are you? I am a product of your broken mind.
How much speed you have left? Not for a few hours. I need your help to build an artificial speed force. That's how I can get my speed back.
I was in that too. Oh, I never got back. Imagine what you would become if you weren't so afraid. This time no one's coming to save you. Not your friends, not your husband. There's only two options in this place. Survival or madness. Carry on.
You lied.
Yeah, I lied. Oh, frick. There's a supersonic jet about to crash. Only the same in the flesh isn't dressed enough to stop it. You can look anywhere, to any mirror in the universe, and it's just not. Just who I am. It's impossible to stop it.
I have a conversation business and a whole
Great. We need a plan. We've all lost so much this year. Some things can't be taken. We still have our will to fight for those we love.
Keep watching. Keep trying to break me because I'm not afraid of the woman that I am today. But you are.
Team Flash needs as many hands on deck as possible. But outside.
Save Iris and our friends.
Get everybody back.
Eric, you talk about what we're seeing there.
When we had the shutdown happen, as unfortunate as it was, we were on the last day of filming for what would have been the 20th episode of last season, which now will become partially the first episode of season 7. So we did have 85% of the footage that we were able to use, plus also we knew where we were going already in season 7. So even though it's only footage really from one episode, pay attention to the way it's presented. It's actually huge spoilers all over the place.
And that sizzle had a lot of Iris in it, a lot of Iris in the Mirrorverse. Candace, I mean, can you sort of, in your mind, how do you think First Time Mirrorverse has sort of affected her?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see when she comes out. I mean, I believe she will come out very soon when we pick up season 7. It'll be very interesting to see how she's been affected by being kind of stuck in this maddening world with this super villain. Obviously, Team Flash and Barry were working to get her. It took a while. I don't know if there's some resentment there or what's going on, or if there's even some like residual mental effect of being in that mirror world and seeing things backwards and how that affects her. I have no idea. That's kind of up to Eric.
And Danny, the sizzle also showed that there's more to come in the way to see those powers. What can you say about that?
I think that it's fair to say Cecile's powers up until this point have been passive. And I think going forward, we're going to see them evolving into something that's more active. We're going to find Cecile exploring that and maybe struggling with it a little bit and finding her way with it. And possibly getting herself into some trouble in the meantime.
Definitely.
Chester becomes even more into Team Flash as those people are sort of coming back together. What can you say about Chester's sort of the role that Chester will sort of fill on Team Flash?
What Chester's real superpower is his optimism.
Nash currently has sort of all of the wellness from the old multiverse in his mind. I guess in season 7, how will the way in which Wells is used change for the show?
Radically, but super fun, and you're not gonna see it come. I love the Allegra and Nashville's relationship so much. It was one of the joys when the dailies would come back and I would see these two wonderful actors kind of getting to know each other from early on, and then Exorcism of Nashville's learning why they kind of have this relationship. So there'll be more of that.
Previous show sort of Barry is sort of working as hard as he can to get his powers back, get his speed back. I mean, do you think Barry has enjoyed any part of not having his speed at this point, or do you think he really does miss really misses it, I guess?
Yeah, no, I think he really just misses it. I don't think, especially with Iris being trapped in the Mirrorverse at the moment, and then Eva being a factor, I don't think any part of it has been like, well, I guess I'll just enjoy this downtime while I can. I think he genuinely not just wants his powers back, but he feels he needs them back, and he's also started to feel that they define him, and what is he without them? Yeah, I mean, it's taking a toll on it just mentally.
Big bads for season 7. Eric, what can you tease about who needs to do, or who I guess, and this is the first one, who they will be, and how they will balance the last one your way?
Wow, I don't like spoilers. Let's just say there was a certain speedster who wore a white costume whose clones kept showing up. And it really, Team Flash had to deal with that, but we never caught the real guy or girl. Let's just say we might find out that mystery this season.
Spoilers, I mean, without spoiling it for you, what makes Godspeed an interesting villain for you? Just on, I guess, without getting into what the show video, that it's like coming to the season, what was it about Godspeed? You're like, oh, there's something there for that.
Two things. One, the current run of the comics that Joshua is writing is terrific. And I want to make sure that new fans, especially new young fans who are reading the comic book right now, are welcomed to the show. So it's not just Silver Age villains and Bronze Age villains. There might be a young girl or a young boy who is reading those Flash comics right now and going, where's my villain, my generation's villain?
Who is this guy anyway?
An old family friend. His name's Godspeed. He's from the future.
I want that same experience for a young person now to go, well, my villain is Godspeed. He's only 8 years, it's only been around for 5 or 8 years or so. So bringing him in is very important to me to expand the audience. That's number one. 2, Godspeed, unlike, say, Reverse Flash, has no emotional connection, supposedly, right, to the Flash. So the question is, why is Godspeed angry at the Flash? We've got to keep the show fresh. We've got more to say.
You know, I think that's happened recently. We have 2 characters on the show, Barry and Joe, who work for the police department. Have you sort of thought about how you're going to approach their jobs in this coming season, maybe change or maybe not?
The world right now is on fire. We have to look at what's around us. It definitely informs specifically Joe's story this season, but in a good way and in a positive way, because we need to be socially responsible as artists. Yes, I love comic books and the Flash, but I'm a person first. We have to be people first and work together to make the world a better place. I believe that. That's where those changes are coming from. So yeah, you'll notice some changes, definitely.
And with that, let's move on to some fan questions.
Hi, I'm Stanley, and this is my question. How is Naturals going to adjust with all of the new Harrisons in his mind?
What's it like having a million wells in your head? You're going to find out real fast.
For Grant, which from all over the world wants to know this, when will we get to see the Flash in the iconic gold boots?
This might be a question for me, but really it's for Eric. Because I don't know if this is saying too much, but if it were up to me, it would have been like 2 seasons ago. So Eric's going to update us on this one.
Yeah, well, Grant and I have talked extensively about this. For the record, I love gold boots too, right? I just think they must be done, right? So it's like, when's the right time to unleash them? I think a story is the best way to unleash them. So I'm determined to get you your gold boots, Grant. I promise. I just can't say when, but it will happen.
¡Vamos! ¡Vamos, que se vienen las botas amarillas, boludo! ¡Concha de la hora! Al fin. No sabemos cuándo, pero bueno, bien.
I don't know, that's more of a question for Eric.
Yes, you'll see much more of Team Citizen investigating a very specific thing that I can't talk about right now. It's like terrible, but it's true. It's true. But they got a lot of fallout because the leader of Team Citizen is in the Mirrorverse. So what's been going on with Team Citizen while she's been gone? That they need to start doing.
And the second part of that question, can we expect to see more of the mentorship relationship?
Che, ¿por dónde anda mi topo? ¿Dónde está mi topo? Que no aparece en el chat. Que se lo extraña. A ver, que me vaya diciendo cómo van los otros canales.
Relationship. We've already kind of seen that grow in season 6, and I hope there's more of that in season 7. I think it's a great opportunity for a really beautiful female relationship and friendship. What gets attention more than this? Your cousin was a victim. I'm like, what? And now some secret organization is using her. I mean, how many others things? I need to help them. Right. I mean, no one wants to find out what happened that surrounds them more than me, but is this really what matters the most right now? Yeah. Now, come on, do your stuff. Camilla is going to see if she can make up right. Photos. I have a stakeout date. Robots?
Yeah, I didn't know that. I echo that. I'm really looking forward to that. And I think it's got to happen, right? Especially as we've expanded Candace's story, Iris's story. I think this is the first time Iris has ever had someone come under her, right? So this is a really good opportunity for helping get that stuff.
Last season, we got to see some romantic moments between Gary and Iris, even though it was Mirror Iris. Will we get to see more of that with the real Iris this season? This question comes from Jimmy.
Iris will be getting out of the Mirrorverse shortly after we return with season 7. So regardless of what exactly that's going to entail, we're going to see them together a lot more next year than we did last year.
They will find their way back to each other eventually. A lot of the romance and the chemistry between Grant and I has always been something even deeper than that. It's the way we look at each other and the way the characters are written.
And Grant, this one's for you. You have some amazing Flash fan art and cosplay to show you.
Okay, guys, right now I'm looking at a cosplay fan art of Vladimir Borisov. I hope I'm saying that right. He's from California. And this thing is epic. Honestly, he's got a better superhero pose than I think I've ever had for a Flash photo shoot. So I could learn a thing or two from Vladimir, I think. All right, I love this one by Shannon Beltran from the UK. It's me and my bud Wally, Keenan Lonsdale. I love this moment. We were reunited and we did our fist bump. I think it was scripted as a fist bump, which we were happy to do, but then we were like, I'm hugging Keenan. This is awesome. Good job, Shannon. Hamlet Roman from Colombia. Awesome image of Barry, myself as Barry, running up a building in the season 2 suit, I believe, season 2, season 3. This thing is really cool. God, you guys are talented.
Well, that'll do it for us today. Thank you all for joining me for this panel. I had a really good time. For everyone watching, please make sure you tune into The Flash when it returns in 2021. And again, remember that The Flash, the complete 6th season, is available now on digital and comes out on Blu-ray DVD on August 25th.
Bueno. No, un patrón lo vamos a dejar para el segundo. Este lo vamos a dejar para el final. Bueno, vamos con Lucifer.
Hey everybody, I'm Sterling Filati, one of the directors of Lucifer. Very fortunate to be one of those folks, and just want to introduce to you guys a very special critique of Lucifer musical episode.
Yeah, you can touch this girl. Oh, sure. So, there was a fourth point. It had just hit the 2-minute warning. Cathedral highs down by 3. What? They've got possession. Cheerleaders do want to stick to the flag and the flag. Right. Well, poor Steve Rockwell here dropped dead at the 50-yard line. Everyone thought he died of a heart attack, but I hope he did after 2 minutes. Yeah, someone. But it's this one with poison.
That was.
Nice. What are you gonna do though, right? Everyone hides the dust.
Ay, no. Ay, no, los amo. Me muero. No. Me vuelvo loco.
Wow. I don't even know where to go from here, but I'd like to introduce, that was a mic drop moment, I'd like to introduce our showrunners of Lucifer, Bill DiMaggio and Joe Henderson. Welcome, you guys. Hello! Hello! I mean, we're going to get to that clip in a second. My brain's beginning to process it, but I wish you could be there right now. This will simply do it. So that is the faces. The fans have been waiting for a musical episode of Lucifer. I need to know so many things, but let's start with, when did you guys even have the idea that this could be an actual thing?
Gosh, I'll say it's been a slow build, a slow burn. I mean, in my heart, it began to blossom after the Vegas episode when Tom and Amy did Lucky Lady, and I remember coming into rehearsal for that and crying because I was in such a dream come true, and I was so excited to like, and if there's any show that you could actually do a musical on, it's a good one.
It was my personal mission to do a musical episode without actually having to do it, because it's really hard and exhausting. So I loved that Bilby wanted to do it, and I could be part of it, but not actually do all of it.
Well, I remember, when I started with you guys season 2, like feeling rumbling, little thing, every season musical is not going to happen. And it definitely felt like a fever dream. Like I didn't know that was really going to happen when we all came together. I mean, wow, what a cool surprise and incredible experience it was for all of us working on it. For the folks at home, I directed this, I didn't direct this episode, but it's good. I just can't wait for the guys. Oh, one thing I want to do is congratulate you guys on season 6. I mean, another go around, another way to bring this baby home. I mean, how do you guys feel about that?
You can't kill the devil, my friend.
Claro.
It is the strangest thing. We are essentially the most canceled / uncanceled show.
That's a cool distinction. I like that.
Yeah.
No, it's a mixture of emotional whiplash and also joy and gratitude, because we had a chance to end the season series 5 because we were told it was ending, and then we were given the option to decide decide whether or not we had more story to tell. And at first we were like, no, this is it, we're ready to go. And it was very much an effort. Billy and I in the room talked about it a lot. We're like,
one more story to tell.
and we're 2 weeks into the room, and I can't imagine not telling the story.
Wow. Let's talk really quickly about what goes into helping and shooting, and even the post-production side, a musical episode like this. Like, can you guys speak to that?
I don't know.
I mean, we almost broke the convention. We almost broke our show. So we had to create, right? Remember, I mean, we had to create a completely separate schedule just to track all the rehearsals for the dance, rehearsals for the music, and all the recording sessions for the music. And we just had to have or track every single thing, just to coordinate it. And I think we almost exploded our show. We really did.
And then when you guys found out, when you actually got the news that the musical episode is happening, it's been approved, one of the others was into it, all that stuff. What was that feeling after you were thinking about it?
Part of the challenge was you were always going to come. Part of it is, it's like, to me, in these musical episodes, you've got to have story-based reasons that everyone puts in the song. And our show has people putting in the song all the time, but it's because they're at luck or because of reasons like that. So, one of the challenges is what elements do we produce that is organic to our story that allows all of our cast to first sing the song. And when we found that, say what it is, or
I'll say it's genius, but
that's what it came together.
Awesome. And would you say, as far as the cast goes, were there people who were more excited than others that you guys were going to do this musical episode? Like, who was the most jazzed and who was the least jazzed?
Well, it's funny because at the beginning of every season, we have the actors come in one by one and we kind of talk about what their story is going to be for the season. And this time, it was a question, what do you feel comfortable doing? We're going to do the musical. Do you want to sing? Do you want to dance? Do you want to do both? Pretty much everybody was like, oh, I want to do all of it.
It was fun to watch people decide where they're comfortable with. Because it's like if ever you want to empower them to like, you're like, listen, as much as you want, but this is your opportunity to do this.
Can you guys confirm or deny that Howard had a special suit made for him that stretched? They had a lot of give so he could use his dance.
Oh, I believe it's called Weston. And yes, he does indeed have a special suit. It has elastic in the armpits.
I didn't know this.
And in the crotch area. I believe even so that you may kick and raise your arms without splitting. But I believe he split the crotch anyway.
Was there a moment when, during the prep of the episode, or during the episode, where you guys may have thought, oh God, what have we done?
Most productions have that feeling every minute of every day. They're like, what did you do? Whereas we were like,
by the way, I want to take over this interview a second. Sherwin, what scene as a director was the one that that challenged you or that you found the most interesting to do?
So I would have to say the finale of the episode is one that obviously put on the everything, but I wanted that one to have a special quality, standalone quality, but not for the reasons the audience might say. So I'm pretty confident that we built the momentum up to get to that point in the episode. So to answer your question, it would probably be that final number that has so much going on in it. Yes.
It is a beautiful duet.
Yeah, I think all the songs, there's a lot of funny, but there's also a lot of emotion, and so there's a great range of feelings
that I expressed.
As someone who wasn't there at all, I'm curious what else happened. First of all, after moments you might have found that you see on the screen or things like that, but as you guys were both exploring the space. Well, yeah, there you go.
I was gonna say, I want to say this right. Is that even in like the Number 5 Express, which was so choreographed, it had to be. There were still moments of improvisation.
That made me laugh. Yeah.
Right.
I want to know.
Well,
yeah.
Can you pick it out?
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a moment that one of the actors, said something on her own, malicious.
You did not say do it.
It was not in the choreography. It's solely because we were like dancing, between takes and like just messing around and everyone gets fun. That like you discover things in those moments and then you end up putting in the show. So, there's like 0.05% improv in there, but it's in there.
And I think we can say it's Lauren. A moment between. Yeah. It's a moment between Lauren and Tom.
And Lauren really takes control.
She's control of the moment.
Well, that's also what's great with working with actors. Working with people in comedy and others. It's like they're working within very strict boundaries, but they still find those little moments within it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we found it. We hit the floor. So funny.
I think I'm glad I made it. I saw it.
No, maybe.
Chicos, ¿alguien me puede avisar? Porque me mandaron una foto de que se cayó. Ahora lo de Eli me está cerrando, porque dice, se cae mucho el directo. ¿En qué momento se cayó? Pues estoy tan concentrado en ver acá que no, la verdad no le presté atención. Además, como somos pocos, tampoco medio como que... ¿En qué momento se cayó? No me di cuenta. Bueno, menos mal que el StreamYard no me lo cerró.
I made sure all of this is cooked for you. Boom. We go. Oh, it's not doing
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Wait. No?
You can't do what I'm doing. I'm sorry with that. Let me use it back.
I see it. It's one of the detective. Is the acting Billy's here? Will you marry? It's like a candy red, though. Instead of the regular glazed ones. Instead of the regular glazed ones, one bite of these.
She's pizza. No.
Give me your gun. Put it on the floor.
Okay.
And your phone. It's not on the start.
Hey, stop it. Screw it up. I'm so good. You guys are so good. You are so good.
Okay.
If you didn't come to spar, then why did you invite me here? Are you telling me you're close to me? Wait. Wait. Are you gonna just be honest with me? No.
A ver. Bueno. Vamos con el anteúltimo panel. Mierda, 0 vistas. Nadie me está mirando. Qué groso, gracias. Los quiero. Genios. Eh, Muy simple. Vamos a hacer eso. Sí, si nadie me está mirando. Vamos a ver. Vamos a esperar que sean las 5. Ay, 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 ay.
I knew the terrible news.
I do some things can be good without process.
Yes.
Welcome to DC Fandom. My name is Christian Howard from Entertainment Weekly, and you're watching the Doom Patrol panel. So glad to have you all here watching virtually. I personally am very happy to be moderating this because Doom Patrol is, I would say, easily my favorite superhero show right now. Because of all the crazy things we see, in season 2 alone, we've had sex demons, time traveling roller skate parties, and a demon can see Jack the Ripper, and that's just in a couple episodes. So I'm so excited to have creators and producers here to go through season 2 and talk about the show. First up, of course, we have Mr. Timothy Dalton, who plays Niles Calder, aka the Chief. We have Matt Bomer, who plays Larry Trainer, aka Naked Man. Jordan Wade plays Big Stone, aka Cyborg. April Bowlby, who plays Rita Barr, aka Alaska Woman. Diane Guerrero, who plays Jane, aka Crazy Jane, aka Hammerhead, aka Baby Doll, aka You Know the Rest. Abigail Shapiro, who plays Dorothy Spinner. Aaron Ogeloff, who plays Ronnie Evers. Riley Shanahan, who is the on-set performer for Cliff Steele, aka Robot Man. Matthew Zuck, who is the on-set performer for Larry Trainer, aka Naked Man. Jeremy Carver, executive producer and showrunner. Chris Dingus, executive producer. Mara Becker Wilkinson, co-executive producer. Everybody ready to get into it? Ooh, yeah. There we go. So we kind of wanted to start with a generic question for a lot of you, particularly those of you who were part of the show in season 1. How did kind of the experience of filming season 2 differ from season 1? Were you a little more used to kind of the weirdness and ready to roll with the craziness, or did you still find yourself getting caught off guard in scripts?
Personally, you can never really get used to the craziness and the weirdness because this show is so phenomenal and our team come up with such amazing ideas and we're constantly looking at scripts as actors and completely baffled as to how we can get crazier and wilder. So I think for me personally, one of the best things was that we got to come back and do it all over again and which we all resonate with and which we all now understand that a show and a world in which we don't fully understand, but we're getting to grips in this wacky weird world. And so yeah, being able to come back and do it all over again, knowing what we're getting ourselves into with a big.
Well, I wanted to do the flip side of that and kind of ask Ronnie and Abigail, since your characters are introduced to the show this season, what's it been for you guys navigating this weirdness and have your co-star make you feel any more at home?
It's been really cool, actually. This is like my first TV gig ever, so I'm just so grateful that I had such a great experience and everything, and to be like working on this show in particular. Because I've gotten to do things I've always wanted to do as an actor. That's been really cool, and I just had such a great time reading all of these scripts. They're so well written and insane, and I couldn't wait to read the next one.
Same. I mean, those scripts are just insane. I was like, how are people doing this? And my character also is like kind of like a sliver of normalcy. It kind of gives you a break from blackness. I feel bad kind of taking inside of it.
Yeah, we've seen and like every scene you guys are in.
In the bed.
In the bed.
In the bed.
Even though so much happened in season 1, in season 2, we're really digging in even more on some of these characters and learning things about their backstories, especially Larry and Rita come to mind as characters who learn a little bit more about their family relationships and things before they join the Patrol. I'm just curious, with Jeremy, Chris, Tamara, what kind of conversations do you guys have with the actors going into season 2 about how the characters are going to develop or what roles we're learning about that?
Well, I mean, first, as the writing sort of we're going through it for several weeks and we're figuring out character arcs and such, and then I sat down with each of these folks and sort of like walked them through what their arc was looking like for the season, just so they have an idea, because nutty stuff, I guess that you could say, happens during the course of the season. You want them to see the sort of grounded arc that's actually forcing through all of the craziness, and just to give them a strong basis to start the season and get an understanding of beginning, middle, and end to the extent that we know it. That's what we try and do every season with the cast, to the extent that we know the answers, so they can have a little bit of a roadmap for themselves.
Well, kind of one of the big things kind of carrying us from the end of season one into the new season is that at the end of season one, we learned that Niles, the chief, who all the characters saw as some kind of parental or father figure, that he was in fact responsible for a lot of the stuff that's happened to them. The one-two punch of that is that we also met Dorothy, who is kind of his justification for all these things he's done, and was to protect her. That kind of carries through the season, I think, as the team is kind of processing that. And I'm curious, Timothy, did that change your performance at all? That this character is really in a position now where he has to be asking for forgiveness and leniency, maybe a little more than he's used to.
Well, because with me, I think performance changes all the time. It's an organic thing. In one situation you behave one way, in another situation you behave in a completely different way. Which is good. It brings texture and depth. The new surprise, and we get plenty of surprises on the show.
First to Diane, because Jane is a character who seems to have kind of relied on the chief a little bit for being a presence in her life, despite kind of a horrible history she has with parenting. Not being able to rely on the chief, how does that kind of change Jane's decision-making?
She's relied on the chief a lot, and I think that we see that starts to change even in first season. So she decides to rely on other methods to cope, and we see where that gets her. And then eventually she sees that she needs this family. I mean, and she starts to empathize with everyone else's trauma as well. And she sees that it's not just her who's having all of these, or going through this emotional roller coaster on her own. She sees that maybe the chief is not her primary source of protection, and she starts relying on the team.
And of course, the chief is far from the only parental figure in a lot of these characters' lives. They kind of inherited some messed up things from their parents, which we see this season. And so I'm curious, April, Jordan, Abigail, you guys speak at all kind of how your characters are reckoning with kind of their parental relationships and what they kind of left other parents?
I think Rita suffers from imposter syndrome, and I think her whole life being informed that her mother got her these jobs by doing these acts. She doesn't know where she stands. She doesn't feel like she belongs anywhere. And so it's informed her decisions. And that's why in season one, she's such a narcissistic person, because she's protecting that idea that she has as a herself, that she's not worth anything. And so in season two, she starts to let her guard down. She starts to actually look at her past and see the damage that the parental figure in her life has caused, and she claims it. And so she starts to see these powers as not a weakness, but an ability that she can use. And instead of getting stressed out, now she starts using it to stretch and to grow. And the only way she can do that is to look at her damage and to acknowledge it and grow past it.
I think Big Stone is helping her to control that, to work out that element, not to take any credit. He's helping her, maintain her too. I think for Vic, the biggest thing is for him is that Niles was essentially his father figure to him, and I really look at Silas as more of a parental guardian than father. That relationship between Vic and Silas is very much a relationship in which warrants progress as opposed to actually looking at the emotional well-being of Vic, and that's a constant back and forth. And so why Vic decides to stay with the Doom Patrol. He's now got a family. He hasn't felt, especially since the accident, that he has a family, and that's why he's seeking for that and goes off and it's against it at first, but once he does come around to
I'm in a movie show, he starts to feel and see that void in which is starting to be filled from the family, which he doesn't essentially feel like he has, which allows him to be more open and to see what all of the other gang are doing and how they're dealing with what they've gone through, which encourages him to start taking on his PTSD, hence him now leaving the Doom Patrol in season 2 to grow up essentially. Miles
is the only person who's really taken care of her for all these decades. She loves him so much, but throughout the season, she realizes that he's not necessarily the person he thought he was, and he's locked her away for so long. So she's missed out on the world. She realizes that her father isn't perfect, and nobody really is. And her father just wants to keep her alive.
I'm so glad to have Matthew and Riley on this call because I want to shine a spotlight on kind of what you guys do on the show as the on-set performers for Negan Man and Robot Man. You guys just talk a little bit about how in general you kind of, physically perform these characters and kind of imbue these personalities and themes of the show into their movements. And Matthew and Matt, if you guys kind of want to talk about your collaboration off of that.
Collaborating with Matt has been really cool because he's just been so open and like we have conversations about like what the character's feeling and what the relationship is to this person, John in the first season, and just like how we think overall things are affecting Larry with his spirit in their relationship. So it's a very open and like communicative thing where we get to really get into like the nitty-gritty of what we're feeling. The way I come at it is like, your body holds your emotion. And so it's just kind of like trying to think about how you would witness your emotion every day, how you would witness your emotion in another person. And then you just kind of find where that lives in your body, and that becomes kind of like the posture, the speed, the rhythm, all of that goes into portraying that. And I kind of have a lot of help too because I have neutral mask, so like the facial expression kind of assumed almost from the posture, the rhythm, the speed, and all of that is so easily informed by what the writing says and what these relationships are. And it really is just like you're just acting, right? But then you're thinking about it in terms instead of how do I say this line? It's like how do I make sure that this technicality aligns with the way that the line I think would be said, and then it's just like, okay, now I'll give to Matt and trust that he knows exactly what he's doing. Of course he does, because it's magic that comes together. It's the synergy. It's just like, it's great.
Yeah, what I love about this job is it is a true collaboration with another artist on the role. It's not a one-sided mandate. We'll have a discussion. Sometimes I'll lay down an initial track, but Matthew's so brilliant. What he finds on set physically is oftentimes so inspiring to me that I'll go in and kind of vibe off of what he does. So it really is a back and forth. And, I'm just so lucky that I get to work with him on the role.
Like when you put on the suits that LJ Cannon and creative characters built, like they're just so beautiful, and they have this kind of enigmatic thing where Adam's job is to kind of like breathe life into this beautiful, in my example of Robot Man, he's just like a husk of a thing. You see him on the side, you're like, whoa, that's amazing. But all of a sudden, when you're in it, it's like how it's organized your body, and then similarly to like the Matt Square situation, like with Brendan and I, like I try to think about it where I'm like, okay, I'm not necessarily like making choices you would make, right? I'm acting through a Brendan Fraser filter. So something I started doing accidentally early in my process was like, I don't know, I started rewatching Brendan Fraser movies. And like, like watching the Bobby, like, Brendan, what the fuck, and like I started doing a mimic of him, and it just sort of like feels like it comes together. And we also, on top of it, Brendan and I feel like I have to remiss if I didn't share it here. We like went to the same 900-person arts college, had the same mentor while we were there, and we both have the same birthday.
Wow.
If I wrote this in a book or a play or a show or something, you'd be like, that's hacking, that's big. But it's just life. It's just wow.
I want to piggyback off too what Riley said about the costumes too, because like, I mean, for every actor, I'm sure they all agree, like your costume informs your performance so much, and the way that you move and all that type of stuff is always a factor in the character. But I think even more so with these things, it's like Riley, you have to move a certain way in some situations because of the bulk and the size and the weight of that. And the same thing with me, it's like some things in Japan as well, with the site and things like that, it's like some things you're kind of like, oh, well, this is how I would have to be in this situation. And then it informs and becomes like almost a character and emotional choice because you justify it. You find, well, how does this work? And now how can I make this work for the scene in the moment? And it really is like the costumes are such a helpful, incredible part of what we do.
I realized early on, though, that Matthew and I were going to need separate costumes because at first we only had one, we had to share it. And the first time I wore it, it was a stunt scene and I had to duck, and it tore from the ass down to the ankle. And I realized I may have a little bit more kadunka than Matthew has done, so they're going to need a second suit for sure.
Awesome. Well, you mentioned a little bit earlier, Cyborg and Ronnie kind of having done a long time this season. Even more than the kind of personal stuff, I've been very interested by kind of the conversations they're having with each other about what justice looks like and how much of justice is about punishment, punishing criminals, punishing people for relationships, and why do you versus forgiveness and giving people some okay. Damn, girl. Those are moves. That's our new name.
What? No, but I didn't ask you to call him.
On a buddy. That's standard procedure.
He's just a kid. Give me some. Give him some.
42 prior, this would be his third chance.
Then give him a third chance. The more this kid is in the system, the harder it is for him to get out there.
And if he doesn't experience the consequences, then he's like, no,
you're really that confident in the moral compass?
No. I just didn't know this money was my only chance to solve systemic injustice. And
all I'm saying is this kid needs more protection than I do.
So there's a lot going on, in their relationship and their interactions, which guys like exploring.
I think it's beautiful that we get to have these nice, intimate moments in the middle of the world about to end. I really love with Cyborg and Ronnie because they're so different in the way they think about things, but at the same time they're so similar. Like their trauma is very similar. I mean, they met at a trauma crying out loud. So I just love that they're kind of like opposites attract. She's teaching Cyborg a different way to go through things, and they both have a genuine heart, but they may have done things in the past that are different. But I think it's the genuineness of their heart is what brings them together. They're both good people. It's just Ronnie has done some things, and he knows it. So I just think that it's a beautiful act of Black love. We don't see that a lot, and I just think it's a nice surprise seeing the Patrol. Like you wouldn't expect it. Like these two Black beautiful people just loving on each other, and that's really important to me. And I love that producers decide to do that, and I'm always very grateful. So I just think their series is incredible.
Reputation is a huge thing for me, and seeing that Black love on screen, and also at a point for Vic, seeing Ronnie as what is the closest reflection for Vic in terms of seeing someone else. I can look at the robot man all day long, but it's not exactly a direct reflection. But when it comes to Ronnie and seeing someone who would sort of experience very similar things, or has an outward appearance of something which is so similar to Vic, he relates on another level. And I feel like even being amongst Doom Patrol and seeing what these characters have been through, there was one level of entry, but then keeping and being able to come into relationship with Ronnie allowed Vic to really start to see a mirror reflection of himself and start to learn to love himself more. I think that's one of the biggest things that I feel like Vic gets from that relationship. And then, we know that only when we love ourselves do we get to love others. So it allows them to express outwardly for that connection with Ronnie. And it's just so beautiful to play alongside characters phenomenal as we see. And we had a great conversation about how this was going to physically work when it came to knowing that Cyborg was going to get down. But we cracked it. You ready?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I want to throw to some of the absolute craziest, most powerful characters, which I would say are probably Jane and Dorothy, who are a little similar in terms of their power both gives them access to different allies, whether it's
personalities inside themselves, or these imaginary friends. Recently, we've seen them kind of bump up against each other a little bit in the show. So I'm just curious for Diane and Abigail, you know, how do you guys think that Jane and Dorothy see each other? Is this their friend or something?
I think that there's a lot of similarities there. Jane was very, very attached to Chief. And you see some of the different personas have different relationships with Chief as well, especially Baby Doll, and where we saw Dorothy and Doll have that connection, and then saw some like life-changing things for both of them that caused them to have to make some major decisions. I love that relationship there because we both, I care about Dorothy. I care about the fact that she's a little girl, and I can understand what it is to feel like trapped and what it feels like to be deceived and locked away or traumatized. And so I think that she finds a lot of she's empathetic towards Dorothy, and of course they have that connection for Chief.
And I think like looking at it from like a family aspect, they're very much like sisters. Because when you look like at the sister relationship, there's that fighting, and you get that fight between Dorothy and Baby Doll. And these are two little girls with these powerful, destructive powers they have really no control over. So when you put them two together, like, of course, sisters fight. I fight with my time. When we're like pull at each other's hair and stuff like that. So like when you put two girls together with these powers, it's not gonna necessarily always end up well. I think I might be a little bit too big for some real beings. Your dad is a bad man. What? He hurt me. He hurt everyone in this house, and that's why everyone hates him. That's not true. It is. He's bad. Your dad is a bad man.
There we go.
What?
No, like, you know, I'm like, yeah, that's how everyone.
It turned out so creepy.
Yeah.
It was so creepy. I just have to say I loved that episode for all of us. I thought it was so fun.
And it was so fun, like working with you, for the Dorothy Baby Doll season. We just kind of let out our inner little kid. How are you, Cliff?
Top shelf. So are you two running buddies now? Two little masters of disaster? Nice.
Yes, Jimmy. We're very close friends.
Man, you missed out on a killer tea party.
What?
What? This is DC Fandom, so we have some questions from fans as well.
Hi, my name is John Tharp from Lynchburg, Virginia. And my question is, was the writers' room a no bad ideas sort of space? Because there seem to be no limits on the Doom Patrol show, and I absolutely love it.
I feel like it's only bad ideas space. And just case in point, I wrote an episode where the villain descends on a crowd in a giant butt balloon, and that made it to film.
Hi, my name is Austin. I'm from Hawaii, and my question is, will the Doom Patrol ever acknowledge themselves as the Doom Patrol?
Just from my perspective in the writer's room, I try to never think of this show necessarily as a superhero show. But I would think if you had superpowers, it would be impossible for that not to cross your mind, like whether it's Steel and Stone or Rita trying to master her powers. I think that might be in the back of everyone's minds, but I think they're a long way off from being able to get their own shit together to worry about other people's stuff.
Chris, way to plug your own episodes there. That was really good.
I don't know any of the other episodes. I just focus on me.
Oh, Chris, we have so much in common.
Narcissism.
Hello, my name is Andrew Garcia, and I work with Patrol because it's so bizarre with the wild adventures they go on. To me, this show hits the highest point with the theme of mental health, being that the characters have such traumatic origins. What have you learned from the characters, and what does mental health mean to you as actors?
Well, just, destigmatizing mental health is so important, I think, and it's something that is super underrated. I love that our show does that. And I love that it's not just, at first I kind of went in thinking it was just going to be, Crazy Jane, right? Because she has all these personalities and she has TNT. But then you see that it's all of us, really. And I really think that speaks to a lot of people because we all really do, as human beings, need mental health. It's important for us in our day-to-day, so that it's important for our survival. So it's certainly taught me a lot about the self-care that I need, and not to just blow something off like, oh, well, whatever, I'm sad, it's not important. It is important, and it's important to take care of yourself, and it's important to make sure that we give that value for everyone. Nothing is too little or too big, and we never stop growing. I mean, we're all like, on the show, we're like 100 years old or something, or plus, and so we see that we just never stop growing, and it's never too late to heal. In fact, it's imperative.
All you gotta do is talk to me. What's going on in there?
This codependent routine is getting stale. Go, stay, do whatever you want. Just don't do it for me.
Okay, for the record, I am not dependent on anybody. I am my own robot.
Wow.
Nice job, Armando. Whoa. Armando. I just love that man so cool.
That is awesome. It is awesome. Look at Rita, pencil like ever, just next to Larry, as we should be.
I like the side eye from Miles. He's like, I destroyed every one of these.
Francisco. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. That's so cool. Wow. Ooh, let's go. Francisco, can I get that so I can hang it up on my wall? It's so good. Whoa. So cool.
Wow. That's amazing. Very edgy. Yeah, very edgy. It's like the most super heroic that this bunch has ever looked.
Like, it looks like we're about to fight the word lines this time.
I think to wrap up, I wanted to play a really quick game with you guys based on some of the most insane characters that have popped up in Doom Patrol, such as Animal Visual Mineral Man, who was haunting the margins all last season. DC and Doom Patrol have a lot more crazy characters where that came from. So I just wanted to run 3 by you, and you guys tell me if you think they're a real character from DC Comics or if they're totally made up.
Yeah.
Okay. First one I wanted to run by you. Name is Ambush Bug. Real name is Erwin Schwab. Origins, they found the ambush bug suit and took on the role. Superpowers are teleportation, dumb luck, cosmic awareness, and invulnerability. Does that sound like a real DC character or a fake? Real.
No.
Okay, real. It is 100% real.
Some luck, take it away.
Yeah. But that's not the spirit of comics. Yeah. Alright, this one's name is Disgust Machine. Real name, Quinn Harrison. Origin, famous chef turned hideous superhuman after accidentally eating mutant eggs. Superpowers are super speed, shape-shifting, and enhanced spell and vision. That sound like a real character or a fake? Hey, that's a fake. Fake. It's fake. Yeah. The name is Lump. Real name is Lump. origin is that it was created by Grand Goodness to trap a superhero called Mr. Miracle. Superpowers are telepathy and illusion casting, and it may or may not have gone mad by seeing its own base appearance. That seemed true.
Real.
That's real. You guys are completely great. Thank you guys once again for all assembling for this virtual DC fandom panel. This is the cast and the creators of Doom Patrol, the first 2 seasons of which are available now.
Bueno, niños, no sé si alguien me está viendo. Ya. No, por nada. Vamos a ver el último panel y me voy. Último panel.
Hello, everyone out there at Fandom. This is Jim Lee. I am the publisher and chief creative officer at DC. I'm super excited to be hosting this panel about an upcoming new show called Superman and Lois. Today with me, I have Todd Helping, who is the writer, Uno badass on the production. Hey, Todd, good to see you.
Hello, hey, Jim. Good to see you.
And we have Clark and Lois. Well, we have Superman and Lois, Tyler Hecklin, and Elizabeth Tulloch. Welcome.
Thanks. I'm excited.
Yeah, so let's just jump into it. We've got a lot of questions. I have my own personal questions. I'm a huge fan of the show, for the characters, and then I believe some fans are going to ask some questions. You guys actually might be asking each other some questions here today too. So everyone will be participation about that. So anyway, so Superman was obviously the first superhero, and he's had some amazing TV shows over the years. As a kid, I watched the George Reeves black and white Superman one where he kind of jumped out of a window onto an actress and then and obviously there have been shows since then. Todd, can you talk a little bit about how this show is going to be different from previous incarnations, adaptations, what you're doing differently that hasn't been done before, and just kind of tease it out a little bit? I know you can't share too much right now.
The main way that we're going to make this a little different is that Clark and Lois are married in this version. And they're not only married, they have 2 teenage boys. Yes,
too young to have teenage boys.
Yeah, well, we lean into that because Clark Kent does not really age that much. You gotta look close. The grays are coming in. They're there. Don't worry. Yeah, when Tyler's shaving everything. But yeah, I think as father. Who happens to have 2 boys, that felt like a really great way to bring in some personal experience and just to tell really a story that is as grounded as you can possibly be to have Superman in it. And as a couple, we really get to lean into Clark and Lois not being Superman, the most or famous journalists in the world, but really as parents, like what is that like when you have jobs like that, which can really a lot of people can relate to nowadays. To a lot of families that have 2 working parents, and all the complexities and difficulties that come with having jobs like that. And then with 2 boys, how as parents, speaking from experience, my boys are wildly different. And so we wanted to present 2 kids that had completely different skill sets. And how do you deal with that as parents?
And I don't know if you can, if you feel comfortable revealing this just yet, right? But there's a reason for which Clark and Lois moved back to Smallville. That's a big piece of.
Yeah, I'm not going to give a reason yet, but the story of Superman has taken place in Metropolis for very long. Obviously, there was a Smallville series, but I came from a small town in the Midwest, and town that I grew up in had a business leave that sort of affected everybody in the town, and the town started to slowly dry up, and it felt very current with recent years after 2008. So we wanted to tell a story where you have parents after this tragic event happens move back to Smallville and really find that it's easier to raise kids maybe in a place where life isn't so hectic as it is in Metropolis.
Let's talk a little. I have a really nerdy question, right? So at the end of the Crisis on Infinite Earths, they basically brought Superman and Lois into Earth Prime with all other characters. What role is that going to play in your future telling, in your future storytelling?
Well, for all the fans that watched, at the end of the last, or beginning of the last crossover, Clark and Lois had a little infant boy named Jonathan, and the worlds merged and everything gets rewritten, and the end of the crossover is Lois calling Clark saying that he has to get home because there's a problem with the boys. So we took Crisis as an opportunity to really age up and change things for them as parents. Age up the boys, or create two boys, fraternal twins, and then make them teenagers when things really get complicated for parents. So I think just Crisis in general really gave us an opportunity to start with a blank slate and tell the story in a way that we couldn't otherwise.
Tyler, Bitsy, how do you guys feel like, before you're Superman, you're the ultimate hero, right? Lois Lane, you're the ultimate, most famous journalist in all the world, right? And now you're parents to these kids, like, the judging that will be going on in terms of your parenting style. It's a whole different dimension, right? Not only do you have to be amazing superheroes, amazing journalists, they have to uphold their ethics and fight for truth. On top of it, you now have two teenage boys running amok in a small town. Is there stuff that you can draw upon to kind of help tell the story from your own childhood or extended family?
Well, I mean, I am a mom. I have a 17-month-old, and I feel like she's already judging me on a daily basis. So I'm just kind of used to it. She's a big fan of my husband right now in particular. She's definitely a daddy's girl. But I do think that it's one of the things, especially about Lois, is that she doesn't really compromise her sense of self or her goals. And so I think one thing that I think she butts up against, and obviously Superman does too, is being really dedicated to our careers and our jobs, because we're doing this for good and we believe in what we're doing. And Lois wants to change the world with words, and Superman does it with his power, but also how much is that alienating and our kids, and how good can you really be at your job if you have two teenage boys who are hormonal and who each have very disparate needs. So I think that's part of what, for me anyway, was really compelling and was so exciting when I found out that it was going to be older kids, like teenagers, because it is so complicated, and they are going to be going through a lot. And I've read 2 scripts now, and I find that the storyline with the son is really, really compelling.
It doesn't get harder as you get older.
Yeah, I don't have the direct experience of parenting yet. I have six nieces and nephews now. My older brother and sister have gone ahead and take care of that, mom and dad. So I've been at least kind of seeing it from the uncle lens and watching them grow up. But just the idea, I think noticing my dad, how often he was gone at work. He's a doc. He's a doctor, works in emergency room, at a private practice. So balancing that with having 4 kids at home, to see him do that, and being older now and realizing how much time is taken up by working towards a career, by providing, just doing those things, even just for myself. It's a perspective shift for me to look back at how he was able to do that. So those are the things that I'll definitely be drawing on, just to see how you're able to wear both hats in that situation. To be a good parent and to be a working parent is a tricky situation. So it's no small feat.
So Tyler, do you feel that extra level of pressure? I would imagine just playing Superman in general, you have to embody all these virtuous aspects, and I'm sure people come up to you all the time and call you Superman. I assume, like, when you get that call, like, does your life change? Well, I guess after the first episode airs, it changes, right? I mean, can you talk a little bit about that kind of change in your career and like?
I think it's just there's a heightened awareness. I think, you know, when we were on the set, there was one moment that always stands out. We were on a set, and I've been on set before where there's fans around and they want to meet the actors or something, but to be there and to be in the Superman suit and to have a parent bring their 5 and 6 year olds up to the thing and say, hey, can they meet Superman? That's a thing where you do realize that, you know, at that point, you know, they might know who, parent might know who you are as the actor, but to the kids, you're just Superman. You're wearing the suit, and that's all they know. So I think that's the thing that changes the most, is just that awareness of when you're around kids. And I think that's what's so great about this character. What I love about it is that what he stands for really just kind of grabs onto such an impressionable audience. You know, these kids who look at him as a hero and all the things that he stands for. It's something that does make me really excited about getting to play this character.
You know, I don't know if you guys were you know, fans of DC Comics or Superman and Lois before you guys got these assignments. I assume you've been to Comic-Con now. Because you were talking about how your heart starts pumping before they call your name and you go out on that panel. Can you share some thoughts about Comic-Con or some stories about Comic-Con and sort of interacting with the passionate fan base that are here watching us, you know, online?
I remember the first time we did Comic-Con for Grimm, because Grimm premiered in the fall of 2011. They showed the whole pilot, and because it hadn't aired yet, people kind of didn't know who we were for the most part. So that was my favorite year, because we were able to kind of walk around and interact with people. I always enjoyed it. It was a very long day, but I remember my favorite time was the first time we went, when we were actually like able to kind of get into it with people.
Yeah, it's just a different experience. I think when you meet somebody who's a fan of a different show, it's a completely different experience than when someone who's a fan of Superman. And I think a lot of that has to do with the legacy of it as well. You know, it goes back so far. There's been so many people to do it. It's this long-standing tradition of this character and what he means. You know, it might mean one thing to the 5-year-old you're meeting, but to their dad or to their mom, who also knew the character when they were 5, and is still a fan, you see such a wide range of impressions that have been made over the decades that it's just it's a different kind of experience.
I would think Superman feels particularly conflicted because obviously he has the responsibilities to his family, the one he loves, the children he's trying to raise. But he's also he belongs to the world, right? He's the world's champion, and that demand and need for that type of character in the world takes him away from his family, right? So he's got to be extremely conflicted in his personal responsibilities to his family, and then this other responsibility to really kind of help lead the world to a better place, right?
I feel like there's an interesting thing going on, and it's not like it's a brand new situation, but just over the years, it's been this thing where what we do in our professional lives and our work lives does require so much more. And I think that's something about Superman, is that there is so much needed of him. It's when do you turn it on? When is it okay to turn it on? When is enough because you do have other things in your life that might be in a different way. It's not as macro, it might be more micro. Doesn't make it any less important. These are the people that count on you for something that only you can fulfill within that structure of the family. So it's one of the things I'm most excited about getting into in this show is, as a parent, how do you balance that need of something that you spent your young adult years and the rest of your adult life before you were a parent, putting all your effort into. How do you know how and when to scale that back to put that time into the family? And so it's a unique challenge that I'm sure everybody faces going through that. So I'm excited to sit down into that one.
So on top of this challenge between, this personal challenge between Clark and Lois and their family, Todd, can you talk a little about as they go to Smallville, kind of the other elements of the other members of the supporting cast of Superman that kind of want to activate, bring into the fold? We were talking the other day about how love triangles are really important in the Superman mythology. Starting with the first, which is Superman, Lois, Clark, right before Lois figured out the secret identity.
Yeah, well, I think it's fun to when they go back that Lana Lang is there. Lana was Clark's first love, and I think interesting dynamic as an adult, how you deal with that relationship, and it can't be Superman. We don't want Clark Kent ever having an affair on Lois. There's not that situation. That's never going to happen. He's as good as
You
they
should
get.
know that.
Well, yeah. It's also like we don't want like Lois and Lana brawling in the but that dynamic as an adult is really interesting to us. Those feelings are impossible to ignore, and I think that that's a real thing for some people, especially when kids are involved. And then to see her husband and her kids and that dynamic, there's a couple characters that we invented. Kyle Cushing, her husband, and Sarah Cushing, who he gets sort of wrapped up with the boys, and then they have their own love triangle. And then a character that I think is really interesting is General Lane, Lois's father, and his relationship with the two of them. He sees Superman as he's a very military guy, so he sort of looks at Superman like his soldier. And so, and his relationship with Lois is a little fraught because of the way that he took his job when he was a parent versus the way that Clark is doing his job. So all of that messiness is really fun.
It's not just about the ultimate superhero and Lois Lane being a family and those kind of challenges and responsibilities. There's true superhero action as well. It's more than just a show about this new unusual nuclear family set in a small town and then have to figure out those issues. It is, at its heart, a show about superheroes and supervillains too.
Yeah, so I think, look, there's a lot of set pieces, there's a lot of heroics, but to us, what's just as interesting is when Superman goes out and saves the day, or he's fighting a villain, or he's stopping a nuclear reactor from exploding. Lois is out there hunting a different sort of villain and using her superpowers to be just as effective, and you see them as a team, kind of this unstoppable force, which is a lot of fun.
So Todd, I know you have two young boys, and apparently they draw a lot, which is awesome. But I heard that they struggle a little with drawing Superman's shield. Right?
Yeah. Yes. They're both very artistic. But yeah, that's like the thorn in their side.
All right. So I'm going to just share with you a little secret that another artist told me back in the day. Artist named John Byrne, who's like one of my favorite comic creators. He had a very long run on Superman. But he basically looked at it as a diamond, obviously the symbol, with two fish swimming in opposite directions. So you're drawing the negative space rather than the S. If you draw the S, it's really challenging. If you just draw the two fish, the S miraculously appears. So I'm going to see if I can do that here.
So wait, we're gonna do it, right?
Yeah,
we're doing it?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got
this is fantastic. A draw line. Right? Now the pressure's on. I got it.
Yeah.
You guys have to come through for me.
All right.
Okay, you have to do two?
Yeah, we got them.
Oh, fantastic. All right, I'll put my board here. All right, so actually the hardest part now, we'll probably need to draw the diamond, right? So do that. So you draw the diamond first.
Qué grande este tipo también, por favor. Qué capo que es este hombre.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Now here's the part. Draw a fish. And then you draw the other.
¡Ah, mira! Y ahí está.
Okay, so, and then right above that thing, you can draw like a little diamond shape there.
Oh my God, mine's so bad.
And another little diamond right in that bottom fish.
Okay. Is that it? Is that the thing?
So this is the starting point. Obviously, it's not quite the S symbol, but what it gets you to is a point where you go, okay, now I can see that S. Right? So if I'm doing this, come all the way down here, and you can basically hook it up like that. Right? And then this S.
No, qué genio que es este hombre, por favor.
I should have brought an eraser.
I'm going with a Sharpie. So I'm just going to fill this in so you can kind of see the S kind of appear. It actually look more like whales and fish to stop all this water. That looked pretty cool. Oh, then another little line goes up here. There. I'm so curious to see what you guys are doing. It really helps immensely to think about the negative shapes rather than the S that you're drawing. So
this is embarrassing.
¡Epa! Bien.
That's not great, Jim. No.
That's fantastic. I think I was up to like a real hot start, and then the bottom fish got me. Oh, wow. Awesome.
Oh, good. This is great.
And you have the color markers too. Yes.
I stole my daughter's crayons.
Nice. Very nice.
Better than her eating them.
This is gonna have to improve over time, but
Let's see.
I don't know what happened. What happened? Here we go. Dude, that's awesome.
Bien.
okay, I see now.
You didn't see the fish before?
No, I saw the fish. I see the things. There we go.
My proportions were really off.
¡Qué bestia!
Tyler, your bottom was like a little guppy.
Yeah. What was it?
Alright,
So
go
you know this. Every time you see the super symbol, it's hard not to see the fish.
Yeah.
So yes. But hopefully, kids and fans all around the world will be sitting down trying to put this all together. Hopefully, we can share some of this on circle. All right, so Todd, we have some fan questions. What Superman story stood out the most to you that made you want to play these characters? Was there a seminal moment where you were first introduced to the Superman mythology that made you a Superman or Lois or DC fan?
You know, it's funny. It's not that there's like one particular moment. I've never seen the TV shows. I've seen snippets of it, but I've never seen. I worked with Erica Grant last year. She's amazing. I love her, but I haven't seen Smallville. I've seen the Christopher Reeve films with Margot Kidder, and I love them so much. And I think one of the things that I always found really memorable was this. She didn't know who he was, but like on some level, did she? There was something about the way I felt like Margot Kidder played it, or maybe I'm projecting, where it feels like, and part of the reason they're such a good couple and they love each other so much is that she just kind of gets him, and you know, I just remember moments where she was kind of looking at him quizzically, and I'm like, wait, does she know, or does she just sort of understand something about him and who he is and what he represents? And like, you know, going back to what I was saying earlier on, I think part of the reason Lois is the perfect woman for Clark is that she gets why Superman is so important for the world, and she is happy to make the sacrifice as far as one-on-one time and family time as a result.
For me, I say kind of the same thing. It wasn't a particular story. Really, for me, what it was when I went and met with Greg originally to do the couple episodes of Supergirl in the first place. You know, I sat out and watched the first season of Supergirl, and I think it hit me at the right time in life. And I think there was environments at the time that felt like we needed a little bit of hope, we needed a little bit of optimism. And I feel like I had also just kind of been coming out of a cynical phase of life. I went through those years and tried to see the world through that lens, and I didn't enjoy it very much. So for me, it was just kind of seeing that show and seeing that. I think I felt as if it was a chance for me to jump into something hopeful and optimistic. I think what also goes along with the reality of the situation of where we are today is that you do need hope that we will get to the other side of it and we will find a way through it. So I put that to that first season of Supergirl.
All right, guys, a couple fan questions. Start first with, who are the Superman and Lois in your own lives, and how do your Superman and Lois influence your portrayal of your respective characters in this universe?
I would say just, you know, for what influences me playing Lois Lane, especially playing Lois Lane right now at a moment in history where the profession of journalism is a little bit under siege, is just every journalist ever who is busting their butt right now and coming under heavy fire from both sides and a lot of media scrutiny and everything. And the fact
fact that they're still showing up and doing their jobs.
Yeah, I second that with you. I think anyone who strives to tell the truth in the face of whatever consequences that holds, I think those are some of the most incredible, respectable people, and I think Lois falls in that category. For me, anyone can be Superman. I think what makes Superman to me in my eyes is that someone who, without fail, chooses to do the right thing and all the good that they can do. And that's really what it is. And whether that's, saving one person from crossing the street, whether that's saving a falling skyscraper as Superman would do that saves everyone in the building, it's the quality of the efforts and the works, not the quantity. It's not how huge they are, it's just how impactful they are to one person.
So, Tyler Kaplan, 2 questions. What was it like putting on the suit for the first time? And the second half of the question is, are we going to see Superman getting a suit in 2 days?
Qué buena pregunta esa.
Yes, I think putting the suit on for the first time, everything about this, there's been so many times where there's been kind of a surreal moment, but I think putting on the suit for the first time was the most surreal moment, just because any other time that you would be wearing that suit is probably on Halloween, and that's about it. Otherwise, I don't know why you're putting it on, or why you have one. So I think putting it on and actually seeing it and realizing this is not just for a day, we're going to shoot this, we're going to tell a story that involves this character. I don't think that it's sunk in, and if it hasn't by now, it probably never will to some weird degree, but I think being the one wearing it as opposed to seeing someone else in it is a different experience.
Like, the symbol itself is so incredibly iconic that I remember when I first started shooting on the show, and it was Elseworlds, and there was a scene with Oliver and the Flash, and Grant Gustin and I both were like, we couldn't keep it together when you're wearing a plaid shirt and when you rip it open and it's like we probably had to do that quite a few times because everyone's reaction, and like Lois should be used to this, and even I was like
that was a really funny day on set. But that scene, I remember that when we did it and I ripped the shirt off. As I said, it's different, I think, when you're doing it as opposed to watching someone else do that or being in that, because when I do it, there's almost a moment of it's been done before, and you know what it means. So you're like, is the way I'm doing it weird? Is it look right? I don't really know. But I remember Grant on that tape. It was the pushing, and thank God that the camera pushed in, and it had gone just into the S by the time he did this. When I ripped the shirt open, I just remember Grant going, oh, on screen. This audible inhale, and it was the funniest thing.
That's gotta be strange.
Oh, we're gonna see a new suit. Todd, are we gonna see a new suit?
So, okay, I'll take the heat for this one. It's like originally you came on for the crossovers, and that suit just wasn't built to sustain a series. And I think just in everything we were talking about earlier, it gave us this fresh slate. Yeah, let's make a new suit. So there's going to be a really badass Superman suit in the show that I'm pretty excited about.
So there you have it, guys. I just want to thank Todd and Tyler and Dixie for participating in this panel talking about Superman and Lois, and for humoring me and drawing the Superman shield. It's really lovely seeing you guys work outside of your comfort zone, bringing artistic, creative abilities to the fore, and we look forward to seeing the show debut on CW next year.
Thanks so much, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Bueno, gente, no sé si alguien me está viendo. Último panel, porque bueno, lamentablemente están viendo, nadie me está viendo. Así que lo que vamos a hacer, voy a cubrir todos los paneles los voy a cubrir, pero los voy a subir si a alguno le interesa. O sea, el que haya llegado hasta acá, diferido, ahora, déjenme en los comentarios si quieren seguir viendo. Si veo que no quieren, si veo que en los comentarios no hay nada, listo, no subo más nada. Ahora, si me dicen, che, boludo, dale, quiero ver otros paneles, bueno, los voy subiendo, pero los subo diferido. Por lo menos para que vean mi reacción. Así que hasta acá lo dejamos. Pero los otros paneles los voy a seguir viendo, pero los voy a grabar y los voy a subir diferente. Nos estamos viendo, gente. Gracias a la poca gente que me vio. Es una pena que no me acompañen. Es muy triste. Pero bueno. Vayan a ver a otros youtubers. Nos vemos, gente.